Welcome everyone. Special episode today. Special episode indeed. Test. Have we got static again? Has it all gone wrong before we've even started? What's going on? Windows firewall. Okay. Everything's going wrong. Welcome everyone. Welcome. We've got a very special episode today. Not only have we got Matt from Onyx Exteriors, aka Matt GPT from the Discord, who's the Discord admin. He comes in, gives you you ask a question, hoping for a yes/no answer, and he gives you 3 paragraphs of pure facts every day. If you ask a question at 3 AM in the Discord, he's straight on it within a couple of minutes. You've got a full novel. He's going to be joining me on the live stream today, and we're also going to be doing a deep dive into pricing stuff. I asked a very simple question on Facebook. In all the Facebook groups, in all the exterior cleaning groups, I said, basically, let me know your prices so that we can help the newbies. And we've got the data. We've got 85 responses to the form. So I might as well actually just play you the video so that you can see the premise of today's live stream. And then you'll be able to see what's going on. Good evening, Sean, Nathan, Hooper, Blue Rock, Two Wheels, Sussex, Power Shift, Spencer, John, welcome, Darren, Reese. Loads of good advice from Matt GPT. Matt always comes in spitting the facts. And if he doesn't know, he holds his hands up and he says he doesn't know. Oh, Jock from Germany, welcome back. Jamie, evening. It's going to be a good one tonight. I think this is going to be a bit of an eye-opener, potentially. Let me find the video that Let me show you exactly what I've posted, and so you've got a bit of context as to what we're doing today. I hope everyone's having a good start to the week. We've just been out and quoted potentially what it's looking like the biggest job I've ever had. So Zach's excited. I'm slightly intimidated / overwhelmed, as always. I might show you a couple of clips if you're lucky of the job we've just been to have a look at. Jake Stinks, thanks. Welcome, Craig.
Hope you've had.
Always good to have you. This is the video that I put out, just so you've got a bit of context as to what's going on today.
A good start to the year. Just a quick one. We're doing a bit of research for my weekly YouTube live stream, and we're trying to get an idea of what people are charging up and down the UK for various services like gutter clearing, pressure washing, solar panel cleaning, all that sort of stuff. The reason is because I'm aware that there's lots of new people entering the industry around about this time of the year, and they're not sure what they should be charging, so they're potentially doing cheap work, which is driving the price of the industry down a little bit. And so to combat that, we want to give them some sort of target to work towards so that we can raise the potential earning for everyone in the industry, and just to generally point people in the right direction. So if you want to take part, click the link. It'll take you to a Google form, and it's just a very quick tick box exercise. We won't take any of your data, your email address, your name or business or anything like that. And then we'll look at all the data at about 7:30 on Monday night on my YouTube channel, and I think it'll be quite interesting. So thanks, see you in a bit.
So that's it, that's what we're doing. Nathan asks, what insurance company do you use? Well, it was very convenient timing actually. I use Howden. They gave me this nice little beaker. You right, so? Sound like you fell over. Yeah, Howden are quite sort of geared towards exterior cleaners. They, Jack Bowley on Facebook, he's very in the community. Evening, Chris. Welcome. John says, evening, first time watching one of the lives. Welcome to the live stream, mate. How far do you travel? I travel all over the world for the right job. I'll go to Spain for the right job. It's got to be worth it for me, do you know what I mean? If it's a piddly little drive, not really much point, is there? Had my first job today from watching your videos. Nathan, what do you mean? You mean you started watching my videos, started your business, and started your first job? Or... Congratulations, well done. Hope you're well, Ethan. Welcome. Best quote I have so far is gleaming. Oh, insurance. I didn't get a hidden flask favoritism. You could have just asked. They had so many at Sausage Fest. They had flasks. They had pound tokens to go in your trolley, and they also had ice scrapers for windscreen, which was very useful for me and Sophie this year. I asked for 2 because Soph came to Sausage Fest as well, so she got 1. Should we see if Matt's about? The famous Matt GPT. See if he's in the Discord. I'm sure he's hanging about somewhere. What sealer do you use on the tarmac? Is it the Pure Seal one? I've never tried the Pure Seal one, and I think it's because it's ever so slightly more expensive than the Smart Seal one, so I just went for the Smart Seal one. I don't know if there's much difference between them, but that's what I did, and that's what I've started using, so... I might have to give him a call. Matt, I haven't even got you as a friend. We're not even friends. That was a good time. The music just finished. Do 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 do. I haven't even looked at my settings in a while. I don't know if this is going to come through the right things. Microphone. I don't know if he's about. I can't even tell. Matt, come in. Hello.
Hello, hello.
There he is.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Yeah, good.
I'm all right. It's all the others.
It's all the others.
You know what? You know
Right.
when old people say that, and it's like, oh, I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah.
That's
Right,
working in retail. That is working in Aldi. I'm all right. It's all the others. Can you see me? You can't see me,
Right.
can you? There we go.
I can now. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think you can hear the Spotify in the background.
You're nice and clear. Your audio's very crispy. You used to be a sound engineer. I found out the other day.
Aye. All the kit.
That explains all the gear, doesn't it?
Yeah. Am I loud enough? I can adjust my volume quite easily.
Go a little bit higher.
A little bit higher.
Test.
Do...
Test.
Test.
That's perfect. Perfect.
Put it there.
Matt, welcome. Do you want to
Hey.
maybe start by introducing yourself a little bit, just so we can get this going?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Matt from Onyx Exterior Cleaning. And I do pressure washing, just like all of you guys in chat. Yeah.
How long ago did you start your business?
I set Onyx up about a year or so ago now. So this is officially year 2 for Onyx, but experience and research and all sorts goes back quite a while.
So this whole thing, by the way, was Matt's idea. He was like, we get lots of new people coming into the Discord every day, which is wild, by the way. Literally every day, there's like 2 or 3 new people popping in saying hi, which is cool. And Matt said, we're getting a few of this like very similar questions when it comes to pricing stuff. So do you think we should make some sort of price guide? How did it come about? The Google form.
We were just chatting, weren't we? It was like, how do we? I think it comes from like, for a long time I've been thinking like it would be amazing if every exterior cleaner around the country had a sort of like standard price for their area, because there seems to be so many different prices in so many different areas, and it's like one person could be charging one thing and then someone down the road's charging something else, and it doesn't quite correlate, and it creates like a race to the bottom, I guess what we always say.
Yeah.
And it's like if you can have like a heat map of what the common charges per service is around the country, that would be really amazing. And then we kind of thought up the idea of let's do a survey, and then that just turned into let's have charts.
Yeah, we like graphs and charts.
Exactly. So,
but just to say, also, someone commented on my video earlier on and said, I don't know if I agree with what you're doing, because the service, for example, that I offer is going to be totally different from the service that someone new coming into the industry is offering, because they might not be doing chemical treatments, they might not be cleaning the windows afterwards, they might not even be like resanding block paving, for example, which is something I didn't realize you had to do when I first started, which is crazy to think about now.
I think that's completely valid. I mean, this is such a broad subject that you can't have a one size fits all. It's just very interesting to see who is doing kind of what and like their reasons why, and we'll get into that when we look at the form and responses. There's some good information. I think it's more to show the new guy don't charge like you can't say not to charge something, but don't like undersell the service, because you get stuck at a price point and you can never like raise that easily without losing customers.
Yeah, if you're going for repeat customers, which I hope you would be, like if you're going for a gutter clear or a driveway clean, you'd hope that same person is going to contact you next year. And it's so difficult to have that conversation next year to say, I only charged you 75 quid last year because I was just starting out, but actually I should have charged you 175 quid. And then they're coming back to you like, what, you've more than doubled your price? That's insane. But it's like,
exactly,
I didn't know what I was supposed to be charging.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like we all got into the industry without real clue how to price it. Like you can do the jobs, you don't really know what's involved. How do you go about pricing something? You kind of look at a drive and go, well, that's going to take me X amount of time, I'll charge this for it. And it's like, we know that a lot of people like to do square meterage, which I think is like the perfect way, because it's very consistent. It means if you're doing one driveway at one price, you can go to the neighbor and be like, well, you're bigger or you're smaller, this is why it's costing less or more, and that kind of justifies it to the original customer at the same time. People can see it's like mathematical, and there's a process and there's a reason behind it, and I think people have more confidence in that than if you just kind of threw out a number and didn't know why that number happens.
That's why sorry, I'm trying to turn you up at the minute, and it's
oh yeah, you can.
I'm just trying to figure it out. So that's why I like to use that Moja as well. It's because people can see I've actually got a process, and like I'm not just pulling a figure out of thin air.
Yeah, the Moja has increased my sales volume by 100%.
You're using one?
Yep, I've got a Moja.
Oh, right.
And I have won every single job I've used it on.
Really?
Yep, I have a process. I'll go around. I tell the customer before we even measured like what my square meter rate is. We kind of go around. I do the Moja. I show them at the end, this is your square meterage. You give them like a rough calculation and say like, that's going to be kind of baseline. Let me go away and figure out all the extras and such. I'll compose a big email. I'll put the PDF in there. It'll all be there. And then if I think, I can do them a bit of a deal, throw in some added extras, or maybe reduce my square meterage, kind of make them feel a bit special, then they love it, because in my area, I'm competing with people that are just turning up and saying a number, and there's no process behind it.
That's what I'm just thinking. That seems quite high effort, as opposed to the guy that just turns up and says, "Yes, it's gonna be about 300 quid."
Yeah,
and like he might have been bang on the money there. Like, it could have been just down to experience, where he knows this sort of drive is going to take me this long, and that covers my materials, that covers my expenses, my fuel, all that sort of stuff. 300 quid.
Yeah.
And you might have come to the same conclusion, but it's taken you a lot longer and a lot. But you might be winning more work because the customer can see that you've got a process, rather than you're just plucking a number out your head.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, I like to gamble the extra time because it shows that I've turned up and I've got like a attention to the quote and the care of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And even if I come the same price as someone who's told them £300, it's ultimately the customer's choice. But you would like to think that by taking that care and doing that extra step, they'll go, well, one person's just kind of thrown a number at us and one person's gone around and done all this extra. They would go with the one who put the attention in.
Well,
that's the way I think.
I think it's as simple as, if you're putting that much care and effort into the quote, you're going to put probably that much care and effort into actually cleaning the property, I suppose.
Exactly. And
I'm just going
to...
Have you got the chat in front of you?
Yes.
I'm just going to pop over and answer a few questions. What's that fella's name from Howdens? Jack Bowley, I think his name is, on Facebook. He does all the insurance. Are you with Howdens?
I am, yeah.
You are. Thought you would be.
Yeah.
We've got Matt again. Hello, Matty Moo. Someone said I should pull a funny face for the thumbnail. You should pull a funny face.
Oh, yeah. Liam got me bad with that last one.
He did. He did. You weren't very happy about that.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's funny. It's one of those. It was the auto-generated that YouTube kind of just picks a frame and he was like, yeah, I'll just roll with it. And I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Zach's in the chat. Welcome, Zach. You're right, mate. We've believe it or not, I am. No, I'm not going to say. Zach is like 4 pints deep because we had a couple of pints after work, and we finished around about 2:30 today. I went to the pub.
Oh, nice. That's good.
We got through a lot today. We did one of our biggest visits we've ever done, I think. Like the quotes wise, we haven't quoted it yet, but it's going to be an absolute monster. It's insane.
Is it domestic, commercial, industrial?
It's a manor with 50 residential properties scattered around it, and there's resin, there's tarmac, there's block paving, it's wild. Yeah, there's a lot of work there. So
it's commercial dressed up like a residential.
Yeah.
Disguised.
I've definitely won a few jobs recently because of using the Moja. Customers really like the professionalism and seeing the PDF images. Yeah, so if anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, by the way, this is not sponsored because I don't think I'm in contract with them anymore, to be honest. But this is Moja, so it's just like a measuring device, hooks up to your phone, and you go and dot it around the driveway, and you get like a perfect square meterage representation of the area, and you can do like volume and height maps and all that sort of stuff. So very accurate.
The other thing I send the customer like the 3D, show them where the water's going to fall to, and be like, this is where I expect pooling to be, and kind of add that attention into it as well.
Yeah.
The Moja's really handy to do that because you can kind of give the customer an idea. If they've got like a garage at the bottom of a slope, it's like, well, the water's going that way, but it's going to pool more on this side.
Mm-hmm.
And if they've got something like valuable in the garage that they want to move out the way, it's kind of like, I ideally don't want water going in the garage, but it just gives them that peace of mind that you've paid attention and you've got that information.
Yeah.
And
go on.
I was going to say, I'm a firm believer in, if you're going to run a business, spend on the kit that's going to really enhance your business. I mean, the Moja is quite expensive, and a lot of people look at that go, "Oh, can't afford it." But at the same time, it's a business investment. It's going to pay for itself time and time again. Mine's paid for itself probably like 20 times over just from having it.
I'm in two minds about that because there are other tools on the market that are potentially like cheaper or free that will do an okay job. Yeah. And it's like, does your business warrant spending that sort of money on that sort of product? Like, are you going to find value in it? And not everyone will.
Of course. No, for sure. There is like business decisions like that to make. Is it worth me spending that if I can get an alternative?
So Liam says Cam to plan works well as a freebie.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. I've not used it, but I've seen some examples of it. And there are tools like that that are perfectly acceptable. And if you can quote off of them, then go for it.
And there's
You
always
don't have to invest in the tool, but me personally, I think it's definitely worth it.
There's always the good old tape measure as well.
Yep, tape measure, the wheel. Is it the wheel measures? You can walk around with the wheel.
Yeah, it's not going to be as accurate, obviously, but it's still something you can use.
Yeah, it's a visual, isn't it? Like the customer likes to see what you're doing. If you're just turning up saying I charge by square meter, and I think that's 50 square meters, kind of like you need something. A tape measure is the bare minimum you should be taking.
That's why when I'm quoting remotely, I won't tell them what I'm charging per square meter. Like sometimes I'll be very transparent with the customer when I'm visiting and saying, look, we charge so and so per square meter, so I'm going to measure it with my measure, and whatever that comes out as, that's the price. And that's very like clean cut. You don't really have to negotiate with them because that's my pricing structure. Whereas if you're quoting something remotely and you're trying to use Google Earth and go around, you might say, oh, that's 75 square meters, so it's going to be this much. But they might come back and say, actually, I've measured it and it's 65 square meters, so can you do it for this much? And it's like, so I tend not to talk about my price per square meter anymore.
Yeah, there is that. Like, I don't tell anybody prices until I'm in front of them and on their property kind of doing the quote.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you do get people calling up saying, like, what do you charge? And if you start saying £3.50 a square meter for X, Y, Z, they could just go away and call someone else. What do you charge? £2.50 X, Y, Z. I'm going to call you out. It's like, you want to leave a mystery until you're in front of them and then information bomb them.
Information bomb.
Yeah, that's what I like to do.
There's also things like drainage and water pressure and access that doesn't come into your square meter cost, so it's not always perfect.
Yeah, there's that too. I tend to, if there is like bad pressure, I might just say like 50p extra a square meter. So right at the end, they'll get the price. I won't just turn up and be like, this. I have a process. The measurements, the last thing we do, kind of just walk around. We look at drainage, we look at the tap, make sure the job's like we can move forward, and then we'll do the measure and the price. So, but they won't receive the final price until the email's sent. So I go away, I email.
You email every customer?
Yep.
Really?
Because I email every customer, or WhatsApp them, or text them. But it's all done, so I've got a record on paper, effectively, in writing. Therefore, if we've got anything to refer to, we can just go, well, it's in writing here. This is what we agreed to. You've signed that off. It's kind of like an agreement.
Yeah, I like the idea of having something in writing, definitely, because if you have something that if you've had a conversation on the phone and you say, yeah, we're going to include this, this, and this, and then you get there, you do the job, and it comes to the end of the job, and they said, oh, you said you were going to do this. I'm going to knock 50 quid off because you haven't done what you said you were going to do. It's like, hang on, I did say I was going to do, and you got this back and forth. Whereas if you just send a follow-up text saying, we're going to charge this much, we'll arrive on this date, it includes this, this, and this. I had a lady this week who we've booked her in for Thursday and everything's fine. It's just that in the initial quote, I said, all waste will be left with you, ideal for a compost pile or a garden waste bin. Alternatively, I can bag it up so that you can dispose of it yourself, which is what I say to all of my customers because I just don't want to take waste away with me at the minute. And she accepted the quote, got through everything, booked her in, and then she said, I'd like you to take the waste away with you. I was like, no, I said earlier that we don't take the waste away. And she went, oh, sorry, I misread that. No worries, if you could just bag it up. So if I hadn't have followed up there, if I hadn't have written that down, she was expecting me to take the waste away, and then there would have been that weird confusion on the day where it's like, no, I did say, and it's like, you don't want to upset your customer right at the end of the job just before they're about to pay you. Yeah. Leaves a bad taste in their mouth.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's by having it in writing, you've got a reference point, and if you have said you'd do something and you didn't do it, they've equally got that in writing for you. So it stops squabbles.
Yeah.
The last thing you want is kind of, it takes one customer to be rubbed up the wrong way over a small little detail. They leave you a 1-star review, and a 1-star review for a new business can kill it.
Yeah.
Off the bat. you get one bad Google review and someone looks up your Google page and sees you've got like 5 reviews and one of them's 1 star, they don't have much else data to go by. If you had like 1,000 reviews and one of them's a 1 star, then people kind of overlook that.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything to stop yourself getting like a negative word of mouth.
And it also doesn't have to play on your mind if you were to get a bad review that early on. That would knock your confidence so much, I would have thought.
Yeah. Yeah.
What litre per minute / flow from a tap do you think is the threshold for extra time to charge for a 21 litre per minute machine? Well, you'll have a buffer tank, so you'll turn up on site, fill your buffer tank first, and then begin work. So you've generally got around about 200 litres of buffer. But generally, I'd say anything under around about 10 litres per minute is a bit of a concern, because that's really going to slow things down. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, I think anything under 10 litres per minute is going to be quite a slow process. I'd say they're more not the hobby grade machines, sort of like the entry level machines, aren't they?
Yeah. So on today's job, we had Jakey out the front rinsing the path. I'll actually just bring it up because it's easier just to show you my story.
They definitely have their place, because anybody new to the industry, maybe trying to do it as a side, a secondary job, or trying to build something on the side, they might not have, thousands to dump into a 21 litre per minute machine, 18-inch surface cleaner, buffer tank, van mount, everything. And if they've got something they can just stick in the back of their car to get started, you started with the Parker brand machine.
Mm-hmm.
Look what you built out of that machine. If you didn't have that machine, where would you be now, kind of thing?
Yeah.
Because you probably, may not have invested in that kit early on. It was too much of an investment, so you probably would have never got started. So they have their place for like an entry level for those who want it. But I think you want to look at it that is the machine that's going to pay for the next machine. Like you reinvest everything back into your business at that stage if you're going to take it serious. So you can do a good job with those machines. It's going to take you longer, but if you're really trying to build a business, you want to get up to like 15. I'd almost say 21 litres a minute should be your aim. If you're going to go for a 15 litre machine, just to get that extra for the 21, because you've got more options out of it.
Yeah. So on this job today, we had Zach out the back cleaning the patio using my machine, and then we had Jakey out the front cleaning the road. This was like a post landscapers clean, and so Jakey was obviously putting a lot of water down at the front. But we had 2 machines running, and the tap was giving us around about 15 litres per minute, and it was maintaining quite well. To be fair, we filled both tanks up before we started, and then we got going, and we only had to stop once to let the water fill back up, and so it's not bad going, really.
Yeah, that's really good. Stopping once in how many hours?
I think we were probably there for about an hour and a half in total.
Hour and a half. Okay, yeah, so stopping once in that time's not too bad.
Obviously, we stopped to do chemical treatments and stuff, but like to run 2 machines from a tap that's only giving you 15 litres per minute, and my machine's 30 litres per minute, Jakey's machine's 21 litres per minute. Yeah. If you can get on site and fill your tank up first before you start, some people are quite tempted to get halfway and then start their machine, and then you're just going to have to stop sooner. But if you let it fill to the top, you should be fine for a while. Anything over about 10 litres per minute should be okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know if you're following Liam's LRS's little side project of start with the cheapest machine.
No, I haven't seen it. Is he doing some videos?
Yeah, he's doing a little challenge of, I think he's gone and got, I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but he's got the cheapest machine he can find, and he's set himself a challenge to hit a certain goal with that one machine. And I think it's going to be a really good eye-opener series.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
He's changed his name on YouTube, hasn't he?
Yeah, Liam Sanderson.
Has he just put a video out?
Yeah, I think it was Sunday, I think he put it up.
Oh, he's done a podcast with Darren as well.
Yep.
Have you looked at the data?
I have had a little browse. I've tried not to spoil myself. But so, yeah, I've had a little browse. We've got like 86 responses or something.
Yeah. So I'm going to go through the questions that we've asked, because basically we've asked everyone, what are you charging?
Yeah.
And so the questions that we've asked are as follows. This is purely for residential stuff. We're not getting into like commercial stuff because I think it makes things too complicated. So we've asked for the town or city that the person's based in. And then we've asked for their price for pressure washing block paving, which includes resanding afterwards, pressure washing slabs or natural stone patios, pressure washing tarmac, pressure washing resin, and then we're asking for the price for pressure washing decking or timber, roof cleaning, so pressure washing a roof or scraping a roof, so those are two different sections. We've asked people if they account for the pitch of the roofs when they're pricing up. We've asked people if they chemically treat the roofs afterwards, and if so, which treatment do they use. We've got prices for residential gutter clearing, which is, I'm not even going to look at it now because I can see some interesting data. We've got prices for solar panel cleaning. Do you clean the conservatory roof or the whole thing? How do you price conservatories, which I think is quite an interesting question. How do you price render cleaning, which I'm really interested in, because I've never really priced a full house for like render cleaning. I've priced like walls and stuff, but not like full, you know what I mean? And Google does a really good job of collating all that data and putting it into nice graphs for us, which Matt found yesterday.
We got some graphs.
I'm glad you found that, because I was going through the spreadsheet and trying to create graphs based on the data, and it was just all over the place.
And I was like, I just need to go to the responses, and I was like, hang on, there's a summary, there's a whole. They've updated this.
Yeah.
And I just scrolled down and just saw the first chart, and it was like, oh.
So here's the responses. So you can see we've had a decent amount from all over the UK. We've got Exeter, Manchester, North Leeds, Worcester, Bradford, Belfast, Devon, Lowestoft, Derbyshire, Manchester again, London, Glasgow, Suffolk, Stafford. So we've got a lot of data to go through, and it's all nicely compiled for us.
I think something worth mentioning is it's going to be quite a big one. That I think a lot of this data is going to end up in the Discord eventually. I'll compile it into sort of easy to read for people.
I think we just
shout out the Discord.
I think we screenshot the graphs, because the graphs are nice and easy to read. I think we just screenshot those and just pop them in the Discord so that people can reference them later on. Yeah,
that's what we'll do. I'm going to try and make a heat map of the areas as well. I think that'd be quite a cool little visual.
Yeah.
Try and put it all into one big area pile thing.
Is there a question that should we go to? Should we take them in order, or do you want to hit a certain question first, do you think?
I think we should go in order of the questions. Just because, if you go back over to the responses, we can kind of look at the charts and graphs and.
Okay. So let me ask you first of all, do you have a price? How do you price your block paving work?
So I will take a standard. I start at a standard about £5.
Is this taboo, by the way? People don't like talking about prices.
I have no problem with it because
I didn't ask you beforehand. Like, are you comfortable with me talking about your prices?
I am
absolutely
okay. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. I think it's important because, like you say, we've got so many people in the industry that's coming in. They don't know how they're pricing, and I think when someone says I'm charging X amount per surface, they don't know how they've come up with that price.
Yeah.
So I would quite happily say, like, my absolute minimum, if I were to just run on break-even point, is like, I think it works out.
Hang on, I've lost my earpiece. Hang on.
He's lost
his earpiece. I can't hear a word you're saying. Very unprofessional of me, I'm sorry. Say that again.
I worked out like the absolute minimum I need on a day-to-day basis is like £1.71 or something based on 100 square meters, so £179 per day. is my absolute break-even point for the business.
Okay. That's
It's
based
a
on
bit of
one
a-
job.
Yeah. So as long as I'm earning that, we're break even for just business expenses across the year. Assuming I think I worked that out in like 280 work days or something like that.
Does that include your wage? It must do, mustn't it?
That's just break even for business, so that's not wage on top. I think, or did I calculate that wage? That might be a question that I need to.
No, I
Google.
mean that could be without wage. To be fair.
Yeah.
So based on just fuel, insurance, tax
Fuel,
taken
insurance,
off.
tax, yeah, everything.
Um,
It's
what
been a
else
while
is?
since I looked at
Yeah,
that price, so I can't remember exactly what it was based on, but it was based on business expenses.
this is something that Connor mentioned. He's like, find out your day rate, because a
Yeah.
lot of people don't know their day rate. They just come up with this number, and it's like, well, how have you got to that number? Have you actually taken into consideration everything, or are you just plucking a
Yeah.
number out of thin air?
Just to clarify that number, that accounts for like if I don't work, because I don't do 7 days a week, so you have to account for your day off that you've still got a business expense on your day offs. So it's like that is over the whole
Oh,
working year.
oh, I didn't think of that. So,
Yeah.
so you might not be taking a wage on your day off, which is which is obvious,
But
but
you've still got running
you're
costs.
still paying insurance
Yeah.
and van insurance and
Everything.
tax.
I think that number might have been based on the whole 365 days. And then I had one that I based on like 280 days of the year, because you've got to assume for time off, holidays, potential sick days, when you
Yeah.
don't work over Christmas, maybe a dead month because winter.
And that figure's going to
I
be
had,
different
like,
for
lots of
everyone.
those. Yeah, 100%. Some people might be 5 times the amount. Some people might be half the amount. Who knows? That's the number I remember off the top of my head, and I don't know the exact basis of it, but it was like
Yeah.
171 or something.
So
And that's something that, oh, sorry, I was going to say that's something that everybody should try and figure out when they start a business, is everything they've paid for, like insurances and stuff, work out what that's costing you on a daily schedule. So you've got a target of earning. So a lot of people go in and they think, oh, I just need to earn a day rate and, £200 a day, and they don't know why they need to aim for that and what that's costing them.
yeah. So it gets even more complicated when you've got employees as well, because me and Zach have sat and figured out, what's our break even per month and what's our target just to pay wages, and that doesn't take into account my accountant's fees, my business insurance and tax and stuff, and that figure is pretty high, higher than I could have imagined.
Yeah.
But we're doing it, and it's crazy to think where we came from to where we are now, where I can pay 3 of us. You know what I mean? It's
Exactly. Yes, that's amazing. Like your story over the past, what's it been, 3 years, 4 years?
yeah, almost 4, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like you've gone from not knowing anything, having the most basic kit, kind of just making it work, to where you are now, and it's like that's an inspirational story.
And I'm a tight ass, so if I can do it on my budgets, I feel like anyone can do it.
And that's the thing. It's like I have watched all your videos from the start.
Yeah.
I've gone back and I've probably watched your big, when I was setting up. I was like, I need to really drill in what is this going to involve, and first discovered like Sid Partridge by accident, and then
Obviously.
he mentioned you in a video.
You said he mentioned me the other day, like in an early
Yeah.
video. He mentioned me, did
In
he?
an early video, I think it was something to talk about like van setups or buffer tanks or something. It was around the time when you released your video on your little van setup and you had your Kiam machine.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what the Partridge video was, but there was definitely a mention.
Oh, I wish I'd have seen that.
Yeah, and that's how I discovered you. And then I just went from like the oldest video you had, just when you used to sit in front talking to the camera, in your room and things, just like how to go about five key pieces of equipment and things like
Oh,
that.
you cutie watching all my videos.
Yeah, and it's like to see that kind of story, because a lot of people see you as doing these big jobs on YouTube now, but they don't really know that you started from just talking about things in a room, and
Yeah.
your experience is very much, I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm learning.
Yeah.
And I think you were kind of, it seems like you were kind of documenting your process from the very start. It was like a video diary to yourself.
Yeah, and it was like it's very difficult to make videos and not try and teach people at the same time. It's like
Yeah.
I kept catching myself teaching, and I'm like, no, I've got to stop telling people this is how to do things and just saying instead, this is how I'm going to do it, and hopefully it turns
Yeah.
out good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, and it was nice to see you weren't afraid to put your bloopers in. I remember the imprinted concrete with the little sprayer that did not work out.
Yeah, that was.
And it's like that is just all part of the process. We're all going to find times and jobs like that, and seeing that you went through that process and how you dealt with it it makes you want to keep going. Like it's like we're all going to have that day where it's like, oh, do I really want to do this anymore because of that problem? And it's like, well, no, because it's only one minor setback that
Yeah.
can be fixed. There's
I've
always
had-
a fix.
I've had so many of them where it's like everything is telling me to just like give up because there's so much stuff going wrong all in a row. Like within the week, this has gone wrong, this has gone wrong. I've had a call back from a customer, and that's like devastating. And it's like, should I just go back to work in retail? And it's like, this is what happens to everyone, and this is what separates people from. This is what I feel like. This is what separates the exceptional people that are different and that are doing their own thing from the people that tried something for a while, failed a couple of times, and then went back to doing what they were doing before.
Yeah.
It's like if you can push through that failure, you can become exceptional. I'm not saying I'm there yet. I'm definitely trying there.
And I'd say that, if you have that mindset to go back to what you were doing before, you just got to think the people you were working for were in the exact same shoes with their business. They would have gone through all those fails to get there to employ you.
Mm-hmm.
And I think anybody who can put their mind to it and just like grind through the hard times, because you're equally going to have those amazing times where you're like, I surprised myself. I did a fantastic job. Like that, I can't believe I was a part of that project.
Yeah, yeah,
You're going to have equally those moments that you're going to miss out on.
yeah.
Um,
Should we get back to the questions? We went off on a tangent. So
so easy to do.
so what do you charge for block paving? How do you price block paving?
So I start on my base around the £5 square meter. That's where I want to kind of be. That includes like chemicals, resanding times, because you've got to return a few days later to resand, unless you're going to risk it on the same day. If it's like poor drainage, if there's really bad pressure, I might go 550. If it looks like a relatively easy job and you can get in and out quite quickly, it's not too bad. I'll go 450 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think
By the
my
way,
lowest price would be about 4.
your volume keeps dipping slightly, and you've got a little bit of static on the microphone, but I don't know if that's something to do with have you got like a speaker on or something? I don't know. Just thought I'd let you know, because I know if you watch this back, you'll probably be annoyed at yourself if there's a bit of static.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Let me know if that happens. I think I've knocked the cable because I've hit the mic.
That sounds much crispier. That sounds better.
Yeah, I knocked the little cable up.
So I feel like I'm cheap now because I'm charging £4 per square metre for block paving, and that includes chemical treatments where necessary, mainly hypo, and then I'm coming back on a dry day to resand. And you're charging £5 to £5.50.
Now, one thing, the difference between us two is you don't take away waste. I account for taking away waste.
Ah,
So I'm adding that into my pricing. So if I didn't, I'd probably be around your prices.
right, okay. And whereabouts are you based?
I'm Bristol.
Bristol.
Bristol and Bath in between.
So I'm in the West Midlands for reference for everyone else.
Yeah, just southwest. So all my pricings I'm going to talk about is likely going to include waste removal because I don't mind taking away the waste, dealing with it. I can get rid of it quite locally. And people like it when you say take away waste. So
I've literally just jumped from £4 to £4.50. Ad says, well, I'm leaving room for like going VAT registered as well. So when I start charging that extra 20%, I mean, I'm due to up my prices around about this time of year, but I mean, if I'm just knocking on the door of becoming VAT registered, that's sort of going to do it for me, really, isn't it?
yeah,
I don't know.
I think with my pricing, I'm expecting to get to the point of VAT registered. Like I'm not scared of going VAT registered, so I've kind of built to possibly absorb it. So if I ever get that point, it'll be I'll put my prices down so the plus VAT will equal my original price, kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because at that point you're doing enough work that you can afford to do that, in my opinion. And
Yeah.
If you've got that kind of level of volume of work, it's not going to be tight every month. And
I reckon Ryan from Curbside would disagree with you there, because when he went back registered, he said, yeah, I just put 20% extra on.
Yeah. I've kind of built it into my idea from the start. Like I always knew that I wanted to push for like a big business and getting to that point, so I kind of had that as a pre-thought. If you don't have a pre-thought, then yeah, you probably want to do plus, but I'm set up ready to absorb in a sense. So that's just the way I wanted to do it. That could change. Who knows? I might just say no. It's that plus 20. Like I'm not at that stage yet.
Yeah.
So that is subject to change, but that's my kind of thinking at this stage.
Darren says, Jake, at one point you were averaging £4.85 per square meter, but you seem to have lowered your price since Jakey joined. How do you know I was doing £4.85 per square meter? I don't remember ever saying that. I might have posted a couple of quotes in the Discord. Where have you got that figure from? I'm interested to know. Sussex Pure Wash says, how much do you pay for your waste, Matt?
It's what, the waste carrier's license, or to scrap it?
I guess both.
I charge, I think it's like, I stack it all in the garden and take it in one big hit. So when I turn up, it's like, $250 or something. But it's like a load of it. I don't really have a huge thing on that. I just built it into my per square meter.
Yeah. You used to charge for washing and then a price for sanding and a price for sand. So yeah, on the smelt.club calculator, you can break it down depending on how much you pay for your sand and stuff. So if I'm doing like 75 square meters, my base price is £3 per square meter, and then you add sand on and stuff. I thought I was always coming out at around about £4 per square meter based on that price for the sand, but I don't know. It does vary. It definitely varies.
I think to just add to the question you just asked me about waste, the way I used to do it is I used to charge per sack. So I charged the customer, I think it's like £4.57. 57 pence worked out for the sacks. And then the £4 came from, it was roughly like £3.20 or something for the waste to be disposed of per sack or something silly like that.
All right.
I just rounded it up for the extra admin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just stack it and then just get rid of it in one.
You're literally thinking of everything, I feel like. Mm-hmm. You're like quite in depth with it.
Yeah, and like gutter waste and stuff, I'll take it away and I'll compost it. Mm-hmm. So within my prices, I'm like, I'll take the thing away, but I do composting anyway, so grow your vegetables out of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of good gutter waste. Obviously, there's some bad gutter waste that you don't want to do that with. It just goes down the tip. But...
Yeah. Jake, what happened to your live quotes? Oh, thank you so much. Very kind of you.
15 minutes late, but...
That's okay. It's okay. Do you want to say hi to Matt? Come say hi.
Hello.
That's my good ear.
Ew. Hello.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good. Good.
Sophie's just brought me up a Drambuie on ice.
Oh.
Taking it back already.
Thank you so much. Oh, you can. I mean, you guys can chat if you want. I don't want. Thank you. So the quotes on the live streams, I would do them again. Is if anyone's interested in seeing me put together like real life quotes, let me know, because I'm happy to do them. It just takes a little bit of prep because I don't want to give away people's like addresses and stuff and contact information. So what I used to do before the live stream is get some like Google Earth photos and stuff into a folder, and then we'd I'd pre-measure everything and then start compiling a quote together, send it off to the customer, and hopefully that night we got a response and we could see whether we sort of landed the quote or not. And I think that's a cool concept. If anyone wants to see me do that again, I'm happy to do it, but it took a little bit of prep on my end. And these days, the live streams are a bit more sort of wing it and see what happens.
Have you thought about like if you ever get a big commercial quote in, to do a like once you've finished the job, you come onto the live stream and go, this is how the process of quoting, and then kind of how you spoke to the owner of the facility or whoever's dealing with it, and then kind of just go backwards and forwards and then get to the end.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea, and I think with the live streams, because I get all these messages from all these different platforms saying, how do you do this? What nozzle are you using? What hose do you use? And I just say, come to the live stream on Monday night. I copy and paste the message and say, come and ask your questions in the live stream. I'll sit here and I'll just read every single message and I'll answer them all to the best of my ability. And that's sort of my way of giving back. So the live stream has always been that. I've never really planned stuff for the live stream because it's hard to focus on something while someone's asking me stuff. And so to go back and forth and stick to one subject is quite difficult for me. But if people want to see that sort of stuff, I'm definitely down to do it.
Yeah.
Should we get to the data of what?
So you're keep going off tangents.
Yeah, we do. So you're charging £5 to £5.50 per square metre for your block paving. This includes a resand. It includes a chemical treatment. I'm charging more like £4, potentially up to £4.50 per square metre. So I'm a little bit cheaper than you, but you're taking the waste away.
Yep.
Let's check out the data. Go on, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, yeah, it's like, and then maybe that accounts for sometimes poor drainage and the time I'm going to spend. The bigger the block paving, the more waste you're dealing with. So I charge maybe up to maybe even £6.50 on huge ones. If it was like 300 square meters, I'd be like, yeah, £6.50 because of the time. But that would just include everything. I won't add extra on for like poor water, whatever management.
So we've had 85 responses, as I said, from Manchester, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Telford, Yorkshire, Norfolk, Clydebank, wherever that is, Coach, Surrey. So there's been lots and lots of responses from all over the UK. And this data will be available in the Discord so that if you're based, for example, in Hull, you'll be able to see what other people in Hull roughly are charging, which I think is quite valuable. So block paving, pressure washing, including resanding, by far 44% of responses were at between £4 to £4.50 per square metre. So 38 people out of 85 are charging £4 to £4.50 per square metre for block paving. We don't know whether that includes a chemical treatment or not because we didn't ask. What do you think of that, Matt?
I think that's pretty reasonable. If we just assume that that's hypo and sand, I think that's that's a reasonable thing. It's in line with what I hear a lot of people charging. It's in line with what you charge. I think it's fair.
Up until fairly recently, I actually never, when I say recently, probably over a year ago now, but I never used to treat block paving.
Okay.
Because I only come across a few bad ones that actually had black spots and stuff. And I thought they were just sort of one-offs and that didn't really happen regularly. But now I'm just in the habit of, I'm going to sanitize everything. Like I see the hypo as more like, let's take it back to stage one. Whereas instead of just cleaning it, things are going to grow back quicker, which they do. You know what it was? The thing that changed my mind when it comes to treating block paving was I came back to a job that I hadn't been to for a while to pressure wash it again. And you can see my turbo lines where I'd been back and forth with the lance.
Okay, yeah.
And obviously you couldn't see that on the day because everything was clean. But when you're just cleaning with water and you're not chemically treating, the algae grows back in patterns. And if you've gone closer on one section than you have on another, you can literally see the swirls where the turbo's been, because in the pattern that the algae grows back.
Yeah.
And so,
the thing is, like,
go on.
Block paving is quite. I see the most lichen on block paving. I think it really likes whatever the content of it is. If it's like mainly clay or something, it just you see block paving. It's like that is the most lichen covered surface. And a lot of people don't realise that lichen is a symbiosis between a fungus and cyanobacteria, and it's spore based, so it will spread pretty quick. So if you just clean with water and you're not sanitizing, chemically treating, that's going to come back a lot quicker, and it's going to create more like algae all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
So really, by not chemically treating, you're not giving a longer clean time in the long run.
Yeah.
And I think for the cost of the hypo that goes down, it's just do it. Give the customer a full service.
Yeah.
They'll appreciate it in the long run.
So when I come back, it looked like that I almost double took and thought, God, who's done that? And I remembered it was me. I was like, oh my God, it's like less than 12 months and it looks like that already. And you can like, I thought someone had just done a bad job.
Yeah.
But it's just the way it grows back. Will hypo leave any marks on block paving or anything like that? You've got to be careful on certain types of block paving like granite. That can, I had it once where it can, if you leave it down for too long and there's iron deposits in the composite of the granite, it can draw those iron deposits to the surface and rust you, so you can see little rust specks all over the granite. That only happened once and I never used hypo on granite again. But most block paving, like block paving is either made out of like concrete or clay, and you're not gonna do anything to those surfaces with hypo really. The only thing that can happen, like Darren said, is that if you've got surfactant in your hypo, which you should have. I know Darren's talking about the salt. So if you don't rinse it off, hypo turns into salt afterwards, after it's finished its chemical reaction and it dries out and all the liquid evaporates, it leaves salt behind. And so you can see that quite clearly. And sometimes it'll turn into like efflorescence and it can stick to the blocks. But also if you've got surfactant in your hypo, which you should be using to help it foam up and stick to the surface where you want it to stay and to prevent it from evaporating too quickly before it's done its chemical reaction, and you don't rinse that off, you can sometimes see residue from the surfactant as well. Anything to add to that, Matt, or should we?
No, I think that's basically it. You nailed it.
So is there any like abnormalities here? So we've got 3 responses for £2 to £2.50 per square metre. Unfortunately, we can't correlate that as to where these people are based. It would be quite nice to know.
There is a way. I did discover it.
Oh, really?
But that would be more like Discord data.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've got responses at the top. There's like summary, question, and individual. You can actually go and see everybody's individual response. So you can figure out who did it, where, why.
That's interesting. So we didn't
but
take.
That's going to be Discord stuff.
Yeah. So we didn't take names or business names or anything like that. So we don't know who's submitted these responses, but we do know whereabouts they are. So a couple of people have put. No one's put less than £2 per square metre for block paving. A couple of people have put £2 to £2.50 per square metre. The rest is around about normal. We've got some people. 2 people are doing £6 to £6.50 per square metre. 1 person's above £7 per square metre. 3 people, time plus materials. 1 person's doing a day rate, which surprises me because I thought a lot more people were pricing up stuff using a day rate, because a lot of people you see on the Facebook groups all the time just charge a day rate, which I didn't. Try double clicking the bar chart.
Yeah, it didn't work.
No. And then we've got £6 plus VAT. So all these prices, I should have actually put that at the top. Did I put it at the top? Are they exclusive of that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Should we move on to the next?
What surprises me is someone's charging £2 a square metre and then they charge per hour for sanding. So I guess if they're returning a couple of days later and they're just doing an hourly rate, that kind of covers the time.
Yeah.
Which I don't see a problem with that as long as you're getting your money back from the materials on top of that.
Yeah, I suppose but then you've got a bit of a vague pricing structure. Then you've got price per square meter, and you've got to try and figure out your hourly rate.
Yeah.
And the issue I have with hourly rates and day rates and stuff is that a lot of us exterior cleaners aren't working every hour. So you could say £25 per hour is a great wage. But actually, if you're only doing 3 hours in the morning on a driveway, and then you're travelling and you're having lunch, and then you're doing like 2 hours in the afternoon on a couple of gutters and stuff, you're actually only working 5 hours out of what everyone else would be working as an 8-hour day. You're only working 5 hours, so you think your £25 per hour is good, but actually it's less than that because you work in a smaller day.
Yeah.
So
It's I think day rates and price work is quite all over the place anyway in any industry. Because you've got people that are quite happy to work for, £50 an hour. Some people are quite happy to work for £20 an hour. Some people are still on the £12 an hour, and I don't even know how.
Yeah. Do I have to register now? I want to start a business. In the UK, you only have to register as a sole trader or that you're self-employed once you've hit around about £1,000 in income. So if you've got this side hustle, or you're selling t-shirts or whatever, as soon as you sold £1,000 worth of t-shirts, that's when you have to register that you're self-employed and apply for self-assessment.
You don't have to go limited off the bat.
No.
Or PLC or anything.
Should we go to the next one?
Yep.
So I believe the next question is same question: pressure washing, slabs, natural stone. So so just for clarity, this was sort of Matt's idea, and he created a template for these questions and stuff. And I think you separated things like limestone, granite, natural stones, and you separated them all up.
Yeah.
Do you charge differently for all those different stones, for all those different slabs and stuff?
At some point, I will charge more for limestone, definitely, because it's more delicate. There's more things that can go wrong. I like to take time doing limestone. So I would charge maybe £1 more per square meter, so more on the 4 to 450 for limestone, but mostly, £350 for most things.
So whether it's concrete slabs, Indian sandstone, slate, the others I can't think of.
I've marble, porcelain.
Yeah.
The one thing that I have been thinking about, and this might sound crazy, is I might make Indian sandstone my cheapest at £3 a square meter.
Because it's fun.
Because I love the surface, it's my favourite because of the colour pop. It's the most impressive surface when you get a really grimy one. There's quite a lot of people that do have Indian sandstone, and I just want to win Indian sandstone because they make the best pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And I think by going in a little bit cheaper and trying to aim for more volume, I'm satisfied with the outcome that I don't mind being cheaper in that respect. But if it was like concrete or tarmac, where it's kind of like the results aren't as impressive, like,
agreed.
I want a standard price. But yeah, limestone. If I ever got something like marble, I'd probably charge a higher rate just because of the involvement in delicacy and things like that.
I don't think I've ever cleaned marble.
No, it's a rare one, but that I'm not super knowledgeable in what would be involved in marble, but I think it would just be just like limestone.
Max Clean Pro.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, you like a bit of Max Clean, didn't you?
I think it's great. It's a really good product.
Luke's come in with a 19-month resubscription.
Hey.
Daddy's regular around here, baby. Road to 24 months incoming. Heard first to 24 gets a free 21 litre per minute machine by Jake. Is anyone else? Someone did. I think it might have been Craig that did like a super long sub the other day. I can't remember who it was. Get up, Zach. 4 pints deep. So you said around about £3.50 per square metre for your slabs.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
Yeah.
So generally patios, most patios, whether it's porcelain, Indian sandstone, concrete, slate, all that sort of stuff, £3 for the clean. I'm always going to do a chemical treatment now, so it's £3.50 per square metre. And I've got a minimum price. We haven't talked about minimums, but I've got a minimum price of £125 for any pressure washing work. Have you got one?
I did. It used to be 145, and then towards the end of summer last year, I reduced it to 125. And I've been toying with the idea of removing my minimum charge this year. Because a lot of the sizes of things, I could, if it's close to, like, if it's just under minimum charge, I can just go, right, it's now £4 a square meter for that, just to make it up. But there's a lot of like very small patios I've been asked to quote for in the past, and we're talking like as big as like a desk, just a tiny bit of patio, and it's like I can't justify 145 on that. Can't really justify 125, and like 60 would be the absolute minimum. If you're not making 60 quid in your pricing structure anyway, then of course you've got the setup time and everything. But the way I've set the van up is I can turn up, unreel my hose, plug it in, just like you know how it goes with van mount setup. Your setup and pack up can be quite quick, and I'm like, if I can be in and out in an hour and make a decent wage for that, then great.
You've used less than £5 in fuel probably, and it's like,
Yeah, that's going to be a minimum. I'm going to have a minimum service area. I'll probably keep that like directly local to the hometown, like this area.
yeah, you don't want to travel for a
miles.
minimum. Yeah,
No, if I've got to travel 10 miles, it's not worth it. I'd have my minimum will be back to 145 or something. But if it's like 5 minutes up the road and I can be back home in 5 minutes, then I am happy to just go out, do it. Because there's no real difference to doing a quick gutter clean.
So the difference for me and you compared to someone who might just be starting out is they might not have a van mounted machine, so they're pulling their equipment out of the van and setting it up on the customer's drive or whatever they're doing. Whereas me and you just, I mean, there's a little bit of setup with us because I haven't got van mounted low pressure hoses and stuff. But if you can just pull your hoses out, plug them in, and away you go, that is so much quicker than having to hoik your machine out of the van and hurt your back in the process and set everything up.
The thing is for if it's like 5 minutes up the road, I've got a 250 litre tank which is mounted in a frame that I had designed, and it's all bolted to the floor, so I can fill that up and turn up with a full tank. So I can basically be pressure washing within 5 minutes of turning up.
Yeah,
and I've done that.
That's so valuable.
I've been in and out and done a job that I think it was like 90 quid. Because it was a little small thing. I was in and out and back home within 45 minutes.
That's crazy.
It's like, yeah.
Nathan says, is that including biocide in the £3.50? It'll either include hypo or biocide. I don't often use biocide on slabs unless it's something delicate like slate or limestone, or some sort of honed surface, where generally honed surfaces are a little bit different because I'm not sure whether to increase my price because I know I'm probably not going to get the result on the day, or decrease my price because it's a more specialist service that I'm offering and the customer's got to wait for the result with the biocide treatments. I'm not sure where I sit with that really, but I haven't done enough. Haven't done enough to figure that out. Let's have a look at the data.
Yeah.
So, pressure washing slabs / natural stone patios. We're assuming, by the way, the questions are assuming people are charging per square metre, but I've also added at the bottom time plus materials, day rate, and then other, so people can sort of answer the question however they want to answer it. So most people, 56% of people, are charging £3 to £3.50 per square metre for the slabs, as opposed to the £4 to £4.50 per square metre for the block paving. Surprisingly, this is pretty much so far identical to my pricing structure, and I didn't expect that. I thought I was either going to be super cheap or super expensive, and I wasn't sure which one it was going to be.
Yeah.
2 people are offering day rate, 4 people are offering time plus materials. 1 person's doing £4 plus VAT. And then another person said, I have a few variables with all pressure washing jobs. We've also added another section saying I don't offer this service, because we're aware that not everyone that's filling out this questionnaire is going to offer every single thing that we put on there. So that's quite interesting as well to see how many people don't offer these things.
Yeah.
And I posted these in just general exterior cleaning Facebook groups. So there's roof cleaning, there's gutter clearing, there's window cleaning, all that sort of stuff. So I think we're about right there with that one.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid pricing structure. 3 to 350, very popular. 4 to 450. I mean, depends on the area, I guess. I guess you got to account for, like, if you're more towards London, prices is going to be higher anyway.
I think that's the £5 to £5.50 per square metre. They're probably
London based. The 4 to 4 could be like on the outskirts. Going back to the block paving, like someone was above £7. That must be somewhere like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a guess, like.
Yeah. So on to the next, I suppose. There's not a lot more to say about that one. How do you navigate your day rate if the patio takes you 3 or 4 hours? That's the thing. I don't charge a day rate. I don't think it's valid. I don't think it's applicable in most cases. If you've got a labourer, you give them a day rate for working for you. But if you're turning up with all your equipment and your own fuel, and you're only working certain portions of the day, it doesn't make sense to charge a day rate because the job could take you an hour.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I think like a lot of my pricing is based on 100 square meters because that's about a good target for a day to get done. If you can get like 100 square meters of block paving done, clear up all the sand, done, and hypo it, and pack up and get out, that's about 500 a day.
Well, so fun fact.
As a business owner, that's pretty good.
So I did a garden centre this time last year, and it was 350 square metres, and I charged that at £4 per square metre. Actually, it was because I was doing biocide, it was £4.50 per square metre. So that took me, because I was on my own, I had a 15 litre per minute machine. It took me 2 days and maybe two and a bit days. If I was charging a day rate, I mean, what's my day rate? It's probably less than 400 quid, probably.
Yeah,
let's say
250 to 300.
Yeah,
that's about average.
Let's say 300 quid times 2.5 days. So 750 quid I'd have made on that job. In fact, I charged them 1,600 quid because that was my pricing structure per square metre. And I won the job, and I did it, and I resanded it, and I biocided it, and I've come out with a profit. So that is the difference of, I mean, what's 1,600 take away 750? 850 quid's difference. So if I'd have charged a day rate on that one, I'd have been 850 quid down on just over 2 days' work.
I think it's harder to justify a day rate to customers as well, because if you can't estimate your days well, and you're saying, oh, I'm £300 a day, I think it's going to take 3 days.
Yeah,
they're going to think, well, that's 900, but what if it takes 4? That's 1,200.
I hate that. As a customer, I would hate that.
Yeah, I would much rather price it. Sorry to cut you off. Price it, and then that is the price. If I've underestimated the time, they've got more time out of me. If I've underestimated the time, they've already agreed to the price. So there are no discounts. It's a business that if you're running a business, you have to make profit. Otherwise, it's pointless.
And also, you win some, you lose some. Of course, jobs are going to take longer than you expect. But it's like me and Zach said the other day. We did a gutter job. We turned up, unloaded the van, and he said unloading the gutter vacuum and the poles and stuff and packing them back up took longer than actually doing the job itself. We made 80 quid in about 35 minutes. We were literally in and out of the property, and we were on our way out. And he was like, we timed it, because we time a lot of our jobs because I think it's quite interesting. And he was like, we've just made 80 quid in 35 minutes. If you were charging a day rate, there's no way you're going to be able to do that sort of stuff. And fair enough, there's two of us there. I understand that. But also, you're not doing a job every hour. You're not, you know what I mean? Every hour of the day isn't covered in this sort of work. So,
and by charging a day rate, you're not preparing for eventualities. What if your van breaks down 3 days later, and you've all of a sudden got to fork out like 1,200 because it was a major fault?
Yeah.
And you're charging a day rate is like, how many days do you have to work to get that 1,200 back? Because you've just lost out 1,200, so now you've got to play catch up yourself. You're always chasing catch up. Whereas if you're on price, like a price work square meter, you know exactly what you're covering. And like you say, if you were £850 difference in that project, your van broke down, and it was like an £850. You've covered it. That job has now covered that eventuality.
Yeah, and it's not
broken even. Right.
Someone might look at that and say, well, you've ripped your customer off. like it's 800 quid, 850 quid more than you needed for that job. But it's also like, what about the jobs that I've lost out on, or what about the equipment failures that I've had, or what about the surprises that I hadn't accounted for, or the days where the weather's been terrible and I haven't been able to go out and do that job that I needed to do. There's
One thing I like to say is when someone says you're ripping someone off, it's like, well, the customer's agreed the price. They're happy with it. It's not ripping them off.
Yeah.
If you're intentionally going out and pricing high and trying to talk them into it and, you know, being sly and forcing them into a corner where they say yes, then yeah, you're ripping them off. But if you put your price on the table and be like, take it or leave it, and they say yes.
Yeah, like, here's my reviews, here's my before and afters, here's my portfolio, there's my price. Let me know what you think. And you're not doing a hard sell.
Yeah. And that's exactly why I put all the effort in, like we were speaking at the beginning of the stream. Put all that effort in because it shows that this is what you get from me. This is how I'm justifying my price.
If someone gave me a day rate and said, I reckon it's going to take a week, £400 a day, whatever, I'll be like, no, just give me a fixed cost. Even if it's higher than your day rate, I just want to know exactly how much I'm paying for this project. Yeah. Because if it runs over, and equally for the contractor, if he does it in 2 instead of 4, I'm like, he's just lost out on 800 quid. You know what I mean? Because he's done it in less time. And then you get into that weird thing where, are you dragging the work out because you want to earn? Yeah, the whole day rate thing where labourers are like, I'm going to work slower because I need to get paid for 7 days instead of 4.
Yeah.
And then you're just dragging projects on for no reason just because you want to get paid. It's like, I don't understand it.
Yeah, it gives a false sense of like, what are you going to do for your day rate or your hourly rate with the price work? The faster I do the job, the more profit I make. The slower I do the job, the more I'm going to lose out. And it's like, it forces you as a tradesperson to like have a target. I need to get this job done to the best of my abilities. I estimate 2 days. If it takes me 3, that's a misjudgment. Learning for next time.
And it kind of works out better when people are salaried, when you've got employees as well. If you've got them on a salary instead of a day rate, they're going to work faster because they just want to get home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand day rates. Yeah. Maybe once or twice if you've got a big project that you're helping a friend out with, like, here's my day rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hourly or day rate is great if you have a little machine. Defo not worth it if you have a decent equipment. Yeah.
Prime's got a good one.
Go on.
What about charging depending on the size? 50 to 80, 80 to 100, 100 to 150. That's, in my opinion, not a bad plan. I would probably make it more broad. So like, 0 to 150 is one price, and then the bigger projects are priced higher because the amount of work you got to do extra. I
tried this with a local grounds maintenance crew, and he feeds me a lot of work. And I said, look, if it's below 50 square meters, it's going to be this. If it's between 50 and 100, it's going to be this. You price the job. You let me know when you've got a job. If you've measured up, I'm happy for you to price it and just send me the work.
Yeah.
What if it's 105 square meters? It's like, when the margins are that big, and the cost difference is like an extra 60 or 70 quid. It's like, yeah, but can you sneak that in under that cost? And things start to get a little bit weird. So
you leave yourself open to, like you say, haggling and things, because people always want to deal, and then you feel obliged to win the job. But then you get to the job and it's like, it's only 7 square meters or something. But then you're like, could have done with that extra 70 for that. Yeah. Because you might have to return the next day because it's just gone dark. And it's like, that is the difference. I like to try, like I say, in big block paving jobs, like 250 square meters or something, I will charge more just because of the waste clear up and the management of it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's valid. And if you've got bad drainage or bad water pressure, that can totally change that job.
I wouldn't probably tell the customer between this and that it's that, and between this and that is that. That's from my information, and that's what I would work on.
Yeah.
So you can do it, just don't let people know, because as soon as you get 85 and you're 50 to 80, it becomes a problem. Yeah.
How much do you charge for moving furniture, plant pots, etc.? Generally, it's around about 15 quid to move pots off the. Unless if it's just a few, I'm happy doing that. But most of the time, I'll say, can you move the furniture and make sure we've got a free run, so we don't have to move anything. If you need us to do it, it's going to be about 15 quid. Because when you consider some people have got a lot of pots and they've got, I mean, we didn't do it on today's job. They had lots of pots and they had a big bench. It was quite heavy. And it all adds time to the job, whether you think it's going to be a simple thing or not. It all adds time to the job. And some people, some of these little old dears, have hundreds of pots. And that literally will add up to 40 minutes to an hour onto the job of you just moving pots onto the grass. And then when you put them on the grass, they get dirty on the bottom. So you've just cleaned everything and made it look lovely, but you've soaked the grass at the same time. So now the grass is sludgy, and then you're taking pots off the grass back onto the patio. And not only are your feet dirty, but the bottom of the pots are dirty. So now you have to rinse the patio again once all the pots are back into position. It's
a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. I'm trying to do gutter pricing. I'm stuck between the price per side or a set price for the type of house or bungalow. I can work out what's better. I can't work out what's better. We're actually going to get to gutters soon. They're further on down the list.
That's a good question.
I'm going door knocking tomorrow looking for work. Is this something you recommend? I've never knocked at... I tell a lie. I've knocked a few doors. Didn't enjoy it. I felt like a creep. I felt like a sleaze bag. Some people have lots of success knocking doors, though. So, have you ever knocked a door?
Nope.
Would you?
I dislike door knockers coming to my door in the first place, and I feel like I'm hypocritical. If I was absolutely desperate, I would. Because in desperation, you do things that you might not be comfortable with.
And you'll get work. If you spend a day knocking doors and you're well presented and you've got a decent leaflet, you'll get work.
I would say without the experience, when you say something, what would you recommend or whatever, I would probably say as long as you've got maybe a branded t-shirt, a flyer in hand, you've got a website or a social media presence you can point them towards and just like prove you are who you say you are.
A flower in hand?
Flyer.
I thought you said a flower. I was like, you're turning up to people's doors with roses. Like,
yeah, we're talking about flower pots. I probably put just direct them to show who you are and you're legit, and then leave them with the idea. If you're not really able to prove who you are and you don't have a presence, you've just started, you might just have the door slammed in your face.
The couple of times where I have knocked, I've been on the back foot, literally leaning away, saying, "Here's a leaflet. We're just in the area. We're doing a gutter clear up the road. We do pressure washing, roof cleaning, gutters. Let me know if you need anything. See you later."
Yeah. And
I'm sort of backing off as they're answering the door because I don't want to put anyone under pressure or on the spot or anything. I don't want to feel like these door-to-door salesmen. It didn't work. I didn't get any jobs from it.
I think I'd feel much more comfortable just knocking on the neighbour's door when you're in the middle of a job and it's like, "Oh, we've noticed your gutters. Here's some camera footage of like we peered over because we saw there was a plant in your gutter. Do you want it cleared?" Like, that's comfortable. You know what's been
super successful for me?
What's that?
When we're doing a job and we knock the neighbours and say, "Do you mind just moving your car a little bit because I feel like we're going to get a little bit of dirt on the side of the car."
Yeah, showing that care. Yeah.
Or there's a gutter running down the side of the house. Do you mind us coming onto your side just so that we can get that gutter? 9 times out of 10, they'll say, "Oh, would you mind giving us a price for ours?" Or like, "Could you give us a price for the drive?" 9 times out of 10, literally, you show that care. You're not selling anything. You're just saying like, "I'm trying to help you. Do you mind before I, come on your property or whatever?"
Yeah,
that sounded weird.
I think one I want to try with roof quotes is like, "Oh, we're doing your neighbour's roof if it's like a attached house. We're going to be chemically treating it. Do you want to either explore a roof clean if it's mossy or something, or if they're fairly good, do you want to expand on the chemical costs? Maybe we can share it."
Mm-hmm.
And then whilst you've got the tower, whilst you're already putting the chemical on, you could probably pick up another customer who might say, "Can you do my gutters while you're up there?" Oh, can I get a quote for this? It's like, I think, yeah, if the houses are connected, you've got more chance of upselling a service to the neighbour.
Cody said, "So the balaclava's too much."
So if it's branded, like,
Don't turn up in a hockey mask.
yeah.
Yeah, Liam did a video recently on door knocking. Yeah. Darren's in the chat. Welcome, Darren. You're right, mate.
Nathan Coyne, would you still charge 15 for an hour's worth of your time? No, it's not worth it.
To move pots? No, it's
For an hour.
It's going to be more than that. Yeah.
A lot of people forget that that's taxable. So £15 is what, £12 after you tax it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you think, oh, it's only an hour of my time, but it's like, well, why am I charging? I'm running a business. I'm not on a minimum wage, and £12 is like a bit of a minimum wage, but it's a minimum wage.
And also, moving furniture and pots is extremely physical, and most people don't do it right. Quid. Yeah, I don't do it right. I'm not lifting with my knees. I'm lifting with my back every time.
Yeah. It's that's the biggest problem you've got when dealing with some customers who don't understand what it goes into business. They might see like that much an hour. Oh, but I thought the minimum wage was this. It's like, I'm not a minimum wage worker. I'm running a business. You think you can't run a business on that.
Where were we?
We were talking about natural stone patios and things. We discussed the price.
How much you charging? How much you charging for your tarmac cleans? Have you done much?
I haven't actually done many. I think I've done like one.
We should clarify. Are you doing this full time?
Yes.
Okay.
But I haven't. My first pressure washing job of the year is on Thursday. I've spent the last 2 months just building, generating leads, doing admin work. I haven't picked up the pressure washer since I think the 20th of December.
Have you done gutters?
Yes.
Yeah.
A couple here and there, but I have the whole of January. I haven't done anything other than admin office work.
You said recently your sister is pushing your social media a little bit now.
Yep. So she's keeping on top of it regularly for me, posting regular to my profile, all the local groups, community groups and things. And
what are you doing? Sending her like just sending her pictures and stuff? Yep.
So she's got I organised a load of pictures for her. She's got pictures to choose from, and then I just told her I want to push this service, and she'll kind of feed them out in all the local groups. I think God knows how many groups we're in at the moment, but it's all over the place.
And what were you doing before? Because you said you were sort of spamming the groups and got nothing, and then your sister took over and started doing it, and she got more.
So I was writing a post on a community group or something, or on my page, and then I was clicking share, and I was just selecting every single group, and within 5 minutes I'd covered 60 groups. What it turns out is like Facebook it's not like a shadow ban, it's like they'll mute your page. They'll mute your post. So from what I understand, I'm not an expert on this. If you go onto your Facebook and you're in a group, you may see someone's like, a community group, there's a road accident or something, and it's on your profile every single day for like a week. And you're like, I keep seeing that post. Why? It's because that person's only written one thing and it's getting some engagement. If you're spam sharing, Facebook sees that as like you're logging in, you're doing something really quick and you're logging back out, and they want you to engage with the platform.
Right.
They want you to like hand type all your posts. They want you to, if you're sharing something, maybe write something along the top alongside the share.
Why do they give you that option then to share in multiple groups? Because I've done, when it says post to groups, and then it gives you a list of all the groups you're signed up to, and I wonder why it gives you that option if it's not.
There's a limit to how many you should be posting at a time. I think it's like 5 or 10 in one hit. As soon as you go over that number, it's detecting spam, so it just kind of hides you from people's things.
Right.
So the whole of last year, I got 2 confirmed jobs that I did and got paid for out of Facebook in the whole of 2024, and I had 2 more inquiries that never came through. Today alone, I've had 3 requests for roof quotes, a patio quote, and a decking quote. 5 things
just today,
Facebook in one day. Last week it was chaos.
So what's your sister doing differently that you weren't doing?
She's doing it across a day. Across the whole day, she might put one to 5 posts out in one hit, and then an hour or 2 later, she'll put another couple of posts out.
Specifically hand typed for that group.
Yep, she doesn't use ChatGPT or anything.
I mean, like she's not just sharing to multiple groups. She's going into one group and saying, "Hi, Inkborough Facebook page or whatever. We're in the area." Yeah.
Yep. They may be a copy and paste like between a couple of groups and just like changing a few words or something. So there's still like a level of automation in a sense, but it's not like a spam behavior. It's kind of like manual going in, typing it in. It's quite involved in a way. If you're busy flat out throughout the day, you might log in, just go, I want to share this, share that, share this, share that.
Yeah.
But if you can spend 5 minutes here and there, just like letting that water drain, just log into Facebook, post in your local group, you're going to pick up more engagement.
Yeah.
I think I've got the data here. I'd have to quickly log into Facebook. This might take a second.
Bees knees. Did you see me was it this morning or yesterday morning, going around the roundabout? I saw your van and I waved at you, but I don't know if you saw me.
What was it? Insights, professional dashboard. Here we go. So
it's annoying when neighbours have an issue with you coming on their property.
I don't have the data for last year, but I think like I got very minimal views, very minimal reach. A lot of people don't understand the difference between views and reach. Reach is one unique viewer. So if you see a post, that's reach. If you see a post twice, that's views. That's 2 views, 1 reach. They're one unique view. In the past 28 days, I've had a reach of 17,834 people see my posts with a total views of 41,000. I've had the most content interactions I've ever had on Facebook at 202. That's people liking the post, maybe commenting on the post, even clicking to open the post. My followers have grown ×2, so double in the last 2 weeks as a result. People are seeing my page, they're clicking
it's definitely
like,
working.
they're clicking follow. Yeah.
And you don't think that's just being more consistent? You think that's literally her strategy?
I think it's a mixture of the two. It's consistency, but it's also spreading your posts out through the week.
How do you get around Facebook community groups not allowing business posts? Some of them do and some of them don't, and you've got to read the rules on every single one, because some of them only allow business posts on Mondays or on Wednesdays and only post once a week. And it's like, these people, you got to imagine, the admins of these Facebook groups have created this group and they've got this little bit of power. They've got this little nugget of power over their whole community. We had one the other day where I posted a video to one of the local Facebook groups and she messaged me saying, no videos allowed, you can post 4 photos. I was like, okay, no worries. Posted 4 photos. And she responded saying, you've posted 8 photos, so we've taken the post down. And what it was my flyer, where I've got 2 photos, but each flyer is split into 4, where it's got 4 photos on each flyer, and it explains the services and stuff. So I just posted my flyer, and she's like, technically that's actually 8 photos, so you can't post that on my Facebook group, I'm afraid. Yeah. And we were just like, get a life. I know you love this little bit of power that you've got, but get a life, please.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like they're not paid to admin those pages. They're just doing it for the love and care of it. Yeah. I think to answer the question, how do we get around the community groups? We post to them, and if we get rejected, more often than not, we'll leave it and find another group. It's just experimenting. Which groups are you getting reach and engagement with? If you're posting to a group and it's not doing anything after 2-3 weeks, leave the group, replace it with another group that is working for you.
And also, don't just think that the ones that have got the most members are the ones to post in, because you might find that the more niche groups that not a lot of people have joined, but it's like a smaller area of town over in the corner, they've got a smaller number. It could be a couple of 100 people compared to the 20,000 people that are on the main page. If you post in that little page that's got a couple of 100 people, not a lot of people are posting in there, so you might actually get a couple of leads.
I was about to say that the smaller groups have been the most engaging. Yeah. Because if people are like in a 20,000 person group, a lot of people have probably muted that group because they're like, I don't want to see 50 posts an hour from that one group. Because all their timeline's going to be is that post.
Or you've got 5 other pressure washing businesses competing for the same audience.
Yeah. Whereas the smaller, like sub 1,000 groups have been the best ones so far, because there's less posts going on overall. There's more of a community spirit in there. It's quite nice, and there's less people advertising in them.
Yeah.
I'm sure eventually someone's going to and go, this is too spammy. You're doing like twice a week in this group or once a week in this group, and it's like, yep, fair enough.
Yeah.
Just tone it down once every 2 weeks in that group or something.
Yeah.
You just got to kind of play it by ear. And
we went off on a tangent. What's your price for your tarmac cleans?
I think it's around £4. I go for
£4. So
yeah.
Okay, you're more than me. I'm around about £3 just for the clean, but I'll always generally do a chemical treatment. So it's the same as slabs and stuff. It's like £3.50 per square meter with a minimum charge. Minimum
I
charge.
will max clean tarmac.
Do you pre-treat or post-treat?
So depends. If it's really, really algae and mossy, I might put some max clean down, get it all rubbed in and agitated, then pressure wash. I'll always finish it with max clean and then biocide. So
you know, max clean contains biocide.
Yes, it's a QAC, a quantum. It's not quite back 50 or DDEC.
But even though you've washed it off, it's still absorbed into the surface.
So it's contact killed, and then you rinse it out, and then the back 50 gives you that longevity. Once it's absorbed.
But you're still applying biocide afterwards, even though you've still got the effect.
Yeah, because they work together. They work in harmony.
All right.
So I don't see the problem. You get the longevity out of the back 50, and you get like an instant clean result because there's a degreaser in max clean as well.
Is there?
So it's kind of that replaces the hypo on the hypo non-compatible hypo surfaces in my eyes.
It's almost like putting synergy on it, but you can't. You can't use synergy on tarmac, can you?
Yeah. So.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't often use max clean. I've got it. I never really pull it out.
Yep. It's probably my most used after hypo in a sense.
It's like fine for all surfaces, isn't it? Pretty much. So it's
mostly,
it's like a good one to carry. Do they do it in 20-litre drums or is it just 5 litres?
I only buy it in the 5 litres because it's only 1 to 20 dilution, so I didn't see the point of getting anything bigger. I don't know if they actually do bigger.
Have a little peek. I'm sure you can buy it by.
Yeah, you can buy anything from Pure Seal by however you want it.
And it's cheap actually. When you look at it,
it's £48 off the top of my head for a 5 litre.
Considering the dilution, what are you putting it down to? 1 to what?
20 to 30 to 1 or something like that.
Really? See that? I might have to look at this in a little bit more depth and just try it out a little bit more often, because I mean you can see it working because it just turns everything orange pretty much instantly.
Yeah.
Show us your van setup, Matt.
Yeah, I'll have to pop in the Discord. I'll get some up-to-date photos.
Have you not got nothing that you can pop in now? No worries.
Not anything recent.
What a disappointment.
Yeah, what a disappointment. I'm really bad at taking photos. I forget.
You struggled with your before and afters, didn't you?
I've really got to drill in. Like I literally on every single booking, I've got make sure you take before and after. So when I look at the booking and the address, I'm like, yeah, phone. Because I've never been the kind to like pull out my phone and take a video or a snapshot or something. Like I'm quite happy to leave it as a memory.
That's like the first thing I do. That is why I do the job. You know, sometimes the reason I take on certain jobs is for the photos. The photos are everything. Yeah. And then it's like, this would make a good video.
My first 6 months of jobs, I probably didn't take photos of 75% of them.
So that feels like that feels like such a missed opportunity.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, did you value a portfolio before that though? Because I know some people think, I just want to do the work. Like I just want to get the work in. But also, the work you're doing is an advert for future work.
Yeah, and that's something that I've learned the hard way. A lot of my jobs last year, I did end up taking before and afters, and I haven't posted them yet because I specifically saved them for this year for the spring. So I've got content to post regularly. Yeah, which goes into what we're doing now. So
that's a good idea.
Having a back, I thought, well, rather than post once every couple of days or every week or something, I'll have something where I can consistently post like twice a week. So
Yeah.
from March onwards, it's going to be, we got content coming up, and then every new job adds to it. So I've got a process now.
Zach says in the chat, sometimes we price cheaper knowing it's going to be good content, which is true.
Yeah.
Like if we've got a really good roof scrape, which is going to just be insane, like before and afters, it's like we
Yeah.
want to win that job, and it's going to be harder, but it's going to make for a great video, or it's going to make for a great before and after.
I've got a really interesting job coming up in March, which I've underpriced on purpose for that reason. It's really old houses with lots of like bath stone, all the window frames and everything. They're an absolute mess. I'll put the photos in the Discord. And they're going to come up really nice, and it's going to look really fantastic. And it's for the parish councillor for the town.
Ah,
So it's like I'm wanting to make an impression on that because, that could. It's one of those little towns where they're retired and they've got like
they all know each other.
decent properties behind them.
Yeah.
They've all got like older things. It's I'm not trying to say it like money eyeball kind of like thing, but it's like
It's marketing, it's business, isn't it?
Yeah, if you nail that job for the parish town councillor, then you're gonna probably generate more work. So
Yep.
I've underpriced it on purpose because I think it might generate some more work in the area, which would be really nice.
So remind me what your price on the
Tarmac was for.
tarmac was £4 per square metre. So
That includes max clean and bio.
so we're about right. I mean, I'm £3.50, you're £4.
Yeah.
We're about right. 41% of people have chosen £3 to £3.50. 31% of people have chosen £4 to £4.50. One person is above £7 per square metre. There's one person here that's really expensive on every job.
Yeah.
Someone else is doing time plus materials. 7. Okay, so of 82 people, block paving, everyone offers this service. Slabs and natural stone, everyone offers this service. Tarmac, 7 people don't offer this service. So 7 people that offer pressure washing don't offer tarmac cleaning.
I don't. That's an interesting one to me. I thought, why?
I wouldn't.
Tarmac is a very common surface to come across.
It's common, but would you
Driveways.
describe it as more difficult?
I don't have the amount of experience with tarmac than I do other surfaces, so I have not found a difficulty difference yet. It does require a bit more care, I guess. Make sure you're not got loose aggregates that you're chipping out, and you're not damaging the surface further. So there can be some difficulties with it.
I think with tarmac, I set the customer's expectations, and especially if it's an old tarmac, I'll be like, you're probably going to lose a lot of material, especially around these edges where the weeds are coming up through. And you might find that after I've cleaned it, it's probably going to be a little bit more faded than what it was before, because I'm going to essentially take a surface layer off. Even though I'm using like 120 to 140 bar, we're still going to take that top layer off, and most of that black is actually just algae. And once I've cleaned the algae off, it's just going to expose all the grey aggregate and stuff.
Yeah, I think going forward with tarmac, I'm probably going to offer it with repairs and sealer.
Yeah.
Like, there's almost no reason not to effectively restore it.
I generally always, like Darren says, when it's wet, it looks great, but when it dries, you can very clearly see.
Yeah.
Very, very clearly see the bits that you've missed, and it stands out like a sore thumb.
It's not dissimilar to the next question, the resin, in a sense. In a weird way, there's a few similarities between the two.
Yeah. The issue with tarmac is that you can't treat it with your average chemical. So like you say, you can't just throw a load of hypo down and hope that it clears up the rest of the algae that you might have missed.
I think that's where the power of your equipment and machines come in. I think you'll struggle to get a decent result on tarmac with a 10 litre versus a 21 litre of a decent surface cleaner. I think a surface cleaner on tarmac is probably going to be your best friend.
Yeah.
You can get a good result with just a pan nozzle and a lot of care, but I think you'll leave a lot of lines.
In figure of eights, surface cleaner.
Yeah.
Not sort of straight lines.
This is a question that I've got. A lot of people go on straight lines on all surfaces. I random motion everything. And I've never seen the reason to walk backwards and forwards in straight lines on any surface.
So
I'm intrigued to why people do that.
So I used to do straight lines on tarmac, up in one direction and then across 90 degrees to it.
Mhm.
Because on the first time that I tried to do figure of eights, I came back a couple of days later to seal the block paving, and I noticed little triangles
Where you've missed bits.
that I'd missed when I was going in the figure of eights and stuff. And I was like, I can't believe I've missed that. I thought I covered everything, because once everything's wet, it's all dark and you can't really see where you've been. It's very difficult to see where you've been with tarmac.
Yeah.
See you, Darren. Thanks for popping in, mate. And so I started going in lines so I could make sure that I hit everything. And as long as you're using the correct nozzles and low enough pressure, that works very well. But it is a risk. On certain types of tarmac, it's definitely a risk, because you can leave very obvious tram lines. But if you're doing a random motion, you're less likely to leave tram lines, more likely to miss little triangles every now and again, I'd say.
I'm quite OCD when I clean, so I'll do 2 or 3 passes, even if it's clean.
I mean, that's fine on a small area, but when it comes to a
big areas, it's impossible.
Yeah. Does the buyer side not take care of those triangles? Potentially, but it's whether the customer's satisfied with leaving little triangles all over their drive for a couple of months until it clears up.
Yeah. I think it's just like being aware of where you've been, trying to like overlap your last bits, and it's just being on it, isn't it? So it's easy to make mistakes and miss things, and especially when everything's wet with tarmac, you just.
And I can pretty much guarantee that 95% of people aren't treating tarmac when they're cleaning it. So you're probably an anomaly in that you're using Max Clean Pro on tarmac. I bet most people aren't. Yeah,
that's probably why I'm not getting triangles. I probably missed a load of spots, and then
well, not necessarily, but it's definitely going to help the cleaning, isn't it? It's going to lift a lot of that grime off the surface before you even go in with the pressure washer.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're about right with the tarmac cleaning then.
Yeah.
A few anomalies.
I'm gonna ask you this one: where are you at with resin cleaning?
Resin. Hello. Oh, thank you so much. You all right? Am I making you angry? No? You still joking? Okay, that's good. She's still in a good mood. I asked for another Drambuie. She came up like... So, resin, Zach says don't drink it.
Don't drink it, yeah. Do we want to answer some questions before we move on?
Let's go.
Because there's a lot of text I think we've missed.
Go for it. Do you want to read them out? I prefer hypo.
Some good points. Sometimes we price cheaper for it's good content. There was a really good question that I wanted to go back to and I lost it.
Policy violations from Meta. Please submit an appeal.
Oh, have you been bad boy again?
Flagged for violating our policies. I doubt it. I reckon that's probably spam. Can I go for a wee while you manage the chat?
Yeah, go for it.
You sure?
Go for it. Yeah, sure.
Don't want to put you under any unnecessary pressure.
Nah, it's
Excuse
fine.
the pun. Back in a sec.
Chat. Let's all kick off. Let's ban him from his own chat. How do we disconnect him? Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look at some of these questions. Based on where was that? There was a really good question, and I'm struggling to find it. Sorry, guys. That's the Facebook stuff. It was before that. Right. Whoever posted the really good question, please type it again. Matt Saber Cleaners. Yeah, I tried to make my setup. I'll have to get some photos. If you're in the Discord, you'll see the photos. I'll post them. I tried to make my setup pretty much as plug and play as possible. So turn up, get plugged in, get going. I aim to be pressure washing in 10 minutes of getting up to a job.
Matt's our new leader.
Yeah. They were all They were about to riot. I calmed it down. It's all good. I can't find the good question. That's really annoying me.
Don't worry, that's okay.
He'll be there. I've asked them to post it again. Whoever it was, they'll know who they are.
Quickest wee ever. I don't wash my hands. There you go.
There it is. At what point, driveway size, do people change price?
Good question.
On a sliding scale, and do you use a sliding scale?
Me and Zach were talking about this the other day. When it comes to like, this is probably in the realms of like commercial work. But when it comes to, you've got a larger surface area, I'd say probably anything over around about 150 square meters, and you're going into the realms of probably potentially winding down your price per square meter for certain surfaces. And I spoke to H2O about this, and I'm sure they won't mind me saying, but they said, so I said, with commercial work, like you're lowering your price, and they went, no, you up your price for commercial work because you've got to plan for those what's the word? Plan for the potential
Missed
things going wrong, basically.
Yeah.
A good word for things going wrong. You've got to plan for those.
Disaster.
Yeah. So, but I feel like on residential properties, you probably wouldn't do that. But when it comes to commercial work, it might be a case of upping your price per square meter. Where would you be at with that?
I think on commercial work you should charge more because there's more to it. I don't know if you've openly said what you charge extra for now in terms of certain paperwork, but I think that's a really good idea. Is that
yes? So Zach
willing to do it?
Yeah. So Zach, we did a commercial quote the other day, and Zach just put on an extra 250 quid if they require RAMs. Because
I think that's a fantastic idea because that's admin time, that's extra time. You've probably got to go back to inspect like the site again, or spend more time on site looking at potential hazards. It's all chargeable. I mean, commercial have a budget. You're not trying to sell to a domestic person who's looking after their own house that might have a certain budget. You're charging money to a company that has a budget. The people who work there obviously have to try and protect that budget, but they're not going to be they're not going to like cling on to the money factor.
It's not a residential customer that's got they've been paid this month, so they'd love to be able to get their roof cleaned.
Yeah,
it's a commercial business. They've got funds set aside for maintenance. Yeah, and that's the word I was looking for, David. Unforeseen circumstances.
Yes,
because if you get something that goes wrong on a commercial scale, it could alter the business. It could literally be the difference between the business going under or becoming incredibly successful. You know, it really can be that big.
Yeah. I would go as far as saying if you're going to do commercial work, your insurance probably wants to be a minimum of 5 mil in liability. And I'm actually considering upping mine to 10 mil for commercial work.
I think
just for that extra.
Most commercial customers would require like a 5 mil minimum.
Yeah. For the price difference between 5 and 10 mil, I think it was like 80 quid or something.
Yeah.
Like that's next to nothing over the year.
Have you found that you've lost out on work because you're not that registered? I wouldn't know. I just wouldn't know.
I want to go limited just because you're registered at a company's house then. You can probably go more into commercial work. You've got more of a presence within the legalities of HMRC and things like that.
I bet if I asked Zach, he'd say it's probably a lot of commercial customers that haven't been in touch because they've noticed I'm not limited. I'd
say now you've got employees, you should probably look at limited. Because limited gives you the ability to it takes your personal liability out of the question. As a sole trader, you'll be personal liable for anything that goes wrong, whereas the company is liable. And the company in limited can go bankrupt and it protects your personal assets. As a sole trader, you can be bankrupted.
Yeah.
And that's your personal funds included.
They can take your house.
Yeah, you have no protection. I think working with chemicals like this, if you were to have a catastrophic accident and someone's child was injured or worse, you can be taken for everything you own if you're not covered
Yeah.
in a limited business. I think limited businesses, I don't know a huge amount about the process, but there's more cover and more protection. I think it's worth going limited. So I'm looking to go limited this April for that reason. Removal of personal liabilities.
Your RAMs should be in place every single job. That's true. You've that's where it comes to like having a health and safety policy and like a generic method statement for every job. It's not something you're certainly not gonna type up a fresh RAMs document on every single job.
Yeah.
Your RAMs are generic, will cover all the work you do. Not necessarily. I think a lot of commercial customers, specifically schools, will require like what does that call them the other day? It's a site-specific RAMs. I think that's what he said.
A lot of people don't realize how a generic template can be a bad idea as well, because it might miss out some crucials. If you're doing, say, a commercial roof clean and you have to set up a tower and you're blocking a fire escape on that particular thing, you have to note that down in the RAMs. A lot of people forget that.
And also, like,
you shouldn't really block the fire escape, but say you were forced to for time, that is something that's really against you.
Yeah,
note it down.
And also little things like having to close off a pavement. There's very specific things that, and lots of places will, especially schools, they've all got their own health and safety coordinators or inspectors or whatever, which need to justify their job. They're so excited that they've got this job at the school, and they're going to go around and do everything possible to make them feel valuable. And so they'll make your job an absolute nightmare, and they won't even let you get up a ladder. I was talking to the boys today about a school in Worcester that I had to go and clear all the gutters, and they wouldn't let me use a ladder because you're just not allowed to use ladders on our site, I'm afraid. So you need to use your poles, which I was going to do anyway, but if you need to inspect the gutters, you either need a drone or you need a camera on the end of the pole. I was like, okay, well that complicates things, but imagine not being able to use a ladder to clear gutters.
Yeah. It's to protect you as well. It protects them with their liability. They don't let you up because if you have an accident, they're just as liable. Insurances go both ways. They have their protection policies for you as a worker. I think it makes I understand where it's coming from. It is frustrating when you're like, I can just put a ladder up and be done in 5 seconds, but now I've got to get the camera out, put it on the pole, connect it up, take the recording. Oh, it's disconnected, bring it back down, reconnect it. It's frustrating, but
yeah. Zach said that's not specific to schools. A lot of sites won't let you use ladders. It's very common. Okay. I didn't know that.
It's like when you're working with like 240 volts on things, really you should have a transformer and 110. Even if you're working on little residential things, you're still a business.
I don't understand that.
I think Darren XTX would be the best person to explain that. I don't want to comment on something I'm not familiar with.
Darren's great with the health and safety stuff. I feel like I should have him on just to throw questions at him. Yeah.
That'd be good, but
the 240 volt versus the 110 is very confusing to me because I feel like power is power, but I guess not.
Yeah, it is. You're just less likely to have a catastrophic accident, I guess.
Have you thought about using
a cable?
Have you not thought about using drones? I used to have a drone. I used to be a store manager at Maplin, and I bought a drone so cheap. These drones just came out. It was the Mavic Air Pro Mini. Mavic Air Mini, I think it was. And these drones were like 900 quid when they first came out. Because I was a store manager, I got this discount. And I got about 40% off, which is massive. And I bought it cheap. And I was filming loads of car shows with it. And like I was putting some YouTube videos together and stuff for my old channel that I had. And then when I started this business, I sold my classic car to buy a van, and I sold my drone so that I could purchase equipment for the business. Forgetting that a drone is perfect for this industry, and so I've just never bought one since. But like, I do like the idea of having a drone, but there seems like there's so much, so many more regulations that have come out about how high you can fly them, whether you need a license and all this sort of stuff. I just can't be bothered, to be honest.
It's a lot. I do all my roof cleaning quotes with Radiant Bristol, Dan, shout out. And he recently picked up a drone, and we do all our like visual inspections from that. We're gonna start. We haven't done it yet, but he's picked up his drone. Because we can really get up there and look. The old method is I stick a camera on the stick and get close to the tiles and just check conditions.
Is that the old method? Your old method?
Going to be the old method.
I thought that was quite advanced.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course, it works. But I think having that bird's eye view and be able to get close down, see like the ridge tiles and things like that, that's going to be super valuable, I think. And if you're turning up to a roof inspection with a drone, the customer's going to think, okay, they're really inspecting.
Yeah.
I get up in the loft. I make sure that every quote, if we're going to do pressure washing, we're up in the loft. I've got a tick box sheet somewhere, tick it all off, and the customer gets a copy and everything, and they agree that they're happy for us to go forward based on the inspection.
We caused a leak the other day. We did a roof clean. Ooh. And I'd sent the customer my waiver, so you've probably seen my roof cleaning waiver, to say that I'm not liable for any leaks. Like if your property's, you've got to make sure your property's watertight and all that sort of stuff. And he had a new kitchen, and we were cleaning this roof, and it was the quickest roof I've ever cleaned. There was 3 of us, 2 pressure washers. I think we turned up slightly after 9 o'clock, and we were done before 2 p.m. That's roof pressure washed, all ground surfaces cleaned up, windows cleaned, gutters cleared, biocided by like before 2 p.m.
Yeah.
And as we were cleaning up, he said, he said like, we've got a leak. And Zach was like, the customer's got a leak. And I was like, shit, no, not again.
Damn.
And so I popped inside, and it was a very minor drip coming from the new kitchen ceiling that had not long been plastered onto the surface, like the most obvious place on the kitchen surface. And I popped outside, and I thought, there's got to be a place where this leak coming from, so it's not an accident. And I popped outside, and I had a look, and the tile that's lifted in the corner, it was like that before we started washing, but the tile's lifted. And I'm thinking we've probably gone in there with a turbo nozzle very quickly, and
forced it up and under.
Yeah. And he said, and when I looked and I took a picture, I said, you know what, the paint is all cracked along there, and the paint is cracked along the side as well, and on that damp patch, I mean, it's only been dripping for the last half an hour. The paint wouldn't have cracked in the last half an hour. I reckon that paint was cracked before, so you've probably had a damp spot there for a while, and we've just sort of exposed it by putting so much water on the roof. Yeah. He was like, yeah, fair enough, I take your point, yeah. And so we sort of talked our way out of that one a little bit, but also having that waiver in place was so important, because he read it, he understood it, and he signed it, and it's like...
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Get a customer signature. If you're going to put water on a roof, it's the best thing you can do.
Yeah.
There's, obviously, we'll get to the roof cleaning, I guess, but yeah, liability is needed.
Yeah. Regarding drones, anything under 249 grams, the drones are pretty much okay to do anything, apart from like flying in certain airspaces and stuff. So the bigger drones you wouldn't be able to send up, but the smaller sort of hobbyist drones. I mean, that Mavic Mini is like 4K 60 FPS, beautiful footage, and it's tiny, and it's well under that limit.
Yeah.
Oh, Bee's Knees has got a drone. You can lend me your drone, mate.
There we go.
Thank you. Did you see me the other day? I don't know if you replied. I don't know if you saw me. I was going around a little roundabout, and I saw your van.
I see Pug Bug UK asking a few times, do we have a minimum charge? So just to address that, yes, you should always have a minimum charge if you have to hit a certain target. I personally, like I was saying earlier, I'm removing my minimum charge for my local area, but I'm going to remain at 125 absolute minimum to turn the pressure washer on in anywhere else.
Yeah, I feel like that's traveling to a job, turning the pressure washer on, unpacking everything out of the van, using your fuel, 125 quid. You're going to be there at least an hour on most jobs, aren't you?
Yeah. I've actually got a job on Thursday, first pressure washing of the year. She called me out to get a quote. It's 6 square meters of block paving.
Oh no.
And I was like, I can't, she, it's an older lady, doesn't have a lot. And I'm like, I can't charge a minimum charge 145, can't charge a minimum charge 125. I upsold the absolute back of the house, patio and stuff. Didn't measure it. It was way bigger than minimum charge. And I said, look, do you a deal. I just want to get the pressure washer turned on, make sure it's good for the summer.
Yeah.
145 all in, and it should have been about 250. So I've underpriced it, but
This is
I would
something
have not had the job in the first place because she didn't have a huge amount of funds for it.
Yeah.
But it's covered in algae and slimy and everything. I think she's got like a walking frame and things, and just give give her a good summer out of her garden, get some pictures, it'll do the job.
This is something I forgot to mention earlier when you were talking about minimum charges.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a job that's tiny, little pressure washing job, or they've asked you to come out and clean the conservatory roof and it's tiny, ask them to make it worth your while and say, like, can I clear your gutters? Do you need windows and frames cleaning? Do you need this? Do you need that? Like, I offer all these services to make it worth my while, so I don't have to charge you the minimum charge on the pressure washing. I can do the pressure washing for 40 quid if it's tiny, but I want to clear your gutters at the same time and charge you 80 quid for the gutters. Like, if you can charge them for multiple services, you can get away with doing that one cheaper.
And take their details, upsell them. I have almost filled out the entireties of March and April just by contacting people I serviced last year.
Nice.
Upsold them work. Every single gutter quote I did, I said I'll come and do an inspection. There's quite a few trees overhanging, so they're going to need to be done again. And 3 of them want pressure washing out of me. And all it was a quick text message. Hey, I serviced you last year. This is Matt from Onyx.
That's lovely, that is.
I'm just seeing if you're looking for any other services. I remember we had the trees overhanging. Do you want me to check your gutters? And one of them said, yeah, come and do that. And then quote me my patio, my decking, my driveway, my gutters, my soffits, fascias.
So good.
My conservatory.
Yeah. That's so nice when that happens.
And I generated a roof clean out of one as well because their gutters are going to be full again. And we spoke about their moss, and now they're wanting a roof quote.
Yeah.
Which they weren't in a position to do in the end of winter. So it's like, if I didn't text them, I don't know if they would have got in touch. So always make sure to keep your customers. I've upsold a couple of biocide treatments to maintain. Quite simply, just turn up 150 quid for the service, done. Be there less than an hour applying it, and it's like, if I didn't contact them to say, hey, we can renew your biocide if you don't want to go through the deep cleaning method. So I think a lot of people try and hold out for that 400 quid job again, but they don't realize that's going to come the year later.
Yeah.
Sell them half the service for half the price and do it more regular.
Maintain it, keep the customer happy, make sure the patio's looking good all year round.
Yeah. And one of my biocide treatments want me to do it every 6 months as a result, which they wouldn't have done if I didn't tell them that I can do it for them.
Yeah.
So now March and October, I've guaranteed a job and it's booked in.
I don't know if anyone's seen my latest video that I put out tonight about the solar panel cleaning, but the last job on there, the guy messaged me saying, like, I'm really happy with the solar panels, thank you. And he said, can you give me a price on the patio? And I said, yeah, patio is going to be 160 quid. It's going to come up really nice because it's like Indian sandstone with loads of black spots all over it. Like, I can make that look really nice. Cheaper than what I'd probably charge if it was just a patio, but because he's had his solar panels done and his gutters cleared. And he's like, oh, looks like that's going to have to be a job for a little bit later on, a bit more than we expected. I said, look, we've had a cancellation Sunday morning. I'm really keen to fill the gap. I'm happy to work with you on price. Like, I pushed him without pushing him, and he still didn't come through with it. But he said,
but he'll bear you in mind for next time.
Yeah, and I never hard sell. I never do the hard sell, but it was such a good patio. It was it was going to be such a good transformation. I was like, I'm really keen to get this in for Sunday morning. If you want it, like, I'm happy to work with you on price. But it was like, no, we're gonna leave it till a little bit later on in the year. I was like, damn it. But
yeah,
Oh well. Um,
How much would you charge for a 6 monthly biocide? So it'd be based on the job and the size of the job and the stuff. I think the minimum charge for me is going to be about 150.
ooh, £75 for me. £75 minimum charge to apply biocide, and then it's £1 per square meter after that. So if it's 150 square meters, £150 to apply the biocide.
Yeah. I think it's it's not a specialist treatment as such, but it's a maintenance, and they don't have to go through the deep.
It
cleaning,
is. It is
and
a
it's still
specialist
way
treatment.
cheaper.
I don't think many people that are doing pressure washing are offering biocide.
Yeah.
I think biocide is a relatively, I don't want to say it's a new thing because it's not. People have been using biocide for years, but I think it's only really picked up momentum with people watching people like Sid on YouTube and biocide and roofs and all that sort of stuff. I don't think a lot of people are using biocide on ground surfaces.
Yeah. I think it's a convenience thing as well, because you turn up to a job, you do the pressure washing, you've made all this mess, you've cleaned it all up, you've got to rinse everything down. Customer's probably going to have to call their window cleaner in if you're not willing to clean the windows, or for whatever reason you're there most of the day. Whereas if you can turn up and do a similar end result with a maintenance and be in and out within an hour, not inconveniencing the customer, they don't even have to be in some regards. You're not using their water.
Yeah.
Well, you might be, but yeah.
How much biocide maintenance on a roof? I'd say probably minimum 150 quid, particularly if you can do it from the ground, which a lot of people are these days. But you can biocide a roof from a ladder. Like, you're not up there for very long. As long as you got all the PPE, I think you're fine.
Yeah. Mine would be about 250, I think.
Really? Minimum?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it means that you're prolonging, because a roof is probably going to be biocide every 12 months, whereas ground surfaces are probably going to be every 6 months.
Yeah.
So you could probably get away with charging a little bit more for a roof because it is more effort. You're getting the ladders off the van, you're getting up onto the gutter line, and
yeah. I tell everyone between 12 and 18 months have it looked at, and if people are happy to go on 18 months, then that's more of a spread for them, and you can charge a bit more for that, because it's like, I haven't been for X amount of time.
Yeah,
probably charge like a bit more.
I'd say as a rule, ground surfaces you want to be offering a maintenance plan of every 6 months, roofs every 12 months. If you clean a roof, or if you scrape a roof and then you start biociding it every 12 months, like they're never going to have moss on that roof.
Yeah.
Or you could leave it until they start to see moss coming back, but at that point you can end up scraping it again. Zach said, did the same with the roof clean we did the other day. We offered him a great price to get it done in January, as we had 1 day spare that we wanted to fill. Literally knocked off about 150 quid and said it was our quietest season. Yeah, that was the one where we got that slight leak. We said, look, it's January, we want to get it in for January. You're about 150 quid cheaper because it's January. Take it or leave it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just watch your video on the solar panels. We are cleaning 7,000 council houses solar panels. They are absolutely thick with algae and moss liching. Liching doesn't come off with pure water alone. That sounds like a pain. I'm not sure I'd want... See, this is the thing with like commercial jobs and stuff. I'm not sure I'd want a contract that big, because for the effort that you're going to put in to clean all those solar panels, you can't. I'm charging 17 quid per panel. You can't charge 17 quid per panel on a big contract like that. You know what I mean? We used your TFR on them, and you can see the algae running off and the panels turning blue like they were new. Ooh, my TFR.
Yep.
There you go. Should we go on to the next?
Juice.
Smelt
Jake
juice.
juice.
Don't call
Jake
it
juice.
smelt juice.
Smelt sauce.
That's gross.
I'll go on Photoshop later and remake the label.
We need to keep it moving. It is the drive
We
tech,
did.
yeah. We need to keep it
Resin.
moving. Are we talking resin?
Yeah, we didn't get that far. I asked you the question, we went off tangent.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm around about £4 per square metre for resin, because I'm very aware that it takes a hell of a lot of rinsing.
Yep.
And you'll find that a lot of resin, well, all resin is permeable. So you'll put water down on the surface. You'll be using your surface cleaner or your turbo nozzle, and the water just disappears.
Yeah.
And so Same with the chemicals. Chemicals just get absorbed, and so you generally have to use a lot more hypo on a surface like resin than you would normally. And also, when you come to the end of the job, once you've cleaned everything and chemically treated it, when it comes to rinsing everything off, you'll find that with a rinse, you'll be pulling a lot of dirty water up from underneath the resin, because remember, you got that sub base underneath, and you're almost making more. I've not experienced it to this extent before, but other people have said you're basically endlessly rinsing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever cleaned resin? Because I know resin's quite rare for a lot of people to.
Yeah, I've done a few.
Have you?
I go in first with the FSC, cutting in your edges and the usual. I hit it with Max Clean Pro. Degreases it, everything. Yeah, Max Clean Pro is one of my favorites. I will then go and rinse that out with the FSC and get that all gone, and then let it sit for a bit, and then I'll hypo.
That's crazy. You're pre-treating with Max Clean.
Yeah.
So you're going over with the surface clean, and then you're hypoing it as well.
Yep. Hypo gets rid of all the tram lines at the end, and it bleaches the surface. So you degrease everything. You get rid of all that greasy nastiness. Brings the resin's quite translucent under the aggregate, so you get that nice shine out of from the degreaser. And the hypo just clears everything else. I don't post treat with bio. That's an upsell. That's a 6 monthly. I'll come back in 6 months and we'll treat the surface and we'll keep it maintained.
So my method with resin is go over it with a surface cleaner and cut in the edges with a turbo nozzle. Not too close. You can use turbo nozzle on things like tarmac and resin, but you just want to pull away a little bit and just go very lightly with it. Cut in the edges, and then I do a hard rinse with the turbo nozzle. I find that it moves the particles better. So when you've got a very porous textured surface like resin or like tarmac, if you rinse with a turbo nozzle, you're going to shift a lot more muck while you're rinsing. I think it's really good. And then I'm treating the resin with hypo, and most of the time I'll upsell a biocide treatment. I'll always recommend to the customer, you want to put biocide on this because it's so porous and it's so granular that any moss, any roots that are left over and stuff are going to bed themselves in. It's going to grow back really quickly. The algae is going to grow back. And when you get roots and weeds and moss finding their way in between the aggregate of the resin, it's going to dislodge and loosen all the stones on the top.
Yeah.
So you can really find that, especially around the edges, it's like tarmac. You'll find that you get big chunks missing out of the edges because of the roots and the moss and stuff.
Yeah. That's why I like to hit it with Max Clean first, because you kind of done the kill all the algae and moss and things with the contact of the Max Clean. You degreased it. The hypo, obviously, to do everything else. And then I always tell them at quoting stage it's recommended to keep on top of it every 6 months, and I sell them the biocide right there. And most will agree. So I'm returning to a resin I did over 6 months ago next month, and that's keeping them, and they're booked in twice a year.
So with the Max Clean and the biocide, what I've learned about biocide is that although it absorbs in and has these prolonged effects, it doesn't take that period of time, 6 to 12 months, to actually kill everything. It kills everything within the first 10 minutes of contact.
Yeah.
And that Max Clean Pro has biocide in it. So you'd assume that within the first 10 minutes of contact, anything organic on that surface is dead.
Yeah.
And then for the rest of the
time, and that's it.
And then the rest of the time, it's just doing its work to degrease the surface, presumably.
Yeah, that's why I like it. And then, hitting it with biocide 6 months later is going to just keep that activity going.
Yeah, so the long-term effects of biocide is once you've killed everything on the surface, say let's take liching on a roof, for example, you put the biocide on, it's killed it. The effect with the biocide, as far as I'm aware, comes in every time it rains. It reactivates the biocide and it almost cleanses the roof again, and so it keeps. Is this right? Am I talking bollocks?
No, you're pretty straight.
And so after about 12 months, the efficacy of that is going to get lower and lower.
Yeah.
And so 12 months time, you want to top that biocide up and keep it active on the roof and almost put a layer of protection on the roof.
Yeah. Never make it a guarantee as well. A lot of people would say, yeah, it's guaranteed to last you 3 to 5 years. It's like there's a lot of variables within that. I tell them it's a manufacturer's recommendation of 2 to 5 years cover, depending on what's around. After your first 12 months, you probably want to reapply it just to keep it going. But it just takes that long for moss to come back.
Yep.
Naturally, because moss is spore driven. The rhizoids get in there. You're killing them off with the bio and
Did
stuff.
you just
so
say
you kill them with spores.
rhizoids?
That's what the official term for moss roots are.
Is it?
Roots of moss are called
Rhizoids?
rhizoids. Rhizoids, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I swear you're
I like
so
to-
deep into this. You're so deep.
I like to go to the customer and give all the terminology because that stands you out.
Does?
I don't want to put anybody down, but if you're not learning terminologies and understanding your process, you can't
Chemicals?
talk to the customer and understand. Like you want them to understand that you know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Just
You want
explaining what your chemical treatment's going to do.
Yeah,
It will.
it's like
Could be the difference between winning or losing a job.
yeah. I mean, just as simple as learning the names of the products, like benzyl ammonium chloride, BAC 50, and then didecyl dimethyl ammonium chloride is DDAC. You say those words to the customer, they're going to be, what the hell is this?
Blow their
it baffles
mind.
them. Yeah,
Blow their mind
and-
into saying yes to your quote.
Yeah, effectively, that's it. Like that's the only reason I learnt the words. I have no other reason to know it. But if I can talk to a customer with the terminology and the jargon, they're going to think he knows his stuff.
Zach's just said
It's like
rhombus.
psychological.
Zach's just saying big words in the chat like rhombus.
Rhombus.
Matt, please blink for the people. We need to be sure.
It's
Go on.
it's a psychology of like selling your service. Is if people think you're knowledgeable, it's kind of like you're. It's not like you're above them, but they kind of like think I don't know how to do this myself.
Or I trust him because he sounds
Yeah.
like he knows what he's talking about,
Exactly,
and he's obviously
Whereas
put the research in, and he cares.
Yeah. And that's the main thing is I like learning. I like to learn about everything I do. I want to know what I'm putting down on the surface. I want to know the hazards, the implications of that.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize that nitrile gloves have like a burn through time. If you've got your like the hypo on your gloves for like 8 hours, they're useless. They'll just bleed through.
Ah.
Certain gloves aren't compatible with certain products. A lot of people don't realize.
That's the sort of stuff I should be paying more attention to. But
I believe
mean,
it's powdered nitrile gloves. The ones you I think they're commonly coloured blue. The powdered ones you should not use with the chemicals we use.
so I use the black ones from Travis Perkins, the black nitrile gloves.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I wouldn't say use powdered nitrile gloves in this industry because you don't know what the powder's mixing with and what that's having, and it's right next to your skin.
Pressure Washing Midlands says, how long have you been pressure washing? I've been doing it for almost 4 years, I reckon. How long have you been doing it for, Matt?
As a full-time thing, not long, just over a year. In terms of on and off since like 2018.
Harry says, I've done 2 resin jobs. One of them was a dream to clean, and the other one took forever to rinse. You want to work in box sections with the FSC, then rinse before it dries, or you'll be there all day. Yeah, that's the other thing. If it's a hot day and it's drying quickly, yeah. Jake sent you a PM best advice for first time. What do you mean, Jamie? Best advice for first time doing what?
Is this Tilton? It's got a nice big roof.
Nice big roof.
That's Hilton, yeah.
He sent me a screenshot. Bagged my first roof job.
It's a big one for a nice
200
scrape as well.
236 square meters without the pitch. We will. I'll certainly help you out with that, mate. But probably not one for tonight. I think we're gonna do this little survey thing tonight. So baffle them with bullshit. You could say that. What's the minimum amount of money in total needed to start the business? That's
Too broad a question.
yeah. It's If you scroll down my YouTube channel for the very first video that I posted, I started my business for like less than 400 quid, but it depends on the way you want to do it. You can start a business on no money.
I could have put a deposit on a house with my investment, if that answers the contrast.
What's your business called, Matt? Is it Onyx Exteriors?
Yes. Onyx Exteriors, ONYX.
Are powder-free ones all right, Matt?
They should be mostly, yeah. Just don't powdered ones.
Let's get back to our survey, shall we?
Right, we've talked resin, decking timber. Oh no, we didn't. Did we go through the prices? The average price of resin is 3 to 350, and some people are 4 to 450. It's a 31-30 split.
About right. I'd say about £4 per square metre for me for resin, because I'm post-treating it with biocide, generally.
It does surprise me, 4 people at 2 to 250, but does that include chemicals? Does that include pre-treating, I guess? I don't think you can at that price.
Again, we've got those same 7 people that don't clean tarmac, also not cleaning resin.
That one doesn't surprise me as much, because I think a lot of people are scared of resin because you can leave tram lines and marks, and I think people would get scared on how to deal with that.
I can't imagine for a second someone messaging me with a quote saying, "Can you come and clean my drive?" And me either asking if it's resin or tarmac and saying, "Sorry, I don't offer that service," or going out to quote the job and saying, "Yeah, sorry, I can't clean your drive. Although I've got a pressure washer and I've got experience doing other stuff, I'm not going to clean your tarmac." I just can't imagine having that conversation with the customer.
Yeah. I mean, if you're... it's seven people on resin, 7 people on tarmac.
It's got to be the same people.
It could be the fact that they might feel they might need a flat surface cleaner. They might have machines that can't run them. That
Valid.
would probably be
very valid point.
My best guess.
Yeah, if you've not invested in a surface cleaner yet, or your machine's not powerful enough to run a surface cleaner.
But I'm pretty sure it's the same 7 people, because the next question has the exact same answer.
It's the window cleaners. Darren, you say it's the window cleaners, and I would agree with you, but also the window cleaners are cleaning slabs and they're cleaning block paving.
I mean,
every one of these questions need to be answered. You've got to tick one box. They're all what's the question called? It's a
required question.
Required question. So you've got to tick a box, but they didn't tick it on this one. They didn't tick it on this one, but they've ticked it on this one.
It's possible they don't know how to identify resin. But then tarmac is pretty obvious if it's the same 7 people. I can only put it down to the lack of FSCs. It's my best guess.
This is efficient tonight. Jake's only reading out the relevant stuff and cutting the bull. Keep up to speed. Impressive. So last week, for those who don't know, what I like to do is read every single person's message, because I think you take the effort to type in my chat, I want to read your message and try and answer your question if there is one. And I pride myself on that. But last week was particularly busy, and I found myself 40 minutes behind, I think, on the chat. Literally, someone had typed a message and timestamped it, and I realised I was 40 minutes behind on the chat, so I was trying to read them through. And some of you are just having conversations amongst yourselves, but it's hard to... it's not as easy as it looks. Decking and timber, what are you charging, Matt?
I have a couple of levels of service for that.
Knew it.
For an absolute basic pressure wash of nothing else, it's £3, and I tell the customer it's not recommended. I will go in at about 4 to 450 with biocide treatment. And if I'm going for something like Max Clean Pro as well, which I have used on a decking and it came out lovely, about 650.
Okay.
So if I am doing the whole shebang, sanding and everything, I'll be around the £30 mark.
I don't think I'll ever get into the realms of sanding and oiling and staining decking, to be honest.
I do it if it's an impressive one and I get a good photo out of it. If it's like someone's little tiny backyard thing that's going to be a mess in a year, it's not worth it. But if it's like an intricate one, lots of all sorts of like spindles and something that would be like a wow factor.
Yeah.
Like, because I'd love to get big, massive photos from like a drone's point of view of something quite far back that looks impressive. And then on the website, it's like just see this like property with this thing just looking at you.
Yeah, that would be
amazing.
good. That'd be a good picture.
So it would have to be worth the time, and if a customer's got a decking that intricate, they've probably got the money to spare to do that. And sanding isn't going to come cheap in labour. Your big thing with Steve Shire's kind of pointed out how expensive it can be. So
Yeah.
I've never priced one at that. That'll be my kind of target probably, just for everything involved.
So with decking, for anyone that hasn't cleaned a deck before, you might find that it takes a lot longer than you expected it to, and generally that's because, first of all, with say your turbo in a surface, very easy just to go back and forth with the turbo like that until you get to the end. With a deck, you've got to be much more methodical. Use the correct nozzle, generally like a 15 degree or 25 degree nozzle. I actually use a 65 degree nozzle because I think it spans the width of the deck quite nicely.
Yeah.
But I'll go in one pass, and you can't stop halfway down because else you'll leave like a harsh line. You've got to go from one end of the deck all the way to the other end of the panel. And if I'm using that 65 degree nozzle, I'm actually coming back and doing the same panel again. So I'm hitting every panel twice. You've got to be super methodical about it.
Yeah.
I mean, you forget with any deck, you've probably got posts and spindles and railings where you've got to get each side of everything. And if you miss a tiny slither of something, it's going to be super obvious. And then also, you've got to consider that most wood, if you're cleaning most wooden surfaces, it's not going to come up great on the day. You might get rid of the surface algae, but any of that ingrained algae is absorbed into the wood, and you're not going to get it with just water. So you'll probably want to do some sort of biocide treatment or Max Clean Pro that Matt does.
Max Clean takes all the green out on the day.
On the day?
Yeah.
So we cleaned a deck recently and washed it really nice. It came up really bright and satisfactory results on the day, to be fair, but you've got to set the customer's expectations and say, it's not going to look perfect today. Give it a couple of days for the chemicals to do its thing. But actually, we cleaned the deck and then we were repointing the patio. I put the biocide down on the deck, and this was just like back 50, 1 to 20. And then we went off and did our repointing on the patio. And within a couple of hours, all the green had gone from the deck. So the back 50 did the same job as well.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about bleach, hypo on decks? Because you gave some good advice earlier in the chat, didn't you?
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realise what hypo does to decking. They assume that it will give a good result if you get away with the discoloration on the first time. It's actually the lignins in the wood that it damages over time.
The what?
Which is the lignins.
That's another word I've learned.
So it's like the natural glues that hold the fibres together. So just think sap, basically.
So biocide doesn't affect that at all, but hypo will.
Chlorine-based bleaches, so hypo, sodium hypochlorite, will affect that. It gets into them and it splits them apart, and you start getting like splintering, and when you see like the end, like wood starting to rot, it's kind of soft and you can kind of peel it away.
It's like feathering.
Like a candy flossy kind of texture. You're breaking that down and deteriorating it. Then you're leaving that to expose through like UV exposure and things, and then because it's all fluffy and stuff, moisture retention, so you got more chance of like fungal invasions and fungal issues, and that just enhances rot. So you can get a great result on the day, but what you've done, if you effectively walked away from something, you've just sped up the decomposition. You've destroyed it without realizing it.
So I listened to a podcast which actually disagrees with what you've just said, and I think it was the Softwash UK podcast on Spotify. It's a great source of information. I've learned a lot from it. I haven't listened to it for a while, but he said if you pre-soak the deck and get it super wet so that it's not absorbing any more moisture, and then you treat it with hypo, you can I can't remember whether he said minimize the damage or not damage it at all. Do you think that's true or not?
Not risking the discoloration of the surface, because wood can discolor in weird ways with chlorine bleach. When you use like oxygen-based bleaches and stuff like sodium bicarbonate or what's the decking stuff called?
Those are the ones that like
Decking-
bubble and fizz rather than
Yeah,
absorb
the
in.
stuff Pure Seal sells, the A and B that Steve Shah's use, Deck Clean Pro.
I've never used it.
Yeah, we've seen how it responds to
Yeah.
the wood. It kind of like acts like a hypo. It's an oxygen-based bleach. It's the chlorine that gets into the lignins that destroy it. So even if you're saturating it, it's going to cause damage. It's. I don't want to call anyone out, but if you're putting hypo on wood, you don't understand what you're doing, and you haven't done enough research of what damage you are causing without realizing it, and
So
what damage is going down the line.
Why is Deck Clean different?
It's an oxygen-based bleach, so it's not chlorine. It's the chlorine content of the bleach that's causing your problem.
Right.
So the oxygen-based bleach is bringing up the surface, it doesn't affect the lignins in the same way. It doesn't absorb them and split them apart and rip. The lignin is effectively like the glue, so it's you're melting that out and it's falling out of the wood.
Didn't you say Max Clean as hypo in by you use that on every deck?
No, hypo is not in Max Clean. That's
Didn't you
more
say-
like a
Biocide.
It's a biocide.
Max Clean contains biocide, so it's like a degreaser and a biocide at the same time.
yeah.
But it's pretty much safe on all surfaces.
It's basically a combination of Synergy meets Back 50, but it's neither of those. It's completely different degreaser, completely different biocide. But the best way to think of it is that you've got a degreasing agent and a biocide in one.
So if you can't use hypo,
Don't put Back 50 in your Synergy because I've said that. Please don't.
if you can't use hypo and you can't use synergy, chances are, I mean, you can use Max Clean on everything, can't you?
Yeah, pretty much. I think slate and marble you cannot.
Really?
Yeah, it's at least Pure Seal say you can't.
All right, that's interesting.
I trust their word. They're the manufacturer supplier. So
Well, also, if you're confused on any of these products, you can go onto which I think is really cool. You can go onto the Pure Seal website, and you can go onto the shop, which has changed. It's not there anymore. Oh, here we go. So you can there's this categories panel, and you can click on any one of these categories that you want to try and clean. Let's go on resin, for example. And it will suggest all the products that are safe to use on resin, which is so valuable. So if you're at all confused as to whether any of your cleaners are safe, and also sealers, and like say, take for example we want to seal some granite. I don't know why you'd seal granite, to be honest, but let's go limestone, for example. And you want to figure out how to clean it. That's all the cleaners there. Or if you want to figure out how to seal limestone, these are all the sealers that are suitable for that surface, which is so easy and valuable.
I'm going to open this out to chat. This is a Discord thing that I made when I first joined the Discord. This is a cheat sheet for that exact same thing. That Google Doc will list all the Pure Seal products per surface as an easy to view thing. And if you click on the names, it will take you directly to their page for buying them.
There you go.
Using
Look at that.
Link.
You've made that, have you?
Yeah.
Look at that. That's nice
and
nice and
there's
clean.
sealing. There's tabs for sealing at the bottom and tabs for stain treatment at the bottom. So you can kind of get a cheat sheet of what can and can't be used per product.
That is super clean. Beautiful. So that's for everyone in the Discord.
That's for everyone in the Discord, and now anyone in chat that's seeing this and can see that link can have it.
Do you want to link that in the announcements section just so that people can reference it if they're watching the stream?
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I put it in the YouTube chat as well. So
yeah, I just pulled it up.
Yeah.
Awesome. So decking, let's go to the prices on decking. Most people seem to be, it's a toss-up between £3 to £3.50 per square metre and £4 to £4.50 per square metre just to clean decking. So we've not mentioned anything about chemically treating, but that's where most people are at with cleaning. So it's all pressure washing services so far have virtually been around about the same.
Yeah.
Apart from block paving, which has been slightly higher. I
Yeah, I think
wonder.
that makes sense. 350, 450 plus biocide most likely.
Yeah,
I see those kind of price ranges with the chemical.
I wonder how many people are pressure washing decking and are sort of satisfied with the result. Excuse my ignorance, but what's Discord? Matt, do you mind if I play a little advert?
I could do a wee, so
Okay, I'm going to play a little advert. We'll be back in a sec.
be right back.
Now, these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels. We've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going, but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment, there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video. Welcome back everyone. What about steam on decking? It's a very good question. I don't know the answer to it, so we'll wait for Matt to come back. So Pure Seal are opening up in Bolton. They'll be my number one go-to supplier now. I have used them for sealers and hypo, but delivery on the stuff is expensive. Now I can collect. That's always been an issue with Pure Seal, I suppose, is the cost of delivery. But that's, I suppose, common ground when you're delivering.
Delivering it correctly in the proper methods.
Yeah, dangerous chemicals being delivered correctly. It's like it comes with the territory, I suppose.
There's two companies that are not delivering it correctly, and that scares me. I don't want to name them because it's
Go on.
public.
Go on. Am I joking?
Oh, I don't.
No, don't do it.
No, I don't want to get in trouble for it or get you in trouble for it. But
What's a good
maybe I'll
price?
type it in the Discord.
What's a good price per square meter for someone based in London? It sort of depends on. I don't know. I actually don't know.
Join the Discord and we'll have a look at the charts and tell you.
It's like the cost of living and stuff, isn't it? I suppose.
Yeah.
Matt doesn't have a boiler yet. Matt, do you know the answer to this? Steam on decking, good or bad?
That's a good question. Off the top of my head, I don't know the answer. I would probably lean towards lower temperatures if you are. Cold, better. I mean, you're going to expand the fibers of the wood by applying steam. Steaming wood is a good way to, well, if you want to like make intricate bending shapes out of wood, you steam it, don't you? So you're kind of softening it.
Yeah, you're softening it, and I suppose the idea of steam is that it's hot enough so that it's sterilising the surface, and if it's that hot to sterilise the surface, it's probably going to be too hot for the wood.
Exactly. So probably not. If you have to for any reason, maybe there's like a lot of bird mass you want to get off, and you want that little bit of oomph without chemicals, then probably. But I wouldn't have it. Yeah, I wouldn't have it that you couldn't put it on your skin hot. Advert
2.0 can't come quick enough. I know that's an old. It's. I've been using that memberships advert for a long time. I know I need to re-record something. Thank you for your patience. I'm very sorry.
Yeah.
Be crazy if they didn't want walk-ins for product. I guess you will make the noise. They would consider it. Steam will probably lift the fibers on the wood. Prepare to resand it afterwards after you make it all fluffy. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Right.
I would say avoid it. If you've got a boiler, don't bother. But if you're forced to, then I suppose in small concentrated areas where Yeah, I probably wouldn't. But
So we asked about roof cleaning. Matt, have you done any roof cleaning yet?
yep, I do both pressure washing and scraping,
Okay.
and we're about to hit the most controversial topic of the evening:
Oh
pressure
God.
washing roofs.
Cue all the roofers who tell you not to pressure wash a roof.
Yeah, there is
Um,
some there is validity in what a lot of them say.
can you bring the
And it's
microphone closer? You as soon as
sorry,
you back off a little bit, you go really quiet.
I might have turned it down when I muted myself.
That's okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think with roof cleaning, there's a lot of people out there that do it incorrectly and have left a sour taste in the mouths of the industry.
Super high
And
pressure, breaking
walking all over the
tiles.
tiles, walking all over, like you can walk on tiles if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, don't walk on tiles. If you're going to break them, not looking for cracks, not respecting flashing and lifting of tiles and things. Being way too high in purposely damaging coatings that are intact. Of course, if you've got moss all over the roof, your coating went years ago.
Yeah, that's a valid point.
Coatings are only designed to last 10 years or so.
That's
You've got
so.
natural weathering and problems.
That's such a good, simple way of just describing it, because a lot of people will say, "Oh, if you're scraping the roof or if you're pressure washing the roof, you're destroying the coating." But
Yeah,
if there's moss on the roof, the likelihood is that the coating is gone years ago.
yeah, they're only designed to last. I mean, you see a block paving, you're not going to expect that to last you 30, 40 years.
That's so crazy
All a
that you've just
tile
said that,
is
and that's so
a
simple.
tile is just it's a sealing, a coating on the tile is effectively the tile sealing, and it's got like an anti-slip coating. It's no difference to what you might put on imprinted concrete in a
Yeah.
sense.
That's such an easy argument.
Mhm.
I haven't thought of that before. That's
In
perfect.
fact, I'm pretty sure that the stuff you would put down on imprinted concrete is no difference to what you put on a roof. Anti-slip coating, a tinting coat
Well,
on top.
say for example,
It's just thicker.
you take a concrete roof tile. The
Yeah.
way that it's made up, I suppose they're cast. Would they be cast?
Yeah,
It's like a
they'd
poured
be,
concrete cast.
yeah, effectively.
I actually
Mass-produced.
don't know. I don't know how they're made, but they've got a smooth coating on the top,
Mhm.
and that sort of as soon as that smooth coating gets weathered away, it gets very gritty and textured, and that's when all the moss starts sticking and rooting in, and the algae starts. Sorry.
You'll notice a lot of new tiles these days don't have the bumpy anti-slip because no one's really walking on roofs. Back in years and years ago, when the only way to fix a roof is to walk all over it, when towers weren't really a thing, self-built towers weren't a thing, you would just rely on scaffold.
I didn't know tiles had anti-slip on them. I thought that was
Yeah,
just their texture.
it's like a bumpy texture. That's just what it is.
Oh, okay.
A lot of like newer tiles these days are quite smooth. Now, I am not a roofer. I want to disclaim that I don't know all the knowledge on this. I'm just going with what I know, and what I've learned and kind of piecing it together.
I
But
feel
yeah,
I feel like you know everything.
a lot of, like, you see a lot of new tiles on the shelf at Travis Perkins, for example. They're smooth.
Someone
There's
popped
no,
up
like, an anti-slip.
on one of my videos the other day and said, I get them mixed up. Either Sweden or Switzerland. Is that the same place? I don't know.
Sweden is next to Norway. Switzerland is in the middle of Europe.
So roughly,
But yeah,
they have these ceramic coated tiles which are like super smooth, and because they're super smooth, they don't allow algae or lichen or moss to like get ingrained and grow, and so they just don't get moss on the roofs. Also, I suppose
Yeah.
it's a slightly different climate as well. In
Yeah,
the UK, it's like
it's,
very wet and very miserable. Switzerland from
Yeah.
last week's chat. There you go, Cody. Look at Cody being on the ball.
it's like yeah. So when it comes to like roof pressure washing, there's a lot of things to take on board. If you don't know what you're doing and you've never cleaned a roof and you don't do a good inspection, and your only way you can think of cleaning it is climb up on there with your lance, walk all over it, pressure wash the hell out of it, not really understanding your unloader is your pressure gauge on your machine, you're going to do damage and you're going to cause problems. And people who say, "Oh, it causes damage," that's why, because they only have experience with those kind of people doing the job.
I don't know if anyone saw, but the roof that we scraped with the little 1-inch scrapers
Good video.
on YouTube. Do you think that was a good video? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was great.
If we'd have gone in straight away and just pressure washed that roof, all that pointing would have come away from the roof and would have probably been blamed for destroying all that pointing, even though it was already loose before we started. We wouldn't know that unless we were up on the roof scraping it by hand. And so there's lots of little things when it comes to pressure washing that you're exposing damage that was already there, but because you're using high pressure water on it, it's like it's making it super obvious.
Yeah. Like I say, with the inspections I do, we go up in the loft space, we check everything, lights on, lights off, make sure there's no light coming through, check all the felt. Like, a lot of people will not check the direction of felt. Like, the felt should be overlapping so water runs off from the outside. And I've seen so many roofs from the inside from my
Where
building
it's
days,
underneath
they've
instead
done it
of on
wrong.
top. Yeah.
They've had a bodge job done, and it's like any water can just come through, and there's a puddle on the floor. It's like, that's all in the inspection form. I do a tick sheet. It's all tick box.
So you're literally climbing in every single loft before you
Every
do a
loft.
roof clean.
Yep.
That is commitment.
That is if they want pressure washing. If they want scraping, I don't bother going up in the loft space. There's no point.
But is that so that you can offer them a leak-free guarantee, or is that so that you can just do your due diligence?
Because I don't want to have a situation where water's coming in halfway through the job. So it's due
But
diligence.
are you still getting them to sign a waiver
Yep.
to say that
They'll
not
sign
my
a waiver
fault?
to say they're happy with the inspection. They've seen the inspection forms. The waiver will be basically, this is not my fault. We've done it to the best of our abilities.
Right.
They've had all these chances to say, we're cool with your process. Any leaks are, there's no issue here. Like, it's not our fault. They can't just take us for a claim.
Mhm.
Because the thing is, if insurance gets involved, insurance are most likely going to side with the customer in that respect. And I want to show the insurance company that I've done everything I can possibly do to kind of cover myself.
And
And
anything else is like an anomaly that you couldn't really control.
Exactly. And it's an expensive fix if you have a problem like that, and your insurance are not going to back it because you've failed. And by having all these sheets and things, they're more likely to pay out for the customer, because the point of insurance is to protect your customer, and get you out of the lurch, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'd rather go through that extra effort and do all that to show the customer I'm taking care of their property. I'm not just turning up, throwing a number out of thin air, planning to walk all over the tiles. Because realistically, if you're doing a cheap job and you crack a tile, are you going to tell the customer, I broke 4 tiles, I will now go and replace them for you? Spending more time going off to get the tiles, come back, fit them, faff around, probably break more because you've got to climb back up on the
some people that clean roofs carry spare tiles around in the van with them.
Yep. And that's completely, that's not a bad plan. If you think you're going to break a tile, then you've prepared for that, and that's respectable. They've actually thought, what if I break a tile? I can replace it. I'm preparing for that eventuality.
I feel like I've not got enough room in my van to carry spare tiles around with me.
Yeah, if I won't climb on a roof. Everything pressure washing is done off the tower. I do everything off the tower.
Yeah.
Even scraping, it's all off the tower. There will be times where I'm probably like, I could get up on the roof, but I'm still going to get a tower because I don't want to risk breaking it. I don't want to faff around with tiles. I don't want to have to go to the customer. I'm sorry, I broke your property.
Everyone does it differently. I'm just going to quickly hit a few questions that I've missed.
Yeah, go for it.
How much do you charge per square meter on a roof? We're going to get to that in the next, we keep going off on tangents.
It's all related.
It's all related, but we will get to that in just a second. Switzerland and Fantastic. Glazed tiles, yes. For quoting a customer's property, do you always visit the property? No, not necessarily. For smaller jobs or for jobs that are super far away, I'll do my best to ask for photos and measure up on Google Earth and try and do a remote quote, but it's never going to be as accurate as turning up in person.
I go to every job in person for the quote. After they've answered, if they're far enough away, I will ask them basic questions like, do you have an outside tap? All the usuals that I don't want to be told no, and then it's an instant I can't do this job. So if they're far enough away, I'll ask them a certain enough amount of questions. If I'm happy, I'll go to the quote because I want to see where the drainage is. I want to see where it's all going to fall, if there's going to be puddles and stuff. I'm quite happy with that.
And when you get I suppose we're on slightly different levels. Would you agree? Me and you
Well, I mean,
in
we're
in
pretty.
in the volume of work. I mean, when it
Oh
comes to
yeah, of
like,
course. No, for sure.
so
You've got way more.
that sounded shitty. I don't mean it like
No,
that.
no,
I
no,
just mean
no. I
like
know exactly what you mean.
we're getting like inquiries from all around the UK, and we're
Yeah,
trying to we're trying to figure out who's serious and
yeah,
who's
exactly.
the
Your
jobs that.
reach is bigger, and you've got more things to consider. Is this job worth my time?
Yeah,
Is this a time waster? Do I have the time to drive an hour to quote?
yeah.
You've got two staff members you're paying as well, which is it's their time that you'll be taking away from them. So yeah, no, you're
So
completely right. We're on a completely different level.
so what I'd say in the beginning, it's super important to visit as many potential
Hmm.
customers in person as possible. But as you get busy, you'll find you just can't do that. It's not
Yeah,
viable to do that. So even if you're very happy to quote this job that's going to be an hour away, you might not want to visit that job to go and quote it because it just
yeah,
doesn't make sense, because you might not land the job, and that's like a 2 hour round trip plus half an hour walking around the property. That's half a day pretty much that you've just
yeah.
lent to some quote that might not um the word, oh god,
Yeah, you won't win it,
it,
or
it
it's
might not,
unlikely.
oh god, there's some
It won't
words.
convert. It won't
Yeah,
convert.
it won't convert, or it might not amount to anything. There's so
Yeah,
many words that are on the tip of my tongue tonight that I just can't get out.
I think that's the that's something that you can probably start doing down the line. You've already got like your employees now, and they're doing fantastic, and you'll probably get them to a point where you can leave them on a site where you can go away and go, right, you clean this, the money's coming in from that job,
To
I
be
can
honest,
afford to go away and do this, that, and the other.
I see myself being the person that stays on site and then sends Zach off to do that quote.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just feel like
that's
he's
good.
more. I don't know whether it's me not being able to relinquish
I
responsibility on the job,
Yeah,
or whether it's just that Zach is more suited to that sort of work to go and quote a job rather than to leave him on a job to. I don't know. We haven't
well,
figured it
yes,
out yet.
the strengths of each individual, isn't it?
Yeah,
Like you might prefer to stay on the job and make sure the job's going well, and you're quite happy to let someone else go off, and as long as they know the process of the quote and come to the price and they know the pricing, that's kind of easy in a way, as long as they know what to look for. So yeah,
yeah.
maybe you're right.
Let's get to roof cleaning. What are your
Yeah.
prices?
Um, just actually, so I like I say, I do all my quotes with all my roof cleans with Dan from Radiant Exteriors. We had a good conversation that we've actually reduced our prices. We were at £12 a square meter for uh roof pressure washing.
Including the pitch.
Yeah, so pitch after the pitch, £12 a square meter.
So, just for clarity, what I'm going to do is just pull up a random property on Google Earth just so that people
Yeah.
can see what exactly we're talking about. This might crash my entire stream because things get a bit weird. Also, Matt, did you know this? On Google Earth, you've got this little button at the top here, activate historical imagery.
Yeah,
So you see this property here that's got like quite a distinct shadow on the back that's not great. It's not ideal for measuring really.
yeah. You can go to the Explore History and see.
Yeah. You can go into it on your phone. I realised Zach showed me that you can do it on your phone version as well on the app, but you have to like click a button to get into it, and you can like scroll back over the years to see if there's a clearer image, which a lot of the time there is. Like it looks much better 2 years ago, for example, than what it does today,
Yeah.
just because of the
This
satellite imagery.
this is an interesting one. So we did a roof quote
Look
on
at this.
Saturday. Just
Sorry,
perfect.
it's not even. It
The same
doesn't even
angle.
exist on that one because it's before they were built in 2017. But like
That's funny.
2021, it's like the perfect image to then take a measurement.
Yeah, that works.
Sorry, what were you saying?
I was going to say, I went on a quote the other day, and it was so grimy. We didn't really know what the color the tiles were under. I was like guessing some reddish brown. Went onto that tool and went back to try and find like when the roof was cleaner. Found a screenshot of the original tiles and sent that to the customer. This is what you could possibly expect from
That's
the
a good
clean,
idea.
depending on everything. And they gave them a visual.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So on this one, for example, we'd take the aerial view of 75 square meters, and then we'd go down into the street view and just have a look at the pitch and see what sort of pitch we're working with. So I'd say that's about, you'd multiply that by about 1.3, 1.4.
So we said 1.4, that'd be 105.2.
Did you really just work that out in your head?
105.294.
Oh my God, you're insane. So that would be, for me, that would be what I'd charge for this roof. So I'd take 105 square meters, not 75 square meters, because once you account for the pitch, you fold that out and it actually becomes a lot more when you look at it from a bird's eye view. 105 square meters, and my price is £8 per square meter, roughly, for roof cleaning. So 840 quid for that roof.
Yep. So I take away waste in mine as well. That's something to bear in mind on my £12, which has now been reduced to 10.
So, what did our survey say? Let's first of all see how many people are accounting for the pitch. Do you account for the pitch? 58% of people say yes. 37% of people say no. 4.7% of people say they don't understand what I'm talking about, which is fair enough because it's quite niche, isn't it, I suppose?
Yeah.
So what price did you say you're at per square metre, including the pitch?
Now, as of now, it's £10 a square metre.
So you're a bit more than me. I'm 8.
But I take away waste and deal with it. So
True.
if I didn't, I'd probably be around yours. If I was still on last year's prices, I'd be at 12 and then reducing it to 10 without waste.
So 16 out of 85 people agree with you. They're at £9 to £10 per square metre. Whereas I'm all the way down at 8 here. So I feel like we're a little bit cheap. However, go on.
Yeah. I think for pressure washing, it's like there's more risk involved.
True.
£8, I don't feel that I would want to take a risk at that price.
More risk, more cleanup.
Yeah, and there's 2 of us doing it, so we're splitting it 50-50 after everything. So that's something to account for as well. More cleanup, like you say, taking away waste, for me at least. You got to think about, like, are the drains functioning? The amount of water you're putting up there? Are you flooding the ground surface? Are you then having to clean and rinse the ground surface at the same time? There's all that to take into account. So,
so you'd say pressure washing should be priced higher.
I actually price scraping higher, but we'll get onto that. I think you should price it higher than £8 a square meter. I think a good base rate is like 10, 11, 12, around that.
Including the pitch.
Yes.
So that one, instead of me charging 840 quid, I'd be charging over £1,000. Interesting. And I mean, we should say that in my experience and in other people's experience that I've spoken to in the roof cleaning industry, they'll say that generally you're going to land around about 2 out of every 10 roof cleans that you quote, purely because people don't understand how much it costs and how much work it is to clean a roof. They think, oh, they're just going to pressure wash it, so it's the same as pressure washing my drive, but they're just up on the roof instead. And it's not as simple as that. And
it's more investment in kit. You don't pressure wash a ground surface with a foot pedal that's cost you 300 quid. You don't pressure wash it with a water-fed pole that's cost you £1,000.
Yeah.
That kit is needing maintenance. If you drop your pole and you break it, you don't have the ability to clean roofs until you replace it. And if you're charging next to nothing for the service, in my opinion, you're going to struggle to replace that kit. Constantly fight to catch up. You've also got to account for you're going to be on and off with the unloader, changing your pressure at times, which means if you're on your own, up and down the tower every 5 minutes, unless you've got the kit to adjust your like Veriflow valves and things on your lances, on your water-fed pole. You've got to account for the time to move the tower around the property and clean up. And
that's a big one.
We include I was going to say, all our quotes for roofs include the gutter soffits and fascia clean. I don't believe in leaving it in a state where it's not been cleaned.
Are you brushing
and
it or are you just rinsing it?
brushing it, TFR, a lot. Synergy.
Okay, full treatment.
A full
And the
treatment
windows?
because and cleaning the windows. Because you're going to make a mess of them. You've got to rinse down the side of the building anyway because of all the water that's come over. I buy temporary downpipe, so I disconnect all the downpipes, temporary downpipe on the downpipe, so I got to account for that cost of, 20 quid for a.
Can you explain that?
It's no difference to like lay flat hose. It's just like a little clear PVC roll up hose that you attach zip ties to your downpipe, so you're not sending anything down the downpipe into the drains.
Where are you directing that water or moss or whatever's going down there?
Down into a bucket, so it goes into a bag, the poly sacks, to let the water flow out, and then that's just sat in a bucket of holes in so the water can flow out, and then the moss is naturally collected.
Do you find the moss sinks to the bottom and then the water just over spills and it sort of filters itself?
Yeah,
right.
Effectively. And then if you contain that in a bucket anyway, then you're not letting that bag flop around, you're just sweeping up the moss. But you are going to have natural like spillage coming down the side of the building. If you're using a turbo nozzle, it's kind of going onto the neighbour's side.
Steve says he charged different rates depending on the tile types. £8 for roof scrape on flat tile as it's so easy. And he reckons I'm too cheap with the pressure washing.
Yeah, I think pressure, it's a specialised service, isn't it? Not everyone's going to have the kit. If you're doing it off towers and stuff.
But also we find that we're landing 2 out of every 10 roof cleaning quotes at £8 per square metre. So if I increase my price,
you might still land the same too.
Is that conversion rate going to go down or is it going to stay the same? You know what I mean?
Yeah. The other thing to think about is customers might think you're too cheap. There is
Can you bring
possibility.
that mic a little bit closer?
Sorry. Yeah,
that's perfect. When you do that, that's perfect.
Yeah, that's my bad. I think another thing to think about is you might be too cheap.
Yeah.
Some customers might not like. They might be expecting over £1,000, and when they hear it's 800, they're like, "Oh, but we've had a quote for 1,200."
See, if we do that £8 per square metre and we measure the pitch and all that sort of stuff, and it comes out at 1,100 quid, I tell Zach, just go in at 995, put it under £1,000, and we'll land it. And we often do.
And that's fair. Another thing with you specifically with 2 employees, and if your customers know that, they're like, "How are you running this? Are you too cheap? And what are you going to get for that? Are you just like splash and dash effectively?"
Yeah.
And that's something to think about. That's just me making assumptions
on
what people might think.
I always feel like when we're quoting roofs, that's so expensive. No one in Redditch is going to pay that to have their roof cleaned. But also, some people do. And then I think it's just internally me. I'm just... I just think if you're in and out within a day, or even if you're coming back the next day to buy a side, that's so much money. Like that's over £1,000 for like just over a day's work. It just seems bonkers, but
yeah. But then that's one day for how many people? 2?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
So you've got the wages taken into account, you've got the insurances taken into account, liabilities and all that.
Yeah.
Is it really that profitable at that price? I mean, obviously you've done all your cost analysis and things.
Can I leave you with the chart to go through on the pressure washing with the roof clean so I can go for a week because I'm sat here going like this.
Yeah, no,
So, pressure washing a roof. Can I leave you with that? Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll go through the pricing with them.
Lovely.
Leave it up on the screen.
Yep.
There's a small delay on the live stream, so I can't actually see when it comes up. So I'm just going to talk randomly, and there we go. I see it now. Okay. So 28 people, 32.9% of you do not offer the service of pressure washing, and that's fair enough. 3 people in at a day rate. I'd be interested to see what the day rate for a roof would be. Time and materials, I guess that comes under the day rate. So effectively 5 people do it on time and materials day rate. 3.5 people above 15 a square meter. I'm going to assume that's either to make it worth your time, or you might be in a more expensive area. 14 to 15. The most common is 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 8 to 9. That's where most people sit. So I think that's fair. I think £10 a square meter is a complete fair rate. That's why I've reduced mine down to that.
What are we saying?
So yeah, it's 28 people don't offer the service, 32%, which makes sense. It's a
That's a high
specialist.
percentage of exterior cleaners that don't offer roof cleaning, to be fair.
Yeah, and they
So-
probably either haven't got the kit, or they don't want to get involved with it, which is fair enough. Especially like that is pressure washing. That like scraping might be different when we get there.
So 100% of these people that have answered this questionnaire offer block paving cleaning and slabs.
Mm-hmm.
But 32% of those don't offer roof cleaning, which I think is telling.
Yeah.
Because it's a very difficult job.
Yeah, for sure. It does. There's a lot to think about, a lot that can go wrong, a lot that will go wrong. You've got to worry about potentially flooding, even if you've done all your inspections.
Darren says, Jake, quote £15 per square metre so that I can charge 12. You know what? I had a message on TikTok. Someone threatened me on TikTok the other day.
I saw that.
He said, I'm going to meet you at the cleaning expo and give you a good drilling. And I didn't know what that meant. Do you know what
Getting lucky there, are you?
do you know what giving you a drilling means?
Just the way I interpreted that, just like screaming at you, like a drill sergeant in the military.
It's this guy, UK angler, on TikTok.
We can only see your disc. Oh, there you go.
And he said, I'm giving out far too much info. And he wants to meet me at the cleaning expo so me and a few others can give you a drilling on your foolish behaviour.
Let me read the thing. So you give out far too much info, get likes and follows, fancy meeting yet. I mean, I don't think it's quite easy for a customer to ring up companies and ask what you charge. That info is available. I don't think it's giving out. A lot of people that watch your content are likely to be in the industry in the first place, and giving out the pricing helps because it creates like a standard, I guess.
I'm not even giving out prices on TikTok. I'm showing people how to do the job, essentially.
Yeah.
And
I guess he's worried that customers will see how to do that and try it themselves, but at the same time, anybody can do that anyway.
I reckon he's not working hard enough. If he's not generating leads and he's not got enough work, there's so much money about.
Let's try this. Type 1 in chat if you picked up the exterior cleaning industry because you wanted to get into the industry and you saw it on maybe YouTube or something and thought, I can give that a go. Type 2 in chat if you did a course and you were brought into this in a completely different way. Yes, I'd be very surprised that not 90% of the people here, myself included, didn't get into this because they saw it in a content form.
I just feel like this guy is using me as an excuse as to why he might not be as busy as he could be.
Or that.
And like the fact that he's trying to argue with me on TikTok and threaten me.
Yeah.
He's at 10 to 8 at night. Like he's not got a lot going on in his life.
Yeah, so there's 4 people that's already typed 1 that has seen something online and thought I can give that a go. So giving out far too much info has given 1, 2, 3, 4 people who's typed 1 so far a business to work on and progress with, and probably a better life, getting away from your day job.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you're giving out too much info, then that says something about the person, I guess.
I don't know. I'm too busy to be scrolling TikTok at night, messaging people saying they're taking work away from me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not special. I'm just someone else doing the job.
No one's taking work away from anyone. They should be working harder to gain the work in the first place.
Yeah. So pressure washing roofs, the majority of people are
about 10, 11, 9, 10, 11.
9 to £10, really. there or thereabouts. But scraping roofs, is that a whole different ball game, or are you around about the same price?
I go £2 extra, so it was 14, now it's 12.
Wow.
That's for 2 people, taking away the waste, everything. We don't do the full inspection of the inside of the loft, so it's quicker quotes. It's just a lot more physical effort, and you're more tired at the end of the day compared to it. And it's like,
So a lot of
If you've
people
got-
are charging less for roof scrapes.
and that's crazy to me. Maybe I'm lazier than I thought.
It is more work. I feel like it's more
Yeah, it's more work.
less cleanup, but more physically demanding.
I tend to find a hard. You don't want to. Your shoulders are already in bits, and it's like I want to make up for that fact that I'm being slowed down for the rest of the week, and that's why I charge up a bit.
Yeah.
More.
So Darren says I spoke to people who say they charge £6 to £7 per square meter for roof cleaning, and then when you dig a little bit deeper, you find out they charge extra for the tower and then extra for the biocide treatment.
Yeah.
So-
All my pricings include the biocide, but the tower is charged on top. So I charge the tower separately on top of the prices.
So you're at like £11-12 per square meter plus tower.
Mhm.
Right. Okay. So
And we hire the tower on a weekly basis. So we pay the weekly hire rate because only in where we get it from is only like 20 quid more. So it means if we've hired it for 3 days and our roof clean's taken an extra day, we're not then suddenly getting hit with another charge. So we make sure we're covered.
thank you so much.
Because yeah, the customer only has to hire the tower themselves anyway. The customer can say, well, I can get the tower and it's going to be the same price. So why should I absorb that cost?
Or you bought the tower.
Or you bought the tower, you should still hire it out. You should still charge, in my opinion, I think.
For the same, I'm going to pay £85 to £90 plus VAT for a tower.
Maybe not the same price as hiring it out, but you should account for it because you bought that out of your profits.
Within 10
As a
jobs, the cost of that tower is pretty much paid for, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, why, if okay, don't know how to ask this properly. Why not do a roof at £3.50 a square meter? If you're not willing to invest in, if you've invested in all the extra tools and stuff to do a roof, and you're saying that you don't want to invest in a tower, why are you not doing the roof at £3.50? Why are you more expensive? Most people say because it's more work, it's more tooling, more equipment. If you've gone and spent £3,000 on a tower, like a me tower or something, like from brand new, why are you absorbing that cost and then using it on a customer's property? You're only wear and tearing it, damaging it in a few, like, you're going to have to replace it in 10 years' time, maybe. I think it should be a chargeable asset, whether that's separate or within your pricing structure.
I agree with you, because you're either hiring it because you've done enough and you've been successful enough. Sorry, you're either hiring it because just because, or you bought one because you've done enough and you've got the experience and you've been successful at roof cleaning to be able to buy a tower.
And you've got the jobs on that keep coming in that can fund that tower.
Steve says we charge £10 for pressure washing plus tower plus bio. And he said we did 4 last week, 2 in 1 day. By the way, that's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
For me,
Get through them fast.
The level you're at now is a little bit mind blowing. To be able to do 4 roof cleans a week and 2 in 1 day, you're obviously like hitting it really hard, and you're generating enough leads to be able to do that sort of work, and 2, efficient enough to be able to fulfill the work that you're quoting.
I think they're a bit ahead in their thinking as well, in a good sense, because was it Steve or Washi? One of them posted the picture the other day with the floor scraper. They were up on the roof, bungalow, floor scraper, 180 square meters in a few hours.
150 square meters in 3 hours.
And it was an amazing transformation, and they were in and out. And I think I'm thinking I would have to set up a tower. I would have to get the scraper out. I'd be scraping from a distance. I'd probably be there all day, if not into the next day at that size.
Steve, can you answer a question? Did you crack a tile? And be honest. Customer's never going to see this. Did you crack a tile walking on that roof?
Were you able to be as thorough with that tool than you would a scraper as well? Or did you just kind of rely on the biocide? That's another question. Because I'm
Liam's-
quite thorough when it comes to it.
Liam said he did 3 on his own last week, and he's had today off. You've done 3 roof cleans as a one-man band last week. That is, honestly, I feel like that's so impressive. Build the cost of the tower into your price per square meter. I agree.
But that's if you're
It's
if you're
simpler.
at £10 a square meter and you're building it in, you're probably going to go right. I need to be 10, 50, or £11 a square meter. So you're still putting it up to account for it. Either way, yeah.
We're all sat here to learn and improve. Agreed.
Yeah, and everyone does it differently. There is no right or wrong. I'm not trying to say my way is gospel. I don't think Jake's trying to say his way is gospel. Everyone has their own methods. Everybody has their own business costs. Everyone has what they need to earn to live and survive. And that's going to change. And there's nothing wrong if you are cheaper. There's nothing wrong if you're more expensive.
Where did Craig post that video? Do you remember? Was it in roof cleaning?
I think it was either roof cleaning or general chat. It was with the floor scraper.
Because it's such a good video.
If it's Steve, he puts stuff in photos a lot as well. But then it was an equipment chat, probably because of the tool. Right, I'll check equipment chat.
I'm going to check general chat.
You have to go through like 5 of my wall of texts. I know equipment chat was when he was talking about the GVS poles, the 45 footers.
Craig's scraper arrived today. What do you mean? What did he buy? What sort of scraper? God, there's so many messages in general chat.
Yeah. I know. This is the tool. I think he typed. No.
There's no way you remember what he typed.
Yep. This is the tool. It's the tool, boys. Get the tool from the 28th of the 1st. Let me jump to that. And then I will reply to it and say, here we go, Jake. And then you can click the link in the bottom general chat.
I'm on the 29th. I'm on
It's
the
in
29th.
photos. There it goes in the photos.
28th of the 1st. Oh, it's in photos.
Yeah.
Ah,
found
damn it. Damn it, you're
180.
so good. Right, look at this.
I know the
How
Discord
efficient this is.
inside out. I feel, yeah.
So that's the after. That's the after. It's the before.
The tool. Yeah.
Wait, where's the before?
Further up.
No, you got the wrong one, Matt.
Is that another one?
No,
Yeah, that's the scraper tool.
I don't see the scrape at all. I saw the leaf blower.
Where was the scraper? I thought that was a video for the scraper tool.
The post was on the same date. Was it in the same area, though?
Nice Thursday mornings.
Anyway, we're getting
Scrolling
sidetracked.
up shows their brush. That's your lunch food. That's after the wind.
I'm sure it was just before this one, but
Maybe
There's-
put it in a
there's
different
the
chat.
photo.
It's possible you put one in one chat and one in the other.
Most likely. Oh well.
We'll find it.
So roof scraping, as opposed to pressure washing, is slightly cheaper apparently across the board. Ever so slightly
Yes.
cheaper.
I find that, yeah, for the amount of effort extra.
Most people are accounting for the pitch. Now, here's the question that I wanted to know the answer to last week. How many people are scraping or pressure washing a roof and then treating it? Because I feel like it'd be less than we expect. And also, out of those people, who are using hypo and who are using biocide? And here's the results.
It's quite a surprising one.
3 people out of 85 I mean, a lot of people don't offer the service. So 18 people aren't offering roof cleaning. 3 of those 85 responses are offering a post-treatment with hypo. 64 people, so 75%, are offering biocide. And 1 person said they don't offer to do a chemical treatment.
So, yeah, the I don't offer this service, is that because they've clicked it because they don't offer the roof cleaning in the first place, or is that because they don't post-treat? And I think
We could have asked that better, I
differently
suppose.
to make, yeah, because no would have been the, no would have been the obvious one to choose for me, but I guess the question is a bit...
Well, the roof cleaning, 28 people pressure washing, 26 people scraping, don't offer that service.
Yeah.
So only 18 of them. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit. The figures
Yeah,
are a little bit all over the place there.
It's nice to know that 64 people are using biocide and only 3 for hypo. I don't think it's not common practice to use hypo. I think it can have a place on certain roofs, but I don't think it should be a common thing.
I've always wanted to, you see these clay tiled roofs that have got virtually no moss on them, but they're black.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to just like X-jet a load of hypo on and just watch it
Dissolve away, yeah.
It'd be beautiful.
I think the thing with hypoing a roof is biocide is obviously a dangerous chemical in the first place, but you can kind of control it, brush it on, it's fine. Hypo, you've got to rinse. And there's a lot more...
Have you?
You don't have to, but if you think about if it starts raining, you're going to start getting all that runoff into the gutters, down the drain. It's not good for it.
Same with biocide, I'd assume.
Yeah, the biocide absorbs into the tiles. Like,
not all of it.
You still have that risk, but
I don't know. I feel like with hypo, it goes on, it absorbs. The chemical treatment is done within an hour. Turns to salt, probably much more environmentally friendly than biocide would be. The issue is with hypo.
Sure.
I think the issue with hypo is that you're running the risk of like oxidizing any of the lead flashing or anything that's on the roof.
Yeah, you've got that. If you've got overspray and people get the washing out next door, you're going to be bleaching the hell out of that. It's like a more vigorous thing.
How are you for time?
Fine, I can go for another however long.
You sure?
Yeah.
We've been going for 3.5 hours.
I've got until 3 a.m, mate. It's fine.
What's going on at 3 a.m?
Well, that's when we're getting off the live stream when we've answered all the questions and caught up on chat. No, we're fine. I can go for hours. So it's basically you.
It's salt. I'd rather have salt going down the gutters than biocide. Matt doesn't sleep.
Yeah. I don't have to be up until I've got a roof quote at 10:30 tomorrow, so that's my earliest.
A bit off topic, sorry, but how did you get on with the cleaning sandstone with the Parker brand pressure washer? It's the same method as cleaning with a bigger machine. It's just takes slightly longer, I suppose, because you've got a little bit less flow. Generally, sandstone is all about the chemicals, so you're only going to do a light wash really with a surface cleaner or with a turbo nozzle, and then you're going to do the rest of the work. Or even a fan jet. Probably most people advise to use a fan jet. The rest of the work is going to be done with hypo on sandstone generally.
So, question to answer from Liam. I wonder if you can vacuum a roof. I do. I bought the floor attachment for my poles from GVS. When we scrape the roof, that goes up and down the tiles quite nicely. Vac it off quick.
Wait. Say that again.
So the floor attachment for the GVS poles.
Which I've got.
Yeah. Scrape the moss and then send the vac up with the floor attachment on the roof on the long poles. Suck it all up. Straight in the vac. You're not throwing stuff down into gutters. You're not having to like scoop and gather it and get it into a bag. You just suck it into your vac and tip your vac into the bag. Does that make sense?
So, but you're still scraping the majority of the moss down to the gutter line.
Scraping the roof till it's loose, yeah.
Wait, No, that's not what I meant. Are you
Oh,
scraping?
you're talking about scraping it all the way down, like in big line, all the way down to the gutter line.
Yeah.
I go along, I scrape each thing. I don't try and pull the moss down with me. I let the vac grab it at the end. So you just go up and down the whole thing. Because when you're pulling it down, you're spending longer going, right, I got to bring that bit down, that bit down.
Yeah.
Whereas
I
you can
agree
just
with that.
scrape each tile down, and then anything you've missed, you can kind of spot treat because you're not going to miss everything on everything.
I
If
mean,
it was a ridiculously mossy roof, which gets a bit convoluted with that method, then yeah, I'd see you want to bring it all down to the line to make sure.
if you've got one person scraping and the other one vacuuming,
Mhm.
I can see how that would be very useful.
On your own, you'll probably want to bring it all down to the gutter line and then clean it up the usual way. But I'd say I do all the roof cleans with 2 people.
Because a lot of the roof scrapes that I'm doing, most of them I'm on the roof because I only select certain roof scrapes that I want to do that where I can actually climb on the roof.
Hit
And
the back up with you.
yeah, a lot of the time afterwards, it's spent brushing the particles and leaf blowing. Whereas actually, if you're vacuuming as you're going, you don't need to do any of that final brush down or rinse down or whatever. Before in the past, I've actually used the sniper nozzle to go from the tower or whatever and rinse the top of the roof to get all the particles to come down into the gutters, and then we'll vacuum out the gutters and vacuum in the roof. Does it work? Be honest. Does it work?
Yeah, it does.
Because I've never heard anyone vacuuming the roof.
Just makes cleaning easier, containing it.
I'd love to see a video of this. How long is it taking? For like an average roof, 100 square meters or whatever. Are you doing roofs? Are you doing roofs in a day, or are you taking multiple days? Or
It depends on the size of the roof. The usual time. I mean, it's not taking much longer because you've got one person scraping, one person cleaning instantly. So you're not saving all your clean to the end of the day.
Liam says
till the rest of the job.
Liam says he's got an idea.
I've got a draft email to Julia to see if she was able to design a roof scraping attachment
Wait,
for the back.
do you want to say this? Okay, you said it.
Yeah.
You could have got some commission. Someone's going to go off. They're going to make that product. They're going to market it. They're going to...
And I'm going to buy that product and use it. I've got a specific design in mind that I can ask if they can make. But yeah, whatever. If someone wants to go off and do that, it's fine.
Would a turbo nozzle not delaminate the sandstone? When you say delaminate, what do you mean? Sandstone doesn't have a coating on it. And so sandstone is the same composition all the way through. Depending on the way it's cut, occasionally you could have like a sawn sandstone where you might etch the surface. But generally, most like Indian sandstone or sandstone cobbles or whatever, you can blast it with as much pressure as you like, and it's just, you might corrode the surface slightly, but it's not.
Assuming you might, assuming they might be fairly new to the industry, they might have encountered a sealed sandstone, and they're thinking that's a laminate, like a lamination on it, rather than a sealer. That makes sense. You see the glossy thing, and it's like, oh, is that going to delaminate this? But actually, it's a sealer that's been applied. That's probably failed.
Yeah, I'm not sure I don't often come across surfaces that have been sealed, or I don't often come across surfaces that I can identify that they've been sealed.
He says there, sorry, I mean like it flaking up. So you mean like pulling, like, you know, how it's riven?
I see what you mean.
Knock the flakes off?
Yeah, you can, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's
a risk of that.
That's only when you're going super close with super high pressure. I feel like most of the time, sandstone doesn't need that sort of... If you're having to go that close and using that high pressure with a turbo nozzle, and you're trying to get like black spots up or whatever, and it's like flaking the sandstone up underneath, you're doing too much. You're using too much high pressure. Most of the work on sandstone is going to be done with chemicals.
I'd personally struggle to see a reason to use a turbo on sandstone, personally. Like, yeah, a fan nozzle is going to do 90%, 99% of the work, and the chemicals are going to do the rest.
Yes, unless you've got unless you've got weeds that are coming up through the pointing and you just want to chop the heads off the weeds. I don't think a fan jet's going to do that as well as a turbo nozzle.
Yeah, true. That's a good point. At that point, if that's as bad as it is, upsell the pointing and grind it out.
Yeah,
And get the weeds that way.
very similar to the Tornado tool. Tornado tool?
Tornado tool?
But with a hoover for the likes of car interiors and carpet. Tyler, welcome to the stream. I'm not sure I've seen your name in the chat before, but welcome. Not sure what you mean. If you want to expand on that, I'd be very interested. Bee's Knees says, I vacuumed roofs from a tower, pull it down a quarter, scrape, vacuum, scrape. Am I drunk or am I struggling to read stuff?
No,
or
you're
both?
Fine. I'm just looking for that comment because I've scrolled up. I vacuum roofs of a tower, pull it down a quarter, scrape, vacuum, scrape. So, yeah, he'll do from a tower, he'll scrape all the stuff, pull it down to a quarter of the way, and then vacuum it and then scrape the rest. So you're kind of doing it in 4 sections. Look up Tornado. Oh, I thought he was trying to say tornado tool. Tornado. Let's have a look. Liam says, Matt, I've got an idea, but he hasn't typed anything since. So I guess he's waiting for my prompt.
Tornado.
What's your idea, Liam? High pressure air blow wash. Oh, one of those. I've seen those.
High pressure what?
It's like a similar to what you find on the end of an air compressor thing. It's just like a giant nozzle on a trigger.
Using it for what?
It's like a car cleaning. I don't really know. It's like an air compressor tool for car cleaning, like carpets and things.
For what? I don't understand why it's relevant. For scraping a roof.
I think he was talking about blowing the moss off. Like
if you're on the roof, fair enough. But like, how are you going to get that on the end of the lance to like drag it back towards you?
It's one of those handheld things, so you'd probably be on the roof. That's the point, though. I've looked into air compression, cleaning roofs with air, so it's like waterless. The best of both worlds.
Liam's just blown my mind.
I think there's a way to just vacuum a roof. Any need to attachments with a slight tweak. I don't know how to throw anything out there. Wouldn't work. Think about it now. Liam, put it in the DMs. We'll theory craft that.
Now, let's just take Liam's theory for a second and run with it.
For it.
Imagine I'm climbing on a roof, as I do, as your boy loves to do. Climbing on a roof with a harness or whatever. It's a flat roof. I've got a 20-meter vacuum hose, which is plenty to get me up onto the roof. I've got a nozzle with like some sort of... I could go for like a dirt gulper or whatever Good to Vacuum System supplies. But it's like it's not just aluminium, it's like a nice hardware in nozzle. And I'm scraping the roof with the vacuum nozzle, sucking the moss up as I go.
Yeah. That's what I was saying with the Julia design thing I've got in mind.
Oh, you've already thought of that?
Yeah, you basically your vacuum poles are now replacing your scraper bowl. So you're actually scraping with an attachment on the end of the vacuum. So it's an all-in-one. So you're just scraping the moss off whilst you're consecutively sucking up the junk. Your vacuum poles and your new water-fed pole scraper or alloy pole replacement.
So the one issue I can see with that is it's going to be quite heavy with all that hose sort of going over your shoulder, and you sort of
Yeah. I did it. Clip it.
You're doing all that sort of stuff, and it's going to be quite heavy.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very effective. And it's going to save a lot of cleanup, and you're going to vacuum the gutters at the same time as you're scraping the roof.
You could probably have enough of the hose from the vac to attach to the scaffold to take the weight off, so it's not just flopping down. So you can kind of hold it up.
Yeah. If you're using a tower. You're
If you use
thinking
the
of
towel.
put it on the end of a pole. I'm
the
thinking
back.
of having it over my shoulder on the roof.
Yeah, okay, I see. I see what you're saying. So
That's
you're
it.
thinking about like a top down, like pointing down and going like that. I'm thinking doing it from a tower and
On a
going
pole.
up your, yeah, using the back poles as your pole.
Darren says there are no stupid ideas, Liam, except Jake's trolley. Let's not bring the trolley into the.
It was a good idea, poorly executed. That's all I'll say.
Right, let's get
You
into
need
it.
you need an axle. You can't just have two wheels either side because the weight would just collapse.
I had an axle.
Did you put one in after? Your very original one you showed us on the thing, you didn't have an
It didn't
axle,
have a
it's just-
visual axle because what was the point? It still had an axle. Or maybe it didn't.
it didn't have a visual axle. What's the point?
It was.
Yeah, you didn't.
It would
you
have
had
worked though.
the-
I'm trying to think of making the footprint of the trolley smaller.
You had a way of, you had your wheels thing, but you want a solid between your two wheels. You want a solid pole,
I'm pulling it up.
so you're not collapsing the wheels in because there's no support.
You're being mean. I'm pulling it up.
Where the stream crashes, so no one can see the end of the argument.
I see what you're saying. There is no axle. Is the stream crashed? Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm just waiting for the thing to load because there's delay.
Rotate on the
So you need an
y-axis,
axle that connects the
90
two
degrees.
wheels together.
Size. Let's bring it up. Size on the x-axis. Like that. Are you happy?
Let me see when it loads.
You happy with my trolley design now?
How far behind am I?
Look
I'm up to date. Yeah, perfect.
Look at that tiny footprint.
There we go. Now your wheels aren't going to collapse in on each other, destroying it. You just need that extra support.
I feel like we're onto a winner with that.
I think it's a great idea.
Can you see the nozzles on the bottom?
Yeah, because you can push it along.
Just push it as it sprays the chemical down in front of you.
Yeah,
I feel like that's
it's like an X-Jet on wheels, self-contained.
anyway.
The tight Arsatron. The tight Arsatron.
That's such a good name.
Oh, that's the name. That's
the tight
the name.
Arsatron.
The tight Arsatron. It's not the Dosatron, it's the tight Arsatron.
Tyler Vallett's Cars, Northern Ireland.
Oh, nice.
Release the moss and hoover it up at the same time. It's a great idea. Great idea. How do you work CAD so easy? I've done a lot of... I make artistic pieces, I suppose. It's not so much the designing products. It's more about... I like to create scenes and render stuff.
Yeah.
Make pretty things.
Going back to the Car Valet thing, yeah, that takes an incredible skill in itself. I think a lot of people underestimate how skilled valeting cars and things are. Especially like detailing, claying, and things like that. It's just like insane amount of work.
I'm
to get a night like
surprised people actually pay that. When I first started this business, I started washing cars, and I did 3, and I was like, I'm spending so long washing this car, up to 2 hours just doing the exterior, and inside the door shuts, and inside the boot shuts, and all that sort of stuff, and chamois in it to make it all dry and look lovely. I'm like, I'm going to earn, what, 20, 30 quid to wash the exterior of this car? Yeah. And then if they want the interior doing at the same time, like, how much can I charge to wash this car? Not enough to justify the time that I'm putting in.
Yeah, especially when you can just go down to your local driving car wash and they do in and out for 30 quid. And there's like eight of them kind of all around the car, like a pit crew in a car race.
I don't know how detailers, 1, get enough customers, and 2, can justify the cost. Like I understand how much time and effort it takes to do a car properly, but
I don't know. I don't know anything about it, but I'd imagine there's a lot of people out there that have really expensive cars. They take pride in it. They spent a lot of money on their car, and they're not going to take it down the local car wash. They want someone who's going to give it the care and attention that it deserves. Like, have you ever seen someone drive a McLaren into your local
no.
in and out? And I'm guessing those are the kind of people that are getting car detailers in. I mean, Tyler will be able to tell me if I'm wrong. I know nothing about it. I'm just making assumptions. But I'd imagine you'd see a lot of people that take pride in their car. They're doing like cars for showing things. I guess there's a lot of people that will do their own vehicles, but you get a detailer in to, anybody can go and clean their own drive. Why do they call us in? It's that comparison.
It's more of an equipment difference when it comes to cleaning your drive. If you've got a big drive, you know for a fact you're not going to get it done with your Karcher. Whereas a car is a car.
Yeah, but do you have all the clay detailing compounds? Do you have all the knowledge of the chemicals used and why you use them?
Yeah.
Do you know what each one does? Like, there's going to be that level of skill to it that I just won't ever know.
A customer of mine does detailing. His prices start at £600. Oh, I'm not surprised. That's what I'd be charging, honestly.
Yeah, because I don't think they're using your standard like 15 quid a bottle Autoglime off a shelf as well.
I mean, or even Autoglym is like super expensive.
Yeah. And then if you're doing like the polishing, is it the DAS machine, the polishing thing? That's got a skill. You can really damage a car's paint if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Not really using the right pads and abrasions and
having to like tape up all the rubbers so you don't get all white stuff all over the rubbers. Like there's a lot to it.
And there's different polishing compounds. Like they've got like the grit involved. There's going to be different layers of grit, just like sandpaper, for example, just in a liquid form. That you get it wrong using the wrong pad, you're going to do a lot of damage. So
yeah,
you're paying for someone's knowledge that I just would never have. So
yeah,
when you compare a detailer to your 30 quid job kind of thing,
you'd assume that when you're employing someone to come and detail your McLaren, they know how to handle expensive vehicles and paint and stuff, because if you take it down to one of those Turkish garages or whatever, which is what I go to, it's like, are we making sure that we're using like brushes that aren't going to scratch my paint as you're cleaning it?
Yeah.
Liam says, how does something qualify as a game changer again? We don't talk about game changers. We don't talk about game changers in this.
There's only a very few that exist, and the switch tip is going to be one of them.
Switch tip's a game changer. I'm still waiting to get my hands on one. Ben did say before Christmas that he was going to send one out to me, but I think they were struggling to make them quick enough for the demand.
I would like one ASAP.
Yeah. The XJet. Well, it's the ProJet switch tip. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, where were we? We got to gutter clearing.
Yeah, so
interesting one.
How much are you charging to suck someone's guts?
So I
like how you just breezed over that.
It took a while to sink into what you just said. To suck someone's guts. So I started off gutter cleaning late in the game, way after I started pressure washing. So it wasn't until like August I got my vac. And I really didn't know what to charge, so I just went on your prices, like £40-45 a side, and just did my first few of that. I tried pricing it by the house and felt like I lost out. Like I was like, I can do 120 on this, 90 on this, and then it's like, no, that did not work.
I'm going to pull one up as an example, because I charge around about £40 per side, unless it's like quite a technical job.
I've had local people on the Facebook groups where they've kind of gone from their painting and decorating jobs to get the gutter works over Christmas, which people do. They just turn to gutters because it's quick and easy. Charging ridiculously cheap, where it's like, how are you doing that at £10 a house? How are you doing that at £20 a house? And it's I didn't do any gutter jobs in December as a result, because people were calling me up trying to get me to beat their 20 quid quote.
Yeah,
it's like I won't come for less than 45 a side with a minimum charge of 75.
You won't come for less than 45 a side.
Yeah.
So let's take this one for example. If I apply my pricing structure of £40 per side,
Yeah.
this one is it's this little section here, this little section here, £40. That's going to take probably less than 10 minutes, easy.
Yeah.
With two of us, this is two of us. So one up the ladder, spotting, saying, no, back a bit. Yep, you've got it. Come this way.
Yeah.
Really nice. I love doing it like this, honestly. Since I've had two members of staff, including myself, it's been so cool doing gutters like that because it makes it so much quicker than having to go up after yourself, check everything, or put a camera up there. Like this way is, I feel like, the best.
Yeah.
There's a gutter going down that side there, so you could argue that's another 40 quid. So we're at 80 quid so far. And then on the other side, there's nothing on this side. And then on the back, it's just a simple, it's another 40 quid. So that's, you could argue that one on the bottom there is nice and easy. You could call it a side, or you could just say, oh, I can climb on that flat roof and I'll do that one for 20 quid instead of 40 quid. So that's £100 job. Easy 100 quid in and out within 35-40 minutes. What do you think?
I think that's fair.
You could go through the effort of measuring it and pricing it by the meter. In fact, let's do that and let's see
where people will end up because they've got that. I mean, just if you've shown the chart, I don't want to spoil the result if they haven't seen the chart. But...
I've not, but you can go ahead and do that if you want.
No, that's all right. We'll wait until we see it. It's a struggle because there's so much competition. It's a very entry level thing. It's very hard to convince your customer the value of your insurance when you're gutter cleaning. People don't see it as like a need to be insured, but if you're gutter clearing, you break a bracket, the gutter sags, that gets in behind render and starts causing damp problems and stuff like that. You've caused basically major damage to your customer's house. And they could just attribute it that damage came from our last person cleaning the gutters last year. And we don't know his number because he was a painter and he's stopped doing gutter clearing.
Yeah.
They don't realise the value of the insurance behind like us having insurance for that. And we have to account for that in our pricing. So it makes it very hard to compete. So
on this property, I've measured roughly 25 meters of gutter in.
Yeah.
And if you're going to charge, a lot of people are charging around about £5 per meter. 125 quid. Or you could charge £4 per meter. So what was that? 25 times 4. So that's around about 100 quid. So I would pretty much bob on with that 100 quid, I'd say.
Yeah.
And so for ease, you're going to win some, you lose some. For ease, if you just say £40 per side, whether it's a bungalow, whether it's quite complicated. I'm sure there's a couple of houses on this road where a gutter clear would be slightly more technical because there's like bits above, like this one, for example, there's bits on the side here. Are you going to go through and measure all that?
No, it's because some people will say, "I'll just stand at the bottom and like look at the brackets. That's about a meter," and they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they get up to like a certain thing, and then the customer goes, "Oh, it's too expensive," and then you've just wasted all your time.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you'd expect there to be about a meter between each bracket, and so you could quite easily eyeball it and count them. But also, it depends how the gutters have been fixed in, because if it's not a meter, then you're just sort of guessing still. So you might as well just guesstimate at £40 per side and just take it. Some of them are going to be bigger, some of them are going to be smaller. So you could say for this garage roof, that's 40 quid. That's 40 quid. Or because it's like single story, you might say, well, that side's 20 quid, the other side's 20 quid, but the house is 40 quid. Like, I think it's so much easier just applying a pricing structure, unless it's a mansion, in which case you might want to go 45 to £50 per side. Yeah.
I'm kind of trying to figure out my prices now because I'm going to get more gutter work between March and October, because that's when all the cheaper people are back to their normal jobs, not trying to make a quick cash grab for Christmas.
Yeah.
I have encountered a couple of customers. They say £40 a side, and I've gone, well, there's a row on the second story, but then they have a porch which is the entire house, and I'm like, well, that's got to be two sides really. But they've caught me on my wording per side, and it's like, well, this is one side of the house. You should do both of them for £40, and it's like, so I'm getting caught out on my wording on those things. So I need to have per per story per side. Or
Yeah,
something
so
like that.
you could either say to your customer, I charge £40 per side, so it's going to be 120 quid. Or
Yeah,
you could say, it's going to be 120 quid. And just
Yeah.
note the fact that you charge £40 per side. It depends on how you want to do it.
yeah. Now I'm in a, I'd say, fortunate position. I've just had a property maintenance company get in touch, saying they want me to service their landlords, and they've just given me a batch of 13 houses, all pretty much on the same street, and they want a price for it remotely. So I've been on like Google Earth, kind of like doing just the inspection, kind of looking around. I'm like, whilst I'm doing this, I'm going to measure the houses and figure out the average meterage, and then what I'm charging per side, and then maybe I can just use that exercise to say to a customer, your average house is this for this, that for that.
And a lot
and
of
then
people, there's a few people that have posted in the Discord showing someone else's prices that they've took from Facebook or whatever, and it's like
Yeah.
a semi-detached is this much, a detached property is this much, a bungalow is this much,
Yeah,
and they've got like a pricing strategy for
Yeah.
each type of property, and you're going to get caught out with that, but also you win some, you lose some, so it's like
Yeah.
take the good with the bad.
I'm just going to go on the law of averages and try and do that, and then just be like, right, I've lost out on this one, but the next one was like super easy.
Yeah.
But I will have a thing to say, like, if you've got conservatory gutters, it's plus. If you've got garage gutters you want doing, it's plus. If you've got like an awkward 2-story and you've got this massive conservatory and I've got to put 9 poles on my gutter back, it's going to be plus. But
And
then you're in the clauses then.
a big one is those gutter hedgehogs.
Oh, yeah.
Huge. If
Yeah,
you're
they're-
clearing gutters, and there's, regardless of whether your customer has told you that they've got them or not, they're expecting you to. The expectation is that you clear the gutters, so you're going to climb up to every single run of gutters. There's going to be chaff all on top of these hedgehogs, so you're probably going to want to vacuum them off first. You're going to take the hedgehogs out of the gutter, take them back down the ladder, clean them off because they're going to be filthy, they're going to be covered in dirt, there's going to be stuff ingrained into them. You're still going to have to clear the gutter because there's going to be stuff lying on the bottom. And then you're going to have to go back up and reinstall the gutter hedgehog.
Yeah.
On every single meter of gutter across the whole property.
Yeah.
It changes the job from you being there less than an hour to you potentially being there up to 2 hours and causing loads of mess. And it's just like, you'll be midway through and you'll be like, I hate this.
Yeah.
I'm never doing this again.
Anything with gutter guards or gutter hedgehogs, it's a minimum charge of £200.
Really?
Yeah. And then I price on top of that if there's like extra bits and bobs and extra gutters. So I just don't want to deal with them. I'd rather lose the job for those than actually win it.
Yeah.
So it's got to be worth my time. Like I don't like faffing around with things like that. If they're happy with me taking the gutter hedgehogs down and just clearing the gutters and the chaff off and not spending the time that should be required to clear out the hedgehogs themselves, I'll just put them back up covered in moss. Like, I don't want to do that.
Mhm.
If they really want a cheap job, then okay, fine, I'll do that. I'll take your hedgehogs out. I'll clean around them, but I'm not cleaning the hedgehog out. Like, if they want to do that while it's down, fine. I'd rather not deal with them altogether because it's just a pain.
On one hand, I might say it's going to cost you 120 quid. I'll go up, take them all out, vacuum the gutters and make sure everything's clear and not reinstall them. Or I can clean them and reinstall every single one, but it's going to cost you 220 quid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I try and put every single gutter job I've got, I say to them, I'll put you on my maintenance list, which means they'll just get a text in 6 months or 12 months, whatever they choose, a month before, and say, I did your gutters X amount of time ago. Would you like an inspection? Would you like them done again? And if they've got gutter hedgehogs, I don't want to do that, so I will take them out and say, I don't want to deal with these. If you want me to be on regular maintenance, we got to scrap them. And here's the reason why.
Great idea. Because they're not, if it's a regular maintenance thing and it's a 12-monthly thing,
Yeah,
they're going to be useless anyway.
exactly.
I mean, they're useless anyway, but they're going to be useless anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And they harbour the moss. The moss is spore based, so they will harbour it. And if you've got a nice clean roof, and eventually the moss that are inside them will just spread to the roof, and then you're going to make your roof a problem. Then you've got to charge them for a roof clean in 5 years.
Yeah.
So there's more benefit to not having them.
Cody says £40 per width. Yeah, like per side, per run of gutters. So front face of the house, £40. Side face of the house, £40.
The width is a good wording, because then you can say, well, it's per width. That width is 2-story. That width is your single story.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it's like £80 a side at that point, because you've got 2 widths.
Yeah. Tyler,
That's
thank you for tuning in, mate. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Tyler, thanks for your input. Thanks for popping in. Have you heard of the cheap shot for soft washing?
The what?
Cheap shot.
Have
No.
you heard?
Have you?
No. Soft washing cheap.
There's DIY.
Introducing the cheap shot soft wash system that can be used to clean roof sizes. Is that it's basically a bio box.
And there's doing it yourself.
It's quite similar
Hey
to
guys,
what
it's
you
Mike,
made
the Fresh
for,
Rinse. Hey, I really
is it Rick,
appreciate
the
you
orange
joining me
toolbox?
here. I'll put your
Has a tank that loops underneath the system. Water comes through the holes. Hose in the tanks connects to the barb. The cheap shot can be mounted onto a rig. It's a pump in a box.
Just a pump. Just a high flow pump.
Yep.
Install ad blocker, dude. I could do that. Oh, it's like a little motorized.
Yeah, it's a pump in a box with a couple of different taps to change your hypo or surfactant or water rate.
It's pretty cool that it's got like a... I mean, this isn't the whole system, because you'd have a tank of water attached to it, presumably. And you'll have a tank of chemical as well.
They're over $1,000. I wouldn't pay over $1,000. You can make that for a fraction of the price.
You could say that about anything, though.
Yeah, true.
I like it. Very American.
DA components pump inside a lidded enclosure, a couple of ball valves to control your
Ratios.
Your ratios.
It's an electronic pump and a soft wash proportioner.
Yeah.
I regret buying a dosatron. Liam, tell us more. Why? Why do you regret buying a dosatron? Because
That's 2 people that have said about dosatrons today. One said I absolutely loved it, and now Liam says I regret it.
They're expensive. £900 down. So dosatrons are expensive. But it does seem like it's very efficient when it comes to applying biocide.
Is it New Max or New Mark ones you can get on Amazon? 129 fertilizer pumps. I wouldn't put sodium hypochlorite through it, but for bleach, it'll be absolutely perfect.
Biocide, you mean?
Sorry, biocide.
A gardener backpack. Why not just use that?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I use.
I mean, yeah, because you're refilling the. Yeah, you can just put the tip of the dosatron in the bio tub, and it would mix at the perfect proportion.
I can
the
mix.
hose.
I can mix at the perfect proportion.
But if
I
you're
just need to
using
measure
more
it
than
first.
if you're using more than 20 liters a time, you don't have to keep filling up your backpack. I think that's the point of them.
Generally, it's about 20 litres per side on most roofs that I'm doing.
Yeah, so
Maybe a
you're
bit
right.
more.
If you're doing if you're doing a maintenance on a say massive block paving at 300 square meters, you'll probably be filling up your backpack 5 times. That's probably when the dosatron comes in. But then you'll probably use your extra, I guess.
Too much flow, a lot of biocide comes out. It's good as its mains, and it doesn't run out, so the backpack It's so clear. I use XJet Pro Foam or water-fed pole. So the flow, Liam, isn't the flow for the dosatron dictated by the customer's tap? So if you've got the customer's tap running at like 18 litres per minute, that's the flow that you're going to get out of the dosatron. Whereas if you turn the tap down to like 6 litres per minute, the flow is going to be much more manageable. Is that not how it works?
I believe that it sucks. Yeah, the flow input it detects, and if you set it to like your
it does the
3%
ratio depending on the
ratio
flow
for
of
you.
water that comes through.
Yeah,
It's carnage at any house. It's carnage.
Too much flow, a lot of biocide comes out. It's because mains doesn't run.
So I think Liam's getting through a lot more biocide than he would be if he was using a backpack.
Yeah, it depends because you get different. There's different dosatrons. If you didn't realize,
I'll show you Wednesday.
You get dosatrons and they have different percentage rates, different ratios. So you have to match what you want for the one you want.
All right, because there's hyper ones. I use an XL pump box with a battery. Never look back. There you go.
Yeah,
Reese Williams.
I mean, there's no reason to just make the similar thing you did for Richard.
Yeah, we need to get through these prices.
Yeah. What time is it? 11:30. Damn. Yeah, you got to go.
Residential gutter clearing. Most people have a set price per side. An overwhelming amount of people at 51% have a set price per side, but we don't know what that price is.
Yeah, we should have accounted for that. There's a few here. I don't offer a £40 side, £40 side, 25 for clearance, 25 and 55 for clearing clean.
Starting at £70 for back and front. Don't offer it. So okay.
Working a while, yeah. 65 for terrace, 75 for semi, 85 to 90 for a detached. So they're only going up by £10. I personally don't see the point of just adding £10 for the next size up. In my opinion, I think it's got to be worth the extra size. I think I'd probably go 25 difference.
We should have done a separate question saying, if you price per side, how much do you charge? Because that question's now a little bit irrelevant.
This could be something we do in a year's time and compare them.
Yeah, good idea. Yeah.
See if people price has gone up or down. See what industry state is.
Let's skip that one.
Yeah.
Because I charge £40 per side. What do you charge again?
40 to 45.
40 to 45. So yeah, if it's a more technical job, the price goes up. If access is difficult, the price goes up. Also, I'm not taking the waste away with me, so I'm leaving it with the customer, which is why I might be slightly cheaper than most people.
I take the waste away, so yeah.
Next one, solar panel cleaning. Have you cleaned any solar panels?
I've done them as part of roof cleans. I have my very first independent one next Friday. So the first time I've done one without doing a roof clean. I made a mistake. I went in at £15 per panel, realized he had 34 panels, and I was like, inspected them. They weren't that dirty, so I was like, right, 34 panels, I'll do them at £8 a panel, expecting 276. Quoted him, and then got a message to say there's only 17 panels. And I was like, right, there's 34 on the roof. I've just checked on Google Maps. He's like, no, I've only paid for 17 and I'm at there's 34 there. So I've gone back, looked at his little manual booklet, and there's 17 duo panels. And they only count as one panel. I've told him the wording is price per panel. So now I'm cleaning effectively 2 panels for the price of one because they're duo panels.
Are they the same size, just split into 2, or are they double the size?
They're double the size, so they'll match effectively the footprint of 34. So I'm doing effectively the area of 34 panels for the price of 17.
Is he being shitty with you?
No, it's just kind of like I've gone out, I've made the mistake, so I'm brunting it. Not that I want to, because once you quote someone and they're happy with the price, and then you tell them how many panels it is, and there's a dispute, I'm like, I'd rather keep the customer happy. It's someone who my brother-in-law passed over to me because my brother-in-law does window cleaning. So it's one of his customers in the first place. So it's like it's also a family impression. I'd rather just keep someone happy. So yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. It's going to take twice as long, but it is what it is.
Have you ever done? You say you've done solar panels as part of a roof clean.
Yeah, so I've done
Water-fed pole.
Water-fed pole. Fortunately, these aren't covered in lichen and bird mess and stuff. They're just literally dusty, so it's like it won't take me that long. If they
Say
were,
it again. Do you say lichen or lichen or lichen?
I say it different each time because I don't really know. So it's either lichen or lichen. I go lichen or lichen the most.
I think lichen is probably the proper pronunciation,
Yeah,
but for ease, I say lichen.
it's the H that gets me. I don't know how to if it's
Yeah.
silent or not. Right. But yeah, luckily they're not caked. They're not filthy. It's a fairly easy one. I don't need to get like Solar Clean Pro or put the TFR on them as much.
Do you think Solar Clean Pro is Max Clean Pro in a different label?
Without the sodium hydroxide, yes.
Oh,
So it's non-caustic.
you think it's
version of
different?
Max Clean. No, it's identical without one thing in it.
Max Clean is caustic.
Max Clean is caustic. Solar Clean is the non-caustic version. They've rebranded to Solar Clean.
Oh, have you looked at the TFRs to see what the makeup is of the TFRs?
Mostly sodium hydroxide based, so Synergy is very similar to Max Clean Pro. Slightly different composition, but it does contain sodium hydroxide.
I love that you. I love that you get into the weeds of all the chemicals and stuff.
I want to know what I'm working with, so I know what I'm putting on things. I want to know what my body is working around because these things aren't to be sniffed at. They're life changing. If you get it wrong.
Do you compare? Is it SDS?
SDS, MDS, yeah.
Do you,
SDS or
and that'll tell you exactly what's in it.
Mhm.
At what ratios, or just
yeah. So I think it's like 6% sodium hydroxide in Synergy, whereas there's only like 4 to 5% in Max Clean, so it's a very slightly lesser amount.
So could
There's
you take?
alcohols in there?
In theory, could you take two different suppliers?
Mhm.
I wonder if you can see where I'm going with this, and see exactly what's in both products by looking at the SDX.
Yeah.
And see which one's better.
Yeah. So I've been trying to get hold of the SDS for your TFR.
Mine.
Yeah, your smoke sauce. Jake juice.
Don't call it Jake juice. That's gross.
That's what it is. Yeah, they have never. I've sent like 3 or 4 emails to try and get it. They haven't told me. I know it's got sodium hydroxide in. I just want to know what the percentage is.
I want to know what makes it hydrophilic.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm trying to get the.
Whether that's in other stuff as well.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's polysorbate 20, but that's only a guess.
Say that again.
It's polysorbate 20, which is used in like soap manufacturing and stuff, and it creates a hydrophilic thing.
Guys,
Well,
polysorbate 20.
It could be polysorbate 80, which is just slightly denser, but
That is wild.
less used.
You're so in the weeds. You are so deep in this in the industry.
Yeah,
You love it, don't you?
I do. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. But again, I want to know what I'm working around. I want to know what's potentially going on my skin. I want to know what's I'm breathing in because these things will kill you.
The
if
chemist.
you abuse them.
He's not the chemist. He's
chemist.
Matt GPT. Matt, what are you charging per panel? £8, or is that your reduced price for like lots of panels?
The £8 was because they weren't so bad, and there was 34, and it was my first independent one apart from a roof clean. So I thought like I'll just go in a bit cheaper, try and win it. I'm going to be at about £15 a panel from now on, and if I have to ask if they're duo panels, I'll probably say 17, 18.
I am at £17 per panel. However, I understand that that's pretty extortionate in the grand scheme of things. I just don't want to do it for any less. So if someone wants specifically me to do it, I'll do it, but it's going to be £17 per panel.
Yeah.
Up to about 15 to 16 panels. Anything after that, I'll reduce the price. Let's see what our survey says.
Yeah.
For residential solar panel cleaning, a lot of people don't offer the service. 34% of people don't even do solar panel cleaning. 18% of people are at £9 to £10 per panel,
It's reasonable, I guess.
which is the majority.
No one is at your prices. No one's above 15.
Yeah, 13%
Oh.
of people, which is quite the second most majority, are at £5 to £6 per panel, which is cheap in my opinion, very cheap.
I wouldn't. Yeah, that's not worth, in my opinion.
Unless
Unless you're doing like 1,000 panels.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm all the way up at £17 per panel, and no one's as expensive as I am.
2 people said 15 plus VAT per panel one, and sometimes up to £16 depending. What does it say? Depending. Don't advertise. Don't make money if you. Yeah, so they're doing it on the off chance that someone might have solar panels on the roof on the day of another job or something.
Bloody hell, the payback on them solar panel will be outrageous if ever. Not really. If you're putting two hours, like a solid 2 hours into, like the other day, for example, we did 14 panels times £17 per panel. It's 238 quid for 2 hours. That was two of us as well. It's not a lot of money,
Yeah,
really.
Something that I keep failing to take into account as well is, even though you've isolated the panels, if it's a sunny day, you've still got a shock risk, and there's a health risk to it.
Someone commented on my video, and they said,
I haven't seen that video yet. That's what I'm going to watch before I go to bed.
"Oh, you cutie, watching all my stuff."
fall asleep to it.
So someone commented and said, "It's pointless switching off the panels."
Well, you're connected to the battery. Why risk that?
I don't know if they said. Let's have a look. Why did you turn the panels off? Someone said this. I thought they were sealed units, but that's something different. I've cleaned tons of solar panels. Never turn them off. Total waste of time, mate.
That's, in my opinion, disregard to your own safety. You may have never had a problem, but that one time where there's a broken bit of loose cable that your water-fed pole touches.
So that's the issue. It's not that solar panels inherently will have a risk of giving you a shock. It's that if there's any damage or exposed cable,
yeah, I'm
that's
pretty sure
when you're gonna get.
that's why.
Yeah,
If you're connected to the battery, which is then connected to the rest of the house system, you're effectively plugging yourself into the mains and using water around it.
yeah.
It might be a waste of time to some, but I value my safety. If I'm up on a roof or on a tower or something and I get a shock and I fall off that tower or whatever, if you haven't broken your neck, you've probably broken your back.
Like Cody
And
says, it only takes once.
Exactly. And people take unnecessary risks. They're like, oh, it's a waste of time. What's a waste of time? To turn the switch. How is that a waste of time, in my opinion?
Yeah.
Okay, it takes you 5 minutes to go up into the loft space and turn it. Oh, it's a waste of time. I don't get that behavior. Tell the customer to do it before you arrive. Is it a waste of time to send that in a text? 30-second text?
Yeah, but
Like,
I feel like the one we did in that video, the customer's not going and climbing into the loft to do that. So you're sort of taking their word for it. If you say you must isolate the panels before we arrive, they might be like, I'm just going to tell them I did it because I can't get up there.
yeah. And then
I'd
you have
rather
the
check.
accident. You got the, yeah. I would 100%. It's can't be bothered to turn the panels off. Can't be bothered to put my mask on when I'm spraying hypo and biocide.
Yeah,
like, it's the
same
same.
thing.
It's the same behavior. It's
Yeah.
like you're doing a job. If you had an accident and the insurance got involved, they're going to say, were the panels isolated? No. Well, you didn't do your checks. We're not on your side.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. And if you're not insured, then, well, that's a whole new Probably shouldn't say those words on the live stream.
Liam said I quoted 1,500 for 108 panels,
Yeah.
which is £13 per panel, which I think is quite high, really, considering that's like a commercial job. £13 per panel on 108 panels. I'd have probably been at more like, let's go 108 times 9, maybe less than a grand.
But then you'd probably charge them $250 for RAMs and all sorts.
And it depends on how bad the panels are. Like, that makes a huge difference. And can you go to the customer and say, I need to inspect the panels first? Because it depends how bad they are. Like, if they're just covered in dust, I'll happily clean them and it's going to be cheap. But if they're covered in lichen and bird poo, it's going to be a different thing.
Yeah.
I shared a video a while back where an electrician measured a dangerous voltage. It's complicated to explain, but basically turn the AC to the inverter off and the DC from the panels off.
Yeah.
Darren, did you see the video that I posted tonight?
Robert Dawson, the DC cables are always live, even if you isolate the inverter. So there's another reason to probably isolate inverter. If they're always live, then you've already got a risk. So turn the inverter off so you're not amplifying the risk, I guess.
So what about if you isolate the AC as well? So DC, DC, AC. Everything's off.
That's not the band, mate. It's AC/DC.
I'm confusing myself.
No, I know what you mean. So DC is more likely your 12-volt line. Your AC is your mains power.
Darren,
It's complicated to explain.
I feel like Darren would probably have a lot to say about the video that I posted earlier, which I welcome because he offers constructive criticism rather than just poking and jabbing.
Yeah. I think for the sake of flicking a switch, spending the 5 minutes to get up in the loft, it's worth it. Even if they are still active and whatever. Turn it all off, basically. There we go, yeah.
Yeah. Which is what I did.
Think, yeah.
I think.
And this shows my lack of knowledge as well. And it's like, if this is something I want to go and research before I do my solar panels next week.
I reckon
I want to know what
just
my
DM.
is.
I reckon you could just DM.
Yeah, that's exactly who I'm going to DM. And it's I would take personal safety over anything. I don't want to get hurt on the job. If you get hurt and you can't work and you have a life-changing accident, that's you're going to be screwed for the rest of it.
In conclusion, what we're saying is, I'm at 17. You're at
15 probably now.
15.
I'm probably going to go up to 17, 18.
Most people are at 9 or 10. No one is charging what I'm charging, 17.
Up to £6 a panel, and if you've only got 5 panels, 25 quid, there's got to be a minimum charge.
Crazy. Conservatories. Matt, have you done many conservatories?
I've done a few. Yeah, probably done about 5 or 6. I do the whole thing. I don't see the point in doing the roof only. Even if the customer asks, I'd just say I do the whole thing. You can have the roof done, but I'm rinsing. I'd like to detail. If there's runoff coming down, I'm just going to not be happy. I'm going to clean it anyway. So if I sell them, I'm doing the roof only. I'm going to end up cleaning the whole thing for my own satisfaction and lose out. So they get all of it or nothing.
So I had this issue on a recent job that I did, and I found myself cleaning the roof and cleaning the gutter, because the gutter around the conservatory roof was like green, so they wanted that clearing as well. And then the windows obviously got chaff on them, and it's like, okay, I'll rinse down the windows, but the time it's taking me to rinse down these windows, I might as well be brushing and cleaning at the same time. And so I feel like I'm not gonna price conservatories just the roofs anymore. Yeah, it's going to be like a whole conservatory.
That's where I'm at, because I guess if you're doing roof only, I'm wondering, is that more like a pure water only from a window cleaner, just going over it? I like to use Synergy or TFR or something on it to bring up UPVC nice and shiny. Not saying you can't get that with just pure water, but if I'm using that, then I'm going to have to rinse down anyway. And like you say, you might as well just be scrubbing it in and making use of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Just going
Yeah.
back, sorry. Cody says, what's your strike rate for solar panels at £17? I've only lost one solar panel cleaning job. And don't get me wrong, I don't get a lot of inquiries. I don't know about you, Matt, but I'm not getting loads of solar panel inquiries. It's
No.
like maybe one a month.
I've only had
Less than that.
one inquiry which was passed over from someone who didn't want to do it, which is the one I'm doing next week, brother-in-law, and one that asked separately from a roof clean, and I upsold the roof clean.
More often it'll be part of a roof clean. But specifically just solar panels, it's like one a month maybe.
Yeah.
And of those, I've only ever lost one at £17 per panel. I'll just say, like, this is what I charge, take it or leave it. And I've only ever had one person turn me down. I've probably done like 10 sets of solar panels now, which isn't a huge amount for someone who's been doing it for as long as me. Like across 3 or 4 years, 10 sets of solar panels doesn't seem a lot, but equally I've not really advertised for them.
Yeah, so you're doing well for the input you're putting.
I had an idea last year. Like,
A whole separate business for it, wasn't it?
there's so many solar panels being installed now, and there's so many council buildings having solar panels added to them, like old council houses that are having solar panels put onto them. This is a new industry of people that need solar panel cleaners, and like, if you're going to start a business now, that would be the perfect business to start.
Yeah. But can you charge £17 a panel?
Probably not, and it's such a
have
lot of
to-
effort, and the
Yeah,
initial cost of like having to, like, being able to get up to the gutter line to be able to actually clean the panels. You're either going to have a tower or some sort of boom lift or something, and then you need pure water or chemicals or whatever you're going to use. And it's like, the work is probably going to come from all around the UK, so you're going to have to travel. Is it going to be worth traveling 50 miles for a £200 job? Probably not.
Nearly 15% of the people that answered this are doing £5 to £6 a panel. That doesn't seem worth it to me.
No.
If you're creating a whole business purely on it, I think window cleaners are probably going to be the first people that get asked because
Yeah.
they've got most of the kit.
Yeah.
Followed by gutter clearers and cleaners, I guess.
You could be a Ben's gutters
for solar. Yeah,
for solar panels.
that's what you'd want to do.
I don't know if you'd be a one-man band or like a 2 or 3 lads like me, Zach and Jakey. I don't know if that's viable to go up and down the country just doing solar panels, but you could certainly franchise it.
Franchising it makes sense because then you can contact all the local window cleaners in the area until you get someone willing to do the job. Because they would have the kit and they wouldn't need to rent something from you, unlike the Ben's gutter system. People could, I guess, if they want to get involved, but you'd already target people who've already got the kit and give them the extra work.
Yeah.
So there's a potential of doing that. Don't think about. But yeah, conservatories, not worth doing if it ain't doing the whole thing.
Yeah, I agree. And there's no definitive answer when it comes to conservatories. Like, most people are doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
And when it comes to price, it's so sporadic. Some people are doing like a minimum of 100, minimum of 150, minimum of 80.
It's more 62% doing 62 people doing the whole, because I've realised whole, roof only, and both. Whole and both the same question, same answer.
Oh yeah.
So 62 people to 6 not doing roof only, and then 25 people not offering the service, which is fair enough.
Some people are charging per panel. This person has a minimum of £200 for a conservatory. £10 per panel. There's lots of data here that someone could go through and just like probably get some value from. Probably too much.
120 to 150 on average. Some people being over 200, some people being around the 80, but
As a minimum.
So 120 minimum,
Yeah.
120, 120, 100 to 200.
We're all about the
Panels
same
and
for that, really. I mean, it varies, doesn't it? But
Yeah, most common answer seems to be about 80 and 120, so 150.
so
So
there's no
between 80
easy
and
way.
150.
I feel like conservatories are quite difficult to price.
Yeah.
So if
My minimum's 150.
I think my
Worth my
minimum,
time.
my minimum's about 90 for like a lean-to style thing.
Oh, yeah, if it's a tiny thing. But would that be as part of a bigger clean, or would you specifically call out to clean that for 90 quid?
I'd be happy doing that for 90 quid. If it's just a lean-to, probably.
Because that'd probably be what, half hour of work back up.
Up to an hour maybe, which
Okay.
is fine. I don't mind that.
Would that
but-
be one person? Would you take like Jakey with you or your brother? Would it be all three of you for
It'd
that?
be 3 men deep, just like
Yeah. So but that's really 30 quid a man, isn't it?
yeah,
Three-
yeah. We've got to figure this
Three men
out.
deep.
We've got to figure it out when it comes to having 3 of us going at the minute.
Yeah.
Because Zach said today, like, do you think 3 of us was justified on like today? And I was like, no. But equally, you need to learn the ropes and
Yeah.
have a refresher on everything. Certainly wouldn't have
Is-
three men going around in a van doing gutter clearing. Like, it doesn't make
Does
sense.
your brother drive?
Yeah.
Is there a opportunity where you can have 2 vans on the road, your brother and you driving, and then Jakey gets put on a job with whoever is on the
I want
job he
Jakey
can get more
driving,
experience?
so I've had discussions with Jakey about him having his own van, and
Yeah.
I don't want that to be put aside just because Zach's joined. Like Jakey has a growth potential,
He's the
and
priority staff, I guess you could say.
kind of, and just because Zach has joined at like a later date, I don't want to stunt his growth. I want Jakey to still have the same opportunities that he would have had if Zach wasn't here. And so if anyone's going to get a van, it's probably going to be Jakey. However, because he's so young, his insurance is just going to be wild. So I don't know if it's going to work.
Put him on an insurance with Zach. That can bring it down.
It would make more sense to just have Zach insured on a van.
Yeah.
Um,
How old is Jakey?
he's like
20?
19,
Right. So yeah, he's
but Zach's 30.
yeah.
So Zach's more insurable. But
Does Jakey drive already, or has he got to go through the learning process?
he drives.
Okay.
I just don't think it's fair to bring Zach in, and after I've had discussions with Jakey about him getting a little van, a little dinger to go around with a little machine and a little gutter vac and stuff, I don't think it's fair to then bring Zach in and give him a van.
But yeah, I completely see that, and I feel the same way. That isn't fair, but at the same time, it's a business decision. You've got to.
It's a business
can
decision, but I'm
you
not
can
running.
still put him on the road. You can have 3 vans running then.
Yeah, a sensible person, a normal businessman would be like, well, Zach's insurable. Zach's older, whatever. He gets the van, but I'm doing things a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing as like paying Jakey 30 hours a week minimum contract, regardless of whether he works or not. It's most people would think that's stupid, but it's like a value thing to me. I value
That's completely
Jakey.
fair. Yeah, you want him to work for you, and you want him to have a. You couldn't just say you've only done 18 hours this week. I'm only paying you 18. Go, because then he can just go and get a job elsewhere.
Yeah,
He won't be loyal. So you're giving him a minimum and saying if we don't hit that, then you still get paid. And I think it's fair.
yeah.
Um,
My brother looks at it and it's like, you know how much you paid him last month for not working? It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I understand, but
this is why you got 3 of you on the go, so you can actually push more jobs and actually have that ability.
yeah.
Because do you think you jumped into employing someone too early, or do you think it was the perfect time?
It was perfect, really. And it
Yeah.
made me realise on what I was missing out on.
Yeah.
And it's luckily I found the right guy, because imagine if I didn't.
Yeah, that would.
Imagine
suck.
if I offered that contract to someone who wasn't the right guy.
Do you think because you haven't done much advertising or pushing your business in the past, it made maybe a bit more strain this winter, the first winter where you've got an actual employee, and then that may have kind of, now you're coming into your busy season where it's all going to pick up and you'll be flat out again. It's going to get better. So do you reckon the winter may have been a bit of a downswing?
Winter was... I was a bit silly in not planning anything. Because everything so far has been organic, and I've never advertised. When it was me on my own, I was like, that's fine if I have like a week where I don't really get much. But when I've got someone to pay and make sure they're secure and happy and busy, it's like, it's not just me anymore. Like,
It's a responsibility, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that weird responsibility where they're probably quite happy sitting at home doing nothing, earning a bit of money, but like at the same time I'm trying to be a boss.
Yeah. So
It's been very weird. Been very weird.
It's learning for you, isn't it? It's the first time
Yeah.
you've probably got an employee, especially in an industry you're fairly new to, in a sense.
And like Sunday,
So
for example, Sunday, it was my mum's 60th and she had loads of people around, and me and Zach got pissed on the evening and we had a real good night. And I just said to Zach in the morning, like, we've got one gutter job and then we've got a baby shower afterwards that me and Jakey are going to. So just stay at home, because there's no reason to get all three of us out for one little gutter job. It's not worth it. So it was like less than half a day. Me and Jakey had a really good morning out because the sun was out, and we had a real nice, quick and easy job. And then I just dropped him back, and it's like, I'm paying both of those for like a full day of work. Where Zach's at home probably doing a few quotes and stuff. Jakey's only doing the morning, but I'm paying them both for like 8 hours or whatever.
yeah.
But in the summer, it's going to be different. We're going to be like working long days probably, and really grafting. And so I've got to remember that this time of year is quiet, and in the summer it's going to be...
Thing is, you're probably going to ask them to do more than you're going to have situations where they're going to be doing more than what you're paying them for, which makes up for it. So it's like it works both ways.
And I feel like they'll be quite happy to do that, because I've treated them well, and I'm buying them lunch every day, and we're going to the pub.
Loyalty for loyalty, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose like your brother will understand family business kind of thing. He knows what it's like. He knows what you probably speak to him more than about like more in-depth business stuff than you would give to like me, for example. So you'd have these in-depth conversations, maybe more into like finances, money and savings and how it's going to work.
I'd happily open up to you about that sort of stuff. It's just that it hasn't really come up in conversation, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's like, so you probably got him as like a personal person you can have as like a financial advisor. Say you can make these business decisions because you can bounce it off someone and you're not in your own head about it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that
it's
definitely
handy
helps.
to have that. Yeah.
Should we finish off this?
Yeah. We keep going off in tangents, which is fine, but obviously it's your time.
So the last one, a big one for me, was render cleaning.
Yeah.
And first of all, I have no idea how to price a house. Say, for example, a normal sized house that's got 4 sides of render. I have no idea where to start. Like, I know probably what the process is. I've never really done one, but I've done walls. So like I brush the hypo on, lightly pressure wash it off. It always looks great. Doing that on a larger scale with a house, like, I know the process. I've never priced anything like that before. Have you? Have you like priced a full house before?
I've done theoretical pricing. I haven't done it and then quoted. I've been on Google Maps thinking like, is this going to take me this long? Because I like to do that. If I haven't done a job, I'll try and get like a theory price beforehand. So if one comes up, it's like, this matches like that kind of property. And I remember that I set this kind of price, so that's my baseline. I'm actually doing my very first house, hopefully next week. It's my sister's. And all I've done is I've just told her price materials. I'm going to do labor free so I can just see how long it takes me, what the ins and outs are.
Is it going to be a good before and after?
Yeah, it's gonna be a very good one. So
Would
I'm
be a
gonna
good
get
transformation.
yeah. So I'm gonna get that out of it. Obviously, being family, I wanna do a favor. So price of materials, and my sister's running my Facebook stuff, going above and beyond. So I don't mind.
Think of me when you pull up and think, I must take before pictures.
Yeah, no.
I will take before pictures.
I've drilled that in now. Like pictures the priority. It's all part of the process. But, like before, it was like, yeah, I forgot. Damn, and I left a project with like outtake and afters. But now it's like, there's a post-it note in the van on the thing say, "Have you taken pictures?" So I'll see it.
Render
Yeah.
can be time consuming. Why? R&B services, why do you say that? Because in my opinion, it's like I submit to the fact that sometimes that first treatment might not get it all. And if you've got like red algae and stuff, that can take a lot longer and you might want to put some biocide on. But 1 to 5, like a 1 to 5 mix of hypo brushed onto a wall and then rinsed off. How long is that going to take realistically?
Something really interesting that I've been watching in render cleaning videos. People will like treat the render and they'll keep the windows clean, and then they'll go back and show the video. Oh, this bit hasn't really cleaned up, and it's right underneath where they've rinsed the window, and they forgot to go back with the hypo and reapply it. They're just like
Because they dilute the hypo as they're rinsing the window.
Yeah, and they're like, this bit hasn't cleaned up, and it's always underneath the windows. And that's the first thing I would think about. It's like I've rinsed the window, reapply the hypo, then analyze. I think people are forgetting that.
Biofilm, leaving it to dwell, like you mean like leaving it for long enough to actually do its job? Because like hypo, it's like 30 to 40 minutes to get the most out of it.
And then if you're putting it on a vertical surface, it's running off. So
yeah, so you got to have lots of surfactant. Ideally, you want to be brushing it on instead of just spraying it, so that it actually foams up.
Yeah, agitate it. I'd probably go like 3% surfactant or something. Get that extra in there so it clings. I'm not going to say what it is publicly because I don't know if Pure Seal want me to. Because I shouldn't really be talking about what's in their products.
Well, it's public information though, isn't it?
It is if people search it, but it's kind of like at the same time, you're giving away all their secrets, and it's like I really respect them, what they're doing for the industry, trying to like standardize the things. So it's like I feel like you're giving too much information. The gelling agent that goes in there that's compatible with the hypo, you can get that separately and mix it in, so you can effectively make your own nuclear gel, which will help cling onto the surface.
So they had a product called Cling Film Pro.
That was it. Cling film.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think it used to be nuclear gel or something, or it is nuclear gel.
Right.
Now. So it's like, yeah, hypo, surfactant, and the gelling agent mixed in, perfect for vertical surfaces.
So you've not got a pricing strategy necessarily at the minute for render?
No, because there's many variables. Like, are you going to need to hypo it? You post-treating the biocide? Is there lead flashing you got to worry about? Is there like zinc things around?
I bet that Softwash UK guy. No, who is it on YouTube? Softwash.
The Softwash guy.
Yeah, I bet he's got.
The thing.
I bet he's got a very quick and easy structure for render cleaning. I bet it's something like £250 per side.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, decent side. I know some people charge like what £3.50 a square meter or so, and then they'll use Kiam to plan, and then they'll measure the windows and deduct them. And I'm like, it's too involved. I'd just go a standard price, and if you've got 5 windows on one side and 3 windows on the other side, that's tough in a sense.
I feel like you could measure the perimeter of the property, multiply it by a guesstimate of how tall the property is.
Standard 2 stories of 5.8 or so.
And then you've got your square meterage, but it's not going to be accurate because you've got like dormers, and you've got windows, and I just feel like it's not going to be quite right.
I'm trying to take a stance this year of don't worry if I underprice a quote because it's all learning. If I underpriced it, I obviously don't know how to price it.
I'm in the opposite now. Don't worry if I overprice it because
and that
because I'm not like I'm not desperate. I'm like stuff's coming in. I'm not worrying about it.
Like yeah, it's one of those. You're only going to learn it in time, and the more you pick up, the more you're going to get those little niches and go, I need to charge X amount for this. Like,
Yeah.
how long was it until you figured out your standard pricing for pressure washing? Till you realised, I need to account for drainage, I need to account for that, I need to account for low pressure.
Yeah.
It's like it's all experience, and with vertical surfaces, there's more to take into account than a flat surface. Just like a roof, there's more to take into account. So, I think £5 a square meter could be a fairly fair price, but I could be horribly underpricing it at that. So,
But also that takes so much effort to figure out to measure that property.
yeah,
Each one, like imagine you're living on the coast and you get majority of your jobs are render cleans.
yeah,
You're going to be spending so much time trying to work out
yeah.
the square meterage.
So perimeter times height, standard price, done. And then you divide it by 4 sides if they want just 2 sides.
Yeah. Mine's £250 each side. Full house is 600 quid. Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right.
So 250 each side, £1,000 for 4 sides, but you're reducing it for 400 if you net the whole house. So you're profiting on 1, 2 sides. But you're still profiting on your 4 sides, aren't you? That's... Why not 750 for the full house? So you're basically giving one side free. Why are you giving them one side free plus 150 off? That's an interesting... That's a rhetorical. Maybe you have a structure.
So the responses say £250 a side. Varies depending on severity. That doesn't really give us anything useful. Size, amount of growth, £100 per side. I would charge by the square meter, but not sure how much. Minimum £100 to be worth a trip. £300 per side plus VAT, so that seems steep to me. £300 plus VAT per side. £4 per square meter. £100 to £120 per side. £100 plus per side. £150 plus per side. £250 or a bit of a discount on the whole house. I feel like £200 to £250 per side is about right.
Yeah.
All this data... Go on.
Render is probably going to be one of those anomalies as well, depending on where you are, because there might be a city where it's like mostly terraced townhouse things, whereas sort of on the coastline you might have like individual standing properties which are bigger.
Coastal houses, a lot of coastal houses have render.
Yeah.
Because of the moisture or the salt, I can't remember which.
Yeah. So then you've probably got to account for all that. So 300 per side could be someone on the coast, a big house around, like Cornwall, for example.
But anyway, lots of responses on this. All this data is going to be collated into the Discord so that if you want to come back and have a look at all this data for yourself, I mean, this spreadsheet is just insane. There's like so much information on here. So if you want to get deep into the spready, you can also make charts out of this information. So if I was to go that and then insert a goddamn...
No, we said we weren't going to talk about window cleaning because neither of us are, but I feel like this person actually typed this and put effort in. So they want to earn about £50 an hour on glass with windows.
Where's that?
So it's a big one far down, halfway through the how do you price window cleaning? Like to add, I also do window cleaning. I see windows as an entry level, entry ticket to bigger jobs. Try to earn £50 an hour on the glass or windows. Therefore, I wouldn't want to do any specialized services for any less. So their minimum is £50 an hour target. However, they're pricing.
Can you earn that much doing windows, like residential?
I see a lot of people in Discord window cleaning chat saying like aim for £2 to £3 a window. So that's 25 windows an hour.
I could do that, I feel like.
25 windows an hour. How many windows are on your average property? What, 8, 10?
You're not getting... I mean, you've got to travel between properties and stuff. I can't speak on this subject because I have no idea anything to do with window cleaning.
If you're on the same street and you're kind of just driving up and down, yeah, great. But if you're starting out and you're like one area, then you're a mile away 10 minutes later, and then you got to go 3 miles down the road. Yeah, that's, I suppose, a established round where you've got maybe 5 or 6 properties on the same street or more. That's probably where you can really earn the money in window cleaning. You've got to build your round, and your round is your profit, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you want to leave it there?
Yeah, I think we've
Matt,
gone through quite a lot.
We've done 4 hours and 50 minutes. We've done almost 5 hours. This is probably the longest live stream that I've done.
What do you expect?
We have deep dove into potentially every exterior cleaning subject possible.
Yeah. And I'd like to do one of these for commercial work because I don't have a huge amount of experience in that, so I'd like to see what people do as an eye opener.
Yeah. Has
Maybe
anyone
in a few months?
Has anyone found this useful? Like, genuinely, like, it's all well and good me and Matt going back and forward on pricing, but has anyone found this this questionnaire sort of thing useful to see what other people have charged? Like, is this actually valuable information to you, or is this just something that we're talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you're watching this on the VOD, the replay, leave a comment, I guess.
There you go.
Like and subscribe.
Yeah. Like and subscribe.
Click the bell icon for the notifications.
Lucy says, very informative for sure. Defo need commercial industrial prices. No, boring as okay, thanks, Darren. Mate, it was bang on. Good stream. Nice one, lads. Great work. There you go. Okay, people seem to like it. I can't believe people are still here. It's like 20 past midnight. That's crazy.
At one point, I clocked like 115 people watching, so...
That's nice. Thank you, Liam. Nice to see you, mate.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
If you haven't seen, check out Liam Sanderson on YouTube. He posts lots. He's doing God's work at the minute on YouTube, isn't he?
I want to shout Liam for one reason. This might benefit a lot of newcomers to the industry. He's doing the little challenge with the cheapest possible pressure washer he can get, and he's going to document his progress with it. And the first one was really interesting, and it could be an eye opener for the new people getting in, thinking they can do it dirt cheap.
There you go.
So give him a watch.
Matt, is there anything that you would like to shout out? Because you're a very humble, quiet individual. Is there anything you want to promote? Anything you want to share where people can follow you?
I mean, if you can find me on Facebook, Onyx Exteriors Bristol, Instagram, Onyx_exteriors.
Wait. Slow down.
Just the socials, I guess.
Facebook. Onyx Exteriors Bristol.
Yeah.
There he is. 98 followers. Let's get this up to 110 by tomorrow, please. At least. I recognise that picture.
Oh! Yeah, your gutter pictures are pretty damn cool.
You like them?
So yeah, I was like, I really like those, so I put it on my flyer.
Beautiful. Glad to see him being put to good use. Matt is doing the work. Matt, by the way,
Yo,
thank you for everything. You've been the glue that keeps the Discord stuck together. And you are the one consistent piece of the Discord. I mean, there's people that are obviously valuable members of the community, but from day one, you have been there to support me, and also your interest in like the community that I'm sort of developing. You're maintaining in the background every day. You're putting like hours of effort into like replying to people to make sure that they've got like a comprehensive understanding of the question that they're actually asking, and like it's not just a couple of word answers. Like I've got time for every now and again I'll put in and say like I reckon it's this, or like you should probably have a quick look at this, and I'll link them a video or something. You're literally spending hours of your time just like typing and like comprehensive replies to each and every comment, and I just want to let you know that I'm like very, very grateful.
Yeah, thanks. That means a lot.
I don't know how you
So-
find the time to do everything that you're already doing, as well as help everyone out in the community. So
I think it's because when I first started, I didn't have a huge resource. I spent a long time researching, because I'll just go in rabbit holes of everything. I see a lot of people coming in, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. Even when you kind of Google things, there's so much misinformation. It's like trying to figure out what's good and what's bad. And because I've already been through that process of like, is this good information? Is this true? Cross-checking. It's like I've already filtered it, and I've kind of already developed the answers. And it's like, for the new people, so much can go wrong. They can hurt themselves with chemicals that they think are fine because they can buy them off the shelf, or get them. And it's like, I'd rather just put that information out there, because it helps keep me in check as well. I'm like, I've got to remember this is a safety issue. And all
yeah, it's all well and good knowing the information though, but you like make it a conscious effort to make sure everyone else knows as well.
Well, yeah, if they're in the Discord, then
And also, you've transformed the Discord into this well-oiled machine where people come in and they've got the things to help them make sure their YouTube account is connected, and you've done so much. So I just want to let you know I'm extremely grateful,
that's all good.
and I think everyone that regularly joins the chat will know that like you're huge when it comes to like helping.
Yeah, try and get into all the details that no one really dives into. I mean, the thing about hypo and wood earlier was just like, no one knows that. I think a lot more people should understand these things.
I didn't know.
It helped them.
I've learned
be
loads.
better. It helped them be better in understanding why you shouldn't put that on.
Yeah.
It's like, you can be told, but if you don't have the reason why, you don't really learn. So
Yeah. He just called you fat. No, what? And by the way, this whole thing was Matt's idea. So
yeah.
I feel like I might have stole your idea and ran with it.
No, it's
But I
perfect,
wanna, like,
because it's like,
Give you the credit because it was yours.
I have so many different ideas to try and bring things like this useful information that I think we can probably do a lot of different things down the line. And bring new things to the Discord, because I'll try and figure out how to get. Well, I'll put all those graphs in the Discord anyway, so people can see. But just compiling the information and making it there. So
I feel like you just screenshotting those graphs and sticking them in the Discord would be
Maybe.
useful. What about
Yeah.
hypo and wood? You're gonna have to like watch it back because we've already been through like a huge discussion about that.
it's like an hour-long chat, probably about an hour or two into the
Yeah.
into the.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Oh, bollocks. Damn it. It's gone. Anything you want to promote?
We've already done that. The Facebook.
Yeah.
Facebook, socials, just
Okay. All right,
see my website if you want. Whatever you want.
I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, it was good. No, thank you. That was a good chat.
That was it. Next time, we need to do a deep dive into like common chemicals. I think you would be the perfect person. This one is pricing. The next one should be a chemical deep dive. Where to use stuff, what not to use the specific chemicals on, health and safety, PPE, a chemical breakdown live stream.
Here's what we'll do. I'll make another form over the next few days. We'll plan this for the future. We'll put it out to. I'll make it really in depth for people that really want to know, and I'll put some questions on. We'll put it out for like a couple of weeks. See if we can get you can make a little video explaining. I can take those questions and kind of like come up with really structured answers. and reasons why, and maybe some resources to help. And then we can just get them out on the stream. Maybe we do something in a couple of months' time.
Yeah, because we've also got to bear in mind that not everyone has 5 hours of spare time to watch one of these VODs back. So like, nice, concise, pre-planned information.
It'd be nice to be able to like cut it out as clips and make them into little shorts as well, maybe, and then put them in the Discord for people. So if you're not in the Discord, you know what to do.
I'm going to play an advert in a minute.
Yeah.
Right, we're approaching 5 hours, so I'm going to let you go. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
Really appreciate you.
And yeah, sorry if we didn't get through everyone's questions in chat, I guess. So
I think we did pretty good.
Yeah. All right, take a steady. Thanks for the stream.
Thank you, mate. See you soon.
Like and subscribe.
See ya.
Click the bell icon. Bye.
How good was that? That was nice, wasn't it? What a great person to know. Like he's such a great resource. I don't mean that in like an objective way, like I'm objectifying him, but he's like a great person to know. He's done a lot for our little community, he has. I feel like I'm gonna cry. Tara Cody, thanks for watching. Liam, make it into a Spotify thing. Yeah, we could. Nice one, lads. Reese, thank you for watching. Tracy, Monday night is good. Nice. Darren, maybe you could get Mr. Tomlinson to chip in too. I'm not sure if he likes me anymore, but we can try. He is definitely good. He's a good guy. Thank you guys for watching, and see you next week. Bye-bye. Now these videos take a lot of time and effort to film and edit on top of trying to run a successful pressure washing business. If you find any of the information in my videos useful, then I'd like for you to consider becoming a paid member of the channel. Circle members and above will get access to my private Discord for members only, where you can pretty much get a hold of me 24 hours a day for inspiration, technical help, marketing advice, or just a general chat. I post pictures and videos that you won't see on any of my other socials. You'll be the first to hear about giveaways, special offers and announcements, and it's just generally a nice place full of like-minded people who are all heading towards similar goals. We've got various different experience levels, we've got a few professionals in the chat as well. If you want to push your business, in my opinion, this is the place to be. We also have two other membership tiers. One is just to show a bit of support for the channel, and the other one is for boosted members, which will not only give you access to the private Discord, but also loads of high quality promotional images for you to start your business. I know what it's like when you're ready to get going but you don't have any before and after pictures to put on your leaflets. At the moment there's about 150 images that you can use for pretty much whatever you like, and my intention is to constantly update these over the next few years with all of my before and afters that have helped promote my business. Last thing before I let you go, new videos come out every Monday night at 5:30, and then I go live at 7:30 to chat to you guys and answer as many questions as possible. We do live quotes for real customers and just generally keep up to date with everything going on in the pressure washing world. Thanks for watching, back to the video.